social distance. First wave, second wave, first spike, second spike. Monitoring, proportionate.
It's a pleasure to welcome you today online to the 2020 Freiraum Festival.
The experience of confinement is not only the experience thus of losing freedom, but the experience of losing the world itself.
The pandemic is acting as etymologically an apocalypse.
Welcome to Tirana, welcome to the Freiraum Festival happening here in the Cloud 2013 Serpentine Pavilion.
Self-isolation, household, bubble, spending review, extension, model, circulation, mortality.
I don't believe that at this moment we know are we going to gain freedom or lose freedom in the post-COVID-19 world. But I do believe that what this crisis did is push us to think about freedom in a different way.
That neoliberalism is losing its grip on reality.
The other problem is the left, which is never united. Even in the smallest places, the left is not united. Why? Because it's clever, because it thinks, because it problematizes things, because it's critical. In Central and Eastern Europe are used to use humor as one of the exits from the former totalitarianism. But nowadays, it became really a form of communication, a form of protest. And much of the protest was based on humor, on parody, on irony, on cynicism. And being sarcastic is one of the ways to being against.
And here it is, a finished sheet of paper, in a typical size, nice shape and color.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Welcome to the second day of the Freiraum Festival 2021. We are broadcasting live from Goethe Institute in Thessaloniki, Greece. I am Lidia Hadjiakovou, one of the members of the Freiraum Platform's Curatorial Committee, and I'm also co-director of Artbox, one of the members of the Freiraum Platform, currently artistically coordinating the program in collaboration, of course, with the rest of the members of the Curatorial Committee, who is consisting of collectively nominated representatives of all the Freiraum members.
Hi there, I'm Sotirios Vaxagis and I am the research director of Artbox as well as its scientific advisor, and I will be your co-host today together with Lydia in the discussions that we have with our guests.
So together with Sotirios we are your Freiraum you throughout the program, and of course in collaboration with the speakers and the other Freiraum platform members who are broadcasting from various locations around Europe. This live broadcast is made possible thanks to a mobile studio that we have developed, combining the possibilities of a small TV studio and video conference platform. The studio is set within the Freiraum mobile stage, a light installation, a tool that you see around me, flickering right now, and that has been designed to activate spaces and communities and to provide a common ground, a safe space for participatory, performative and collective actions. A few days after the festival, you will have the possibility to go back to the material of talks, works and local events through our online library that is made available for everyone to explore the content and go deeper. Throughout the program, you are also invited to submit your questions for the discussion at the end of each session. You can do that by sending an email to info@artbox.gr. We will kick off today's program with a short welcome address from the Freiraum Platform Curatorial Committee.
On behalf of friends from 14 European cities who are involved in the Freiraum platform, it is with joy that I welcome you to this year's festival. This is not just another conference, another closed discursive panic room. Freiraum is a community in which expectations are shifted, in which questions are opened transversally, and concepts emerging from the labyrinths of the artistic, the political, the social, the vulnerable travel through different sociocultural contexts. Freiraum is a laboratory-conceived community that examines the boundaries of the politics of friendship through constantly rethinking the idea and space of freedom.
For us, freedom is not a state we occupy, but rather a practice that we undertake. Specifically, it's the practice of navigating relations in ways that keep them open and dynamic, and which, in doing so, allow for the development of new, alternative modes of thought and existence. That is why we are together, and we are trying to re-question the idea of togetherness.
With this platform, we are attempting to create a harbor in which we can at the same time anchor and challenge ourselves, the world, and the dominant political and cultural narratives to bravely sail through the stormy times we live in. Every single body has its dark side. Every multitude, every community, every collective has its labyrinths, dark alleys, and dead ends because of the confusion that arises between the singular and plural, between I and us. And it is in this very abyss that the multitude reflects.
Political movements and political thought, from antiquity to the present, have been founded upon the differentiation between the one and the seven, the many. But the multitude is at the same time one and many, just as its power is both productive and destructive. Freiraum is challenged by these tense temptations too, and we are ready to be challenged.
This is the space in which the key political, but also ontological battles of our present take place. How to establish community in an era where biopower and individualism have taken their hold, while preserving the free individual. How to create a collective and not zombifying crowdedness, and preserve democracy from being reduced into a discursive category debated at conferences. How to create a body that will stand against and redefine the imposed lies of capitalism, of injustice.
The new nature of the political body, the body that is disoriented both economically and aesthetically or politically, resembles a singular tissue that refuses its own organic unity. And it is not easy to understand the anatomy and consequently the immunization of the body. It is a dying body, but not fully aware of its finality and mortality.
Post-emancipatory epochs are characterized by entropy of traditional social bodies. But we must learn what that body, that tissue can do. The tissue of the multitude is in constant evasion. It cannot be captured because it cannot fit and be molded within the traditional political hierarchies. Today, the possibility of a democratic, multitudinous body is engaged by anxiety and a sense of decomposition by the prolonged state of exemption dictated by the capital and the illusion of freedom.
Within the core of the production and reproduction of contemporary society, the common social body is a potential matrix that can create new alternative communities. These new alternative communities we should view as a different tissue, an amorphous and fluid tissue that is yet to form its body. Freiraum is such a community in the making.
The outlines of the new topography of socio-cultural, political, and economic hierarchies go above and below national borders. Today, new processes of legitimization rest upon biopolitical productivity of power. We need to find a way to recognize the warning signs and thus recognize the potential of our contemporary world. We live in a global apartheid, and that system is not only a system of exclusion, but it is also a productive system of hierarchical inclusions of the representation of power.
Democracy has remained an unfinished project throughout modernity, trapped in its national and local forms, while the processes of globalization of the last decades have only added to its challenges. The primary obstacle to democracy, however, is the permanent state of exception. Therefore, the modern dream of democracy can be considered a project that is irretrievably lost, buried under the panoptical weapons and security regimes.
The global society is being read as a global security regime. Political scientists say that national states and the old international order can no longer protect us from the threats the world now has to face. New forms of sovereignty are needed to manage the conflict of the world with itself. None of these arguments, however, allows for full realization of the concept of emancipation and democracy. They all continue the organization of social elements in an organic political body, reducing the freedoms for action and establishing their hierarchies.
The democratic multitude cannot be an apolitical body, not in a modern shape at least. To experience the real is to also experience its horrors and its illusions. We need to create an autonomous zone of trust that, in the multitude of concepts and opinions, will not be blocked operatively, that will overcome the minor provincial and personal existential fears edging towards constantly moving horizons, creating strategies for constructive confrontations and political utopias.
In collaboration and with the support of Goethe Institute. The second day of the festival especially is focusing on art in the digital public sphere and is organized in the context of the project Common Lab by Goethe Institute Thessaloniki in collaboration with Artbox, Helexpo and Institute Hyperwerk for Post-Industrial Design and of course Freiraum platform. We will hear now a short welcome address from, and more information on Common Lab from Beate Köhler, who is the director of Goethe Institute Thessaloniki.
Dear friends and partners, dear guests, welcome to the second day of the Freiraum Festival, realized in collaboration with the Common Lab program by Goethe-Institut Thessaloniki and Artbox, and more specifically in collaboration with Common Lab's project State of the Arts. Our mission with Common Lab is to create a manual for social innovation through arts. A manual that aims to empower communities in crisis and that aims to adaptable to fit the needs of various communities on a local, national and transnational level. In the process of creating this manual, Common Lab includes two main sub-projects. These are State of the Arts, addressed to the arts community, and Tale of X Cities, addressed to the wider public living in the smaller cities of northern Greece. State of the Arts sets the theme for today's discussion. It explores the challenges of the production, presentation and reception of contemporary art in the post-pandemic hybrid world. Tale of X Cities explores the ways in which we can create communities on a local and regional level by using also digital tools of information and communication technology, bringing together digital and physical world. I'm very happy to present these two projects to you in this year's Freiraum Festival. Goethe-Institut Thessaloniki has been active in Freiraum since the very beginning of the project in 2017, and we are thrilled that this project has evolved to an independent, non-profit platform. We are delighted to have the possibility to contribute to the festival with our Common Lab program, as well as to host the live broadcast studio and the office space for the team running the program here in Thessaloniki. Thanks to all partners and all the best to the ongoing festival.
Thank you, Ms. Köhler, for this short address. And of course, thank you also to Aris Kallogiros from the Goethe-Institut Thessaloniki Cultural Department for our close collaboration in the context of Common Lab and Freiraum. I would also like to thank, before we begin, Goethe-Institut, especially the Secretary General, Mr. Johannes Ebert, for the ongoing support, and Goethe-Institut Brussels, Elke, Alonia, Marlena, and Maud for a great collaboration. Also, I would like to thank the Curatorial Committee, the partners and members of the Freiraum platform for the very hard work in putting together this festival. And of course, all of the participating moderators, speakers, and artists for their valuable contributions. Let's begin today's discussion with our keynote speaker, Professor Athina Athanasiou. Right afterwards, for the discussion, we will be joined also by Max Pellman, who is a professor at Hyperwerk Lab on Process and Experimental Design in Basel, and he's also a member of our curatorial committee.
Athina Athanasiou teaches at the Department of Social Anthropology at Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences in Athens, Greece. She has received her PhD in social anthropology from the New School for Social Research in New York and was postdoctoral fellow at Brown University. She is a fellow at the Center for the Study of Social Difference at Columbia University. She is also vice president of the Nikos Poulantzas Institute and member of the National Commission of Human Rights in Greece. Athanasiou has authored several books, two of which are important: Life at the Limit, Essays on Gender, Body and Biopolitics, and Crisis as a State of Exception, Critiques and Resistances. Of course, Athanasiou is also known and co-author with Judith Butler of the book Dispossession, the Performative in the Political. In this, Athanasiou maintains that there are two ways actually to talk about dispossession, a positive and a negative one. And in a way, it can be seen as a difference between like deprivation of rights, that would be the negative, or an opportunity actually to rethink the political. And it is precisely in this context of, let's say, livelihood, desire, and different modes of belonging that the book actually guides us through. New political thought based on vulnerability, solidarity, togetherness, and affective care are precisely the points in which Professor Athanasiou will focus today and also expand further. So let's hear Professor Athanasiou's short statement, and then we're not going to have a discussion all together here in studio, together also with our guests from Basel.
Speculative in every sense, this presentation is an attempt to ask what it means to think and feel through the present in critical times, and what it means to give an account of this critical present, or what it means to give an account of the thinking and feeling of this present. As I seek out moments that enable engagement with ways in which the present has yet to occur, I take as my point of departure writer and social critic James Baldwin's unfinished manuscript titled Remember This House, a memoir of his personal recollections of civil rights leaders, a book he couldn't bring himself to write. Asking rhetorically himself 60 years ago, what can we do? His answer was, well, I'm tired. I don't know how it will come about. But I know that no matter how it comes about, it will be bloody, it will be hard. I'll get back to this later, but I take Baldwin's decolonial poetics as a performative gesture towards the question of how to act upon the present through the unfinished re-embodying of traumatic pasts. What follows then is a reflection on the precarious and incalculable critical possibility to trouble and transfigure the givenness of this present, or what Lauren Berland has called crisis ordinariness, and perhaps perform other possible presents. My focus is on the embodied critical engagement through which alternative imaginaries are foreclosed and yet put forward. In other words, I seek to address the political temporalities that sustain critical and transformative potential in this time of despair, as it has been imposed by the interrelated neoliberal and neoconservative orders, as well as past and persistent racialized, gendered, sexual, and class subjection. I attend to the question how the contingencies of exhaustion and injustice are taken up as situated knowledges of critical responsiveness and world-making in multiform geographies and temporalities that underwrite the global present. Decolonial criticism has made us aware of the ways the multiple temporalities of alternate life worlds are not reducible to grand narratives and universal categories of modern historical narration. The troubled connection between critique and temporality is suggestively at work in contemporary scholarship on queer temporality, which opens disjointed and eccentric possibilities for reimagining the future in ways that resist and undo normative frames of time. How to resist, then, the temporal normativity that works to regulate the present through crisis, through normality, and through normalized crisis? What possibilities for a reframing of the possible and impossible might be recuperated from this moment of differently inflected precariousness in its relationship to struggles for social justice? In the wake of regulatory operations of race, gender, class, ability status, and national citizenship, reclaiming the haunting temporality of bodies rendered disposable becomes an occasion for displacing the normative presence of the present. Attending to the disavowed but persistent remainders and reminders of such regimes defines an articulation of the historical present as haunted by the political conditions through which spectral bodies out of place make themselves present and present to one another, despite and against those forces that have disregarded and disremembered them. Colombian artist Doris Salcedo's monumental installation Palimpsesto, first exhibited in 2017 in Madrid's Palacio de Cristal, a building marked by Spain's colonial history, evokes and bears witness to the loss of people from North America or the Middle East, to the loss of people from North Africa or the Middle East who died in the Mediterranean over the past years while fleeing from their countries of origin and attempting to migrate to Europe. The names of 300 refugees are written with water on stone slabs through a hydraulic engineering system. The emanating water itself is forming the shape of the writing as it is seeping up silently and slowly through the ground. The quiet and constant flow of the dispersing drops of water makes names to emerge while others fade and disappear. In the wake of the repeated sinkings and drownings at the borderscapes of a barricaded Europe, the watery traces of emerging and fading names body forth the tracing of disappearing anonymous bodies lost to an ordinary violence that persists into the present. This uncanny texture of intersecting temporality, spatiality is figured in the title of the work. The notion palimpsest suggests a multi-layered manuscript whereby the original text has been erased to make room for a new one, while traces of the previous textual layer may still persist, although barely visible and legible. The aesthetic political call for accountability for lives lost in the post-colonial Mediterranean and on the fringes of a Europe constituted by colonial and racial imaginaries entails addressing the insistent working of the undead remains through which conventional modes of presence are unsettled. By acknowledging and conjuring up the lost refugees haunting disappearance in the installation's space and time, the work evokes histories of displacement, but also of solidarity and resistance before non-passable borders. It puts the monumental to work in order to trace possibilities for resisting the monumentality of forced and disavowed loss. It is through such historically contingent traces that new forms of responsiveness are brought about. I wanted the earth to cry out these names, as Salcedo put it, positioning the artist as a witness. Walking over those plates on the pavement of the piazza, standing and stepping on the names, visitors are drawn in a sensorial space of recognition and misrecognition. As their oblivious steps interrupt and disperse the flow of the watery traces, generating disorderly effects and affects, they become unwittingly engaged in an intermittent temporality of redistributing public space. Crossing and stepping onto and through the installation becomes an embodied reminder of a continuous, urgent appeal which holds time open to a different coming to be, open to the possibility of having taken a different course. Walter Benjamin's concept of now time or present moment indicates a non-linear, non-sequential articulation of now and then. It is not to be reduced to a mere present era, but it rather denotes time detached from the sovereign empty time and energized with possibility. It opens up to the future in ways that correspond to his account of the angel of history, which poses the perspective of criticality as a way of addressing past injustices and acknowledging their victims. The angel of history in Benjamin's Poetics of History Making indicates a movement with no direction and no anticipation, a movement that does not allow us to see or to know where we're going. We are propelled by the storm of time into the future, with our faces turned toward the oppressed past, while debris is piling up at our feet. For Benjamin, this backward turning around is about rearranging history through defending a history of the victims and the defeated. It has to do with acknowledging how the temporal space of history resides in its missed possibilities. And it has to do with dislodging the present from its linear continuity to the future. To redeem and represent the potency of the suppressed past and its non-actualized possibilities arising in ruins, it's necessary to break with the victorious march of homogeneous time. It's necessary to put a brake on the runaway train of a history saturated with accumulating injustices and oppression. Benjamin writes, Marx says that revolutions are the locomotive of world history, but perhaps it is quite otherwise. Perhaps revolutions are an attempt by the passengers on this train to activate the emergency brake. It is from this intensified, in fact, revolutionary moment that dialectical hope can emerge. And it is in this sense that Benjamin's concern to struggle against fascism is intimately connected with a commitment to bring the present into a critical state. In this context, a perspective of defending what is yet to come seeks to register modes of resistance to the banalization of the cynical neoliberal doctrine, there is no alternative. To engage the present as a question of interlocking crisis, criticality, and critique requires accounting for the ways in which affective counterpublics of vulnerability, solidarity, and collective care emerge as critically situated epistemologies for resisting the terms of enforced precarious living in late capitalism. In opposition to privatized resilience, counterpublics denote ways in which wealth-making is envisioned and performed to contest the conditions of possibility and impossibility that the official bourgeois white heteronormative publics of the present generate. The potentiality of such agonistic intimacies involves struggles against the neoliberal decimation of public spaces and resources, and at the same time, struggles over the conditions that bring embodied subjects together to claim and reconfigure a public beyond conventional divisions between public and intimate. Sarah Ahmed has pointed to the togetherness established in the possibility of breathing for bodies out of place. In her account of the political significance of the struggle for breathability, with breathe comes imagination, she writes, with breathe comes possibility. The struggle for spaces to breathe in light of racialized, sexualized, and class exhaustion involves the collective, simultaneously public and intimate work of crafting and re-inhabiting places and times from where to engage again and again in practices of challenging normative configurations, of countering institutionalized violence, and of organizing in different, more just and equal ways. It involves collective and quotidian projects of world-making, especially when such spaces emerge as threatened by the dispossessive calculus of neoliberalism or that of fascism. This struggle involves performative ways to claim things in common and provide breathing space while troubling the presumptions of propriety and commonness. Responding to the uneven conditions of livability in the present, such reclaimed spaces of appearance confront the aporios of loss, witnessing and transfiguring the present. As a performative occasion of multiple layered temporalities, public space is transformed into a contested domain riddled of loss and imbued with historical injustice. It is only as such it can be defended from the violence of economization and corporatization and open up to other or othered possibilities of being in common in ways that resonate with Hannah Arendt's notion of public appearance. In 1979, James Baldwin wrote a letter to his literary agent describing his next project as a story of race and racism in America through a personal account of the lives and assassinations of three of his close friends, Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King. At the time of his death in 1987, Baldwin left behind only 30 pages of this manuscript, which became the material of the Raoul Peck-directed documentary film, I Am Not Your Negro. It was about the assassination of Medgar Evers in 1963 that Nina Simone wrote and sang the protest song, Mississippi Go Down. Let's listen a minute of it.
Why don't you see it? Why don't you feel it? I don't know. You don't have to live next to me. Just give me my equality. 'Cause everybody knows about Alabama. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Everybody knows about Mississippi. Go down. That's it.
I wanted us to listen to Nina Simone's final "That's It," a cry of grief and protest, and consider what that performance did to the mostly white audience at Carnegie Hall. It was my first civil rights song, she later recalled, and it erupted out of me quicker than I could write it down. In his unfinished novel, Baldwin recalled seeing photos of a 15-year-old Dorothy Counts on the first day of school, where she was the first Black student to attend an all-white high school in Charlotte, North Carolina in 1957. He was captured by a singular moment. The photos showed Dorothy Counts being reviled and spat upon by the mob as she made her way to school, he wrote, and he added, "Someone of us should have been there with her." Again, witnessing was invoked as a performative mode of anachronistic solidarity beyond the spectatorial operation and beyond the divisions of personal, political, singular, plural. What does this performative, painful, and reflective call and recall do to our understanding of forming communities and fostering solidarity? How do we embody each other's shattering stories and their aftermath? What formations of world-making might emerge from this grammar of singular, plural criticality and solidarity amidst the inaccessibility of the past and the ensuing urgencies of the present moment? The singular plural grammar invokes the performative force of embodied public assemblage in vulnerability and resistance at once, such as the collectively authored and citational speech act, I can't breathe, we can't breathe. In activist performances of rememberment and as protest, these remembered traumatic pasts are enabled to haunt the present in such ways as to reassemble possibilities for other lives, for living otherwise. The ways in which AIDS activism in the 80s deployed mourning as a political sign for the interrelation of vulnerability and resistance fostered not only collective recognition of homophobic violence, but also queer archives of comradely testimony in the face of preclusions that regulate the space and time of the memorable. The multinational activist movement Ni Una Menos, not one less, not one woman less, which spans several countries in Latin America, enacts opposition and responsiveness to injuries inflicted on gendered, class-laden, and racialized bodies in a feminist politics of mourning that calls forth a different livability. Having emerged out of moments of political loss and grief and inspired by the last anguished words, I can't breathe, gasped by those asphyxiating by police brutality, the activist movement Black Lives Matter conveys the deadly violability that Black people experience in ways so thoroughly banalized by ongoing conditions of white supremacy. These and other such collective responses, as they transcend national borders and gather to contest the differential terms of socially situated vulnerability perform the yet to come of social justice and struggling for spaces to breathe as horizons of criticality. Struggles that seek to do justice to painful political loss ghosted inside the historical present entail enacting transformative modes of solidarity to sustain one another despite and in the face of lethally normative terms of livability. They thus rework the present into the potential of its transformation by exposing the established coordinates of normative life that had rendered those lives already dead. Such public and counter-public modes of being with others in the here and now implies a notion of agonistic performativity that is not reducible to self-willed intentionality and the standards of possessive individualism, but rather points towards a contextually situated, at once limited and incalculable capacity and desire to engage and intervene in this world's conditions of possibility and impossibility. It evokes ongoing struggles to dismantle the suffocating banality of this present, time and again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Athanasiou, for this really engaging statement. Welcome, Max. Before we kick off the discussion, I'd just like to remind to our audience that you can send your questions to info@artbox.gr and we will convey them to Professor Athanasiou. So, Sotiris?
Yes, Athina, Max, it's great that we have you here. And I mean, you have created a kind of like panorama, Athina, with all the issues that are actually at stake right now. Perhaps I will start with one issue, let's say, small point that you discussed. I'm going first back to one of known kind of articles written in the 40s by Hannah Arendt, We Refugees, and I'm sure you are all aware of that. It's interesting because in there Hannah Arendt says that, well, the new political subject, this is the refugee, right? Going back to the 40s. Now I'm thinking that can be really linked to this amazing work, this installation by Doris Salcido that you have shown to us. It refers precisely to this kind of loss of bodies, and the way I see it at least. You have all these kind of letters written with water. Is it water? Is it tears dropping? They emerge and then they, let's say, go away at the same time. I'm thinking of making a link there to this other amazing idea that you've discussed about temporality, and you talked about time as a kind of configuration of a normative time. It's the Tina time, there is no alternative time. It's a kind of linear understanding of time, actually, which is clearly co-opted by capitalism. So this is one time, and then at the same time you discuss different temporalities. I'm trying to make a link there. And my question is, are those temporalities linked to those emerging and then disappearing bodies and subjectivities related to the refugee, not as an actual person, but as a symbol for the political subjectivity of today? Wow.
Many thanks to the organizers, dear friends Lydia, Sotirios and Max for being here, for sharing this space of conversation today. I'm very pleased and honored to be with all of you today in this gathering. Because I do think that if there is any hope in these deeply frustrating and alienating times, this hope lies only with forging and fostering or curating, if you want, reparative communities, transformative communities, or counter-publics, if we may use this term, in all their complex, messy, and fragile textures. So thank you, Sotiri, for this wonderful question. I think it really touches upon the things that I wanted to share with you today. And this is actually a work in progress, this work on time and temporality. because I think that this fraught question of time can tell us something about the political temporalities that sustain critical potential in the present and for the future, which makes me think of something that Bertolt Brecht actually had written in late 30s. In the dark times, he wrote, will there also be singing? Yes, there will also be singing about the dark times. So I think that I use here, and I invite us actually to think further about this question of time and presentness here, to indicate the ways in which the present presents itself in time and space. In this sense, time here does not denote, clock time and its typical claims of objectivity and universality. All these claims that are deeply Eurocentric, deeply racialized, and deeply heteronormative. So this notion of objective, universal, reproductive, linear time. So my attempt here to redeploy this notion of presentness and the present involves questions regarding what constitutes the present and how the present is constituted within and despite and across different contexts of here and now. And I think, well, actually, Max and I had a few minutes before we started talking a little bit about that, and we both mentioned Paul Klee's painting Angelus Novus, and the way in which this figure is used and remobilized by Walter Benjamin's conception of what he calls now time. So I think that these questions echo, in a way, at least to my mind, Walter Benjamin's conception of this now time, which is dialectically loaded with revolutionary potential. And this revolutionary potential for Benjamin is drawn on remembering and reclaiming the oppressed past, a past which is imbued with effacement, exclusion, erasure, right? So I think these questions involve tracing this potential in the radical rearticulation of the present as a resource for collective solidarity, collective resistance, bonds of solidarity, and of course, collective attempts to dismantle ongoing conditions and banalized conditions of precarization, white supremacy, neoliberal economic destitution, sexism, gendered violence, and so on and so forth. So I think this, it's important that this Benjamin's concept of now time or present moment, in a way, it's a term which he first used in his work, the work of art. And it indicates a non-linear articulation of now and then. So it's important, I think, that it's not to be reduced to a mere present era, but it rather points to a kind of future in ways that correspond to Benjamin's account of the angel of history, which poses a backward-looking perspective of critique as a way of addressing past injustices, acknowledges the victims and the defeated of the past in order to be able to face the future in another way, in an alternative way. I think this is about the poetics of history making and world making that we really should think further, I think. I don't know if this responded to your inquiry.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, also before I give also the word to Max, a bit more from my questions, like, or to put it simply, you said also that this linear time can be broken actually at the moment that we pull the emergency brake. So this emergency brake now, who operates that? Is that the political subject, let's say, of the refugee again as a symbol? Are we part of that? Is art or the artistic, curatorial, let's say, world of, let's say, solidarity, friendship, and so on, part of that people or that this group of people that are pulling the brake? So.
Well, yes, of course. I'm hesitant. I wouldn't go so far to, inscribe or prescribe a kind of normative revolutionary subject. That's why I insist on this notion of the counterpublic, which is definitely an occasion for building alliances. So for me, solidarity and alliance should be intersectional. And I think that the question that you're posing here, it's a very, very valuable question, and it makes me think further. I think it's important to address what it means to think the performativity of allied resistances in putting forward possibilities for new imaginaries and enactments of the political today. So for me, it's important to think that we have to find a way to put together or to think together different enactments of these counterpublics. Of course, as you said, the refugee is today a very, very loaded figure of both vulnerability and resistance. And I think if we think of different enactments of counterpublic formations from, let's say, Palestinian theater initiatives in the occupied territories, right? How to think this along with the sinkings and drownings in the Mediterranean, the lost refugee lives, which is a banalized violence in these harrowing times. How to think this with what's happening in terms of militarism and occupation all over the world. How to think of these self-organized collectives of self-education and mutual learning in refugee camps in Greece, for example. Another wonderful MA student is working right now, Raya Lignou, with this not so visible enactments of counterpublic performativity. So how to bring together these courageous collectivities and social movements, both visible and not so visible, together? How to bring them together and think them in an intersectional way of building alliances, without necessarily prioritizing one modality of oppression over the other. So that would be my response to your question right now. Thank you, Sotiri.
Thank you. Max.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here, and your statement was really very inspiring. I think it's not the refugee, it's not an image, it's the moment of care, or the moment of thinking on care, because it's too narrow to have this image. But the moment of care often is just a second. We see the image of eye by eye, not of eye by eye person, the image of the dead body of this child, and we have a moment of care, gone. Next moment we have arguments on that image, why he has made that. And for me the question is, I saw the Angelus Novus, this picture of foul clay, and I immediately thought on Zygmunt Baumann's last book, where he talks about the U-turn our society, our Western society, perhaps not only our Western society, but definitely our Western society has done, that for him, for Zygmunt Baumann, the angel is now blowing away from the not anymore existing utopia. And the angel has to face now the coming horrors. And the coming horrors, James Baldwin was quoted, "It will be bloody." Mm-hmm. And what is an alternative concept of the present moment? And I think it's the time of care, of reproductive work, of Tätigkeit in German. Mm. And I want to talk more on this understanding of time, because I realized with your statement that I don't think a lot on time. I think a lot on body and space. And I think a lot on performative action, on the gesture against the normative Anrufung, the interpellation. But what is I think on embodiment, but what is our concept of time, and how do we get out of this linear? Because also also Walter Benjamin's, but also Zygmunt Baumann's image is a linear image at that point. Later in the text of Walter Benjamin, it changes. Zygmunt Baumann, I have read another time to get out. So thank you. And the question is more about the relation of care and time and temporality.
Thank you, Max. Well, you've brought a lot to our table of neutral thinking here. That's great. That's great. Thank you. That's very inspiring. Thank you so much. Let me try to start from one thread and try to go to the other ones step by step. You mentioned Zygmunt Baumann's and this question of U-turn, and you connected this to the question of the utopian. And I think that we might have a lot to learn about this question, starting from this idea of queer temporality. I'm having in mind right now the work of José Muñoz and his idea of the cruising of the utopian. For me, it's a very powerful idea, which is definitely inspired by Ernst Bloch, of course, and the idea of the not yet here. But I think it's great to be able to do things together here, to both think the conditions of possibility of both utopian thinking as a critique and a critique of utopian thinking, right? I mean, to mobilize utopian thinking as an occasion of critique, but at the same time, open the space of critique open when it comes to utopian thinking. So I think it would be interesting to connect this with the present, which is definitely a present occupied by the neoliberal and neoconservative idea of Tina, there's no alternative. So we're living at a historical moment when this idea, this dogma, this doctrine of there's no alternative is tending to becomes actually a new version of the so-called end of ideologies and a new canon of realpolitik, right? So we're dealing with a kind of affirmation of the axiomatic inevitability of the present as it is defined by global capitalism, violent border regimes, gendered violence, and so on and so forth. So the question is how to bring this together with the question of care. I'm very interested in this question. And I was very recently involved in the Greek translation of this wonderful book, The Care Manifesto in Greek. It's a wonderful intervention, I think, in this ongoing discussion. It's both in the academy and beyond, of course, among the movements and collectives, the question of care. So it's a wonderful book written by a collective, the Care Collective, a bunch of wonderful people working on this issue. So care is a very empowering side of reflection at this moment, I think. And I definitely connected to the concept of solidarity. And I think what is important here is how this notion of care allow us to acknowledge how the I, the autobiographical I, an I which is not sanctioned by a privileged individualistic position, opens up to a plurality, the plural of solidarity, how the singular is spectralized, becomes spectral and becomes plural, and becomes the site on which counterpublics of both vulnerability and resistance, solidarity and collective care emerge as situated epistemologies for resisting the enforced terms of precarity right now, right? I mean, for me, care is a point of entry into thinking and mobilizing transformative modes of solidarity to sustain one another despite and in the face of lethal biopolitical terms of livability. So solidarity is very important for me, and that's why I use this pundit phrase by James Baldwin, someone of us should have been there with her, right? I mean, this idea of solidarity, which is totally anachronistic in this case. I mean, she was alone, right? I mean, so someone of us should have been there with her. This temporality, again, is emerging as a very powerful side of asking what brings us together and what keeps us apart, right? I mean, so witnessing is a kind of performative mode of solidarity beyond the conventional divisions between personal, political, or singular, plural. And I think these questions have always to do with how to think about vulnerability in political terms. I think vulnerability today is one of the most politicized concepts because it's totally occupied by neoliberalism as a kind of individualistic resilience. It's also it becomes occupied by fascism and neo-fascist and far-right groups which try to hijack solidarity. We have this appalling experience in Greece, in the Golden Dawn, and right. I mean, the ways in which they try to hijack solidarity and in creating spaces of solidarity for only ethnic Greeks, or food giveaways only for Greeks and all that. So it matters who talks, who defends the public space of solidarity. It matters because I think vulnerability and grief and brokenness and suffering are thoroughly political themes. And I think they're highly contested as sides of agonistic politicization. They are highly contested, and I think this is the way we have to consider them, rather than as trans-historical, universal, liberal, humanist ideas, right? So I think thinking about care is a way to remobilize the question of vulnerability, precariousness, in ways that make us concerned, make us, who is us, another big question, of course, concerned with the very conditions which endanger certain subjects and certain livelihoods. So I'll stop here. Sorry if I talk too much, but thank you for this wonderful question.
Max? Yes, Max, please.
Really, just a very short note. I really liked, in apostrophe, the term hijacked solidarity, because that is what happens, and that has nothing to do with care, and has nothing to do with a concept of the now time, the present moment, as a performative change, even it's small things. And that's why before I said no to the refugee as an image. For sure I say yes to work on, but the image is consumption in the end, and is a part of a hijacking solidarity.
Perhaps we can even say that it's precisely this kind of like hijacking images, representations, names, identities. Identity politics is a big issue here as well, right? So, and in a way that feeds into this kind of like linear TINA understanding of capitalist time, which in itself actually is a kind of like pseudo-religious, like having an end which is never there, but it's always like actually it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen when we're all waiting for that. I just want to make a point, because yesterday we had as a keynote speaker also like Silvia Federici, and she actually pointed out precisely that. She talked about like places and embodied, let's say, acts of solidarity, performative ways actually of care, and in a way it's very interesting because I think that there is a kind of like linking there, right? It's also like talking about somehow creating time at the moment that you gather together and you cook and you share that, and that becomes a kind of like political action. At the time that you read together, Athena has shown this reading protest. It's a kind of like a time of stillness, isn't it? It's a time in which actually it somehow expands, right? It goes out of that linear temporality that you were talking about. Just to make a link there to also Federici's ideas. Do we have more time is the question now for our discussion, Lydia.
We have 4 more minutes, which is sad because it is really, I'm so drawn into this discussion right now, and it really creates a wonderful link to also Silvia Federici's work, and sets a really nice framework for what we will discuss later on today in terms of time and presence and liveliness in art, but also it gives a kind of great guideline, like a set of concepts that are applicable actually and meaningful for our daily life practices. They are not just theoretical concepts. They are really ways to become together and create this togetherness that you're referring to. So I would like to just give the floor back to you and ask if you have any final remarks. Because time right now is pressing.
I just want to thank you, and Lydia, thank you for bringing this up right now. The only thing that I would like to say, because Sotirios also mentioned the reading protest, I think it's important to, when we defend public space, it's important to remember that we're defending what is yet to come. So the possibility of public space to be transformed into something different, without exclusions and without the normative violence which constitutes the public as public. And of course, embodiment, which you mentioned, is very, very important. And I think when we talk about the way in which people assemble together, it's important to remember that the way in which people come together is always already occupied and conditioned by these normative violence. So I think another way, I'm thinking, of course, Judith Butler's work on the assembly, right? I mean, the people are produced, the assembly is produced by the conditions of possibility of their common and public appearance. So I think the question of who appears, who cannot appear, who is entitled to appearance, and who is relegated to a permanent state of disappearance is one of the most politicized questions of our time. And I think that the challenge for us is to try to come together in different ways, in equal ways, in just ways. So the way in which we do assemblies is a kind of is a prefiguration of how this this different world is imagined and enacted by us. So thank you so much for this, for me, this very helpful and inspiring conversation. Thank you for having me, and warmest greetings to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Athena. Thank you.
So thank you, Max, but Max will not go away because we will continue our discussion with another best practice example coming this time from Basel and Chemnitz, also building on the best practice examples from the Freiraum members that we showed yesterday. So hello again, Max. You are going to present to us shortly the framework of your collaboration with Chemnitz, European Capital of Culture 2025, for which also the Freiraum platform is going to be a collaborating partner. Would you like to give us a short introduction, and then we can watch your discussion with Heidrun Freise from Technical University Chemnitz?
It's just a very short introduction. Thank you for that you have the possibility to present that. It's a project, it's nothing done. There is a concept which I think could be great for Freiraum as a project for upbuilding our organization more and to work together. And it's let's see and then discuss for a moment.
Great.
Thank you. When Yorgos Ioannis Karagiannis emigrated with his family from Gonzani in present-day Greece to Chemnitz in the middle of the 18th century, he probably did not yet know that he would come to prosperity and an aristocratic title as the owner of a cotton trade shop in Chemnitz, and that his great-great-grandchild would become a world-famous conductor with the name Herbert von Karajan. But the Saxon electoral princes knew very well why they invited people from the cotton-growing region in Greece to Chemnitz. Only 100 years later, Chemnitz will be known as the German or Saxon Manchester.
Well, nowadays Chemnitz has another image as quoted in the application of Chemnitz for the European Capital of Culture in 2025. I quote, "Chemnitz is a place where the democratic culture of the last 30 years is visibly under pressure. Many were hurt by the brutality and the speed of change." Well, this is only one part of the story. The other part is indeed that mobile people often are not hospitably welcomed, but are marked as the other. However, we have to note that first, people have always been on the move. The world is and has been indeed an interconnected space. And secondly, Chemnitz has always been connected and has always been shaped and transformed by moving people, goods, ideas. Connectivity and movement, therefore, are the starting point of our project.
Therefore, On the Cotton Road again goes back to the beginnings of the textile industries. Capitalism and industrialization couldn't be understood without cotton. In the 18th and 19th century, the primary accumulation of capital in the form of cotton and cloth spans the globe. The interweaving of industry was about the movement of people, cultures and capital, concern and hopes, freedoms and exploitations across the continent and beyond.
Today, the European is marked by a fundamental tension and a democratic paradox. On one hand, it is proud, and rightly proud, of the four fundamental freedoms of the internal market, and at the same time, it's limiting the free movement of people. However, cultural, signifying practices, concepts, knowledge, modes of making the world, modes of seeing the world, etc., always move with goods and people and are the agents of innovation, of invention, and of creation. They cannot be decoupled from trade, just as relations and networks do not end at one's own external borders, then and now. In 2025, 3 nomadic hubs will reweave the transnational roots of the cotton industry across Europe, from designing, planting, to production, to use and back. Can these also be emblematic of the requirements of circular thinking, nomadic thought and action? On 3 routes, we pursue these questions simultaneously.
The route of trade connects traditional cultivation areas in southeastern Europe with Chemnitz. The starting point, Thessaloniki, is located at the foothills of the Silk Road and on the Via Egnatia, which connected ancient Rome with Byzantium. With trade, goods and culture, attributions of meaning and instructions for daily life, and thus new ideas for change. On this route we will be guest of Nova Gorica on the Slovenian-Italian border, the second European cultural capital in 2025.
Forms of labor and future collaborations. The starting point of our journey, Timbuktu in Mali, at the most important trans-Saharan route, which connected not only raw materials and goods, but also people with Europe and the Ottoman Empire. Historically, this was also a route of the slave trade, but today the route is used by migrants on the way to Europe. The route continues through Genoa as one of the central ports of the Mediterranean. Here, the Magazzini del Cotone in the old port still bear witness to the former importance of the cotton industry. Genoa also shares central structural characteristics with other cities on the route. That is, the difficult and rather bumpy transformation processes from an industrial city to a new economic orientation. Also, and especially with the migrant population from West Africa, among others, with their knowledge and their potentials.
Technologies. From Manchester, the journey leads via the Netherlands, northern Germany to Chemnitz. How innovation can emerge? The modern rules for successful cities: talents, technologies, tolerance, defined in this way by Richard Florida in 2002, also refer to historical conditions in which new industries and concepts of thinking could emerge. We encounter elements of past and present innovations on this journey. What are the future conditions in a post-industrial world? And why, besides of technologies and talents, tolerance is mentioned as one of the 3 important elements of success.
With 3 nomadic media hubs, the journey starts simultaneously in Thessaloniki, Manchester, and Timbuktu, connected with a central hub in Chemnitz. Together, we negotiate future potentials in post-industrial times, locally and across Europe. At each intermediate station, we will stay for a while and realize activities with the local partners. In this shared physical and hybrid space, stories are told, presented, and negotiated, whether in talks, debates, features, radio plays, performances, or eyewitness conversations.
For the realization and capacity building, a media workshop will be established. Here, new skills in participatory research, citizen science, journalism, and editorial development, media production, and interactive communication will be developed and trained. All interested persons are invited to participate. The word prosumer thus takes on a deeper meaning. The classical boundaries between cultural consumptions and productions are blurring. Audience development is understood as the promotion of active cultural participation and individual professionalization in an interconnected physical and digital public space. The media workshop is low threshold, accessible locally, hybrid, and digital.
Makers and experts jointly develop new forms of interaction and pass on their new skills. On the road and on site, we explore the interwoven stories from below in a participatory manner and in the spirit of citizen science, and record the different intercultural experiences with trade, working methods, and technologies.
On the Cotton Road again is a great project for the development of Freiraum for existing and new partners.
The initial partners are the Technische University Chemnitz, the Professorship of Intercultural Communication, the Institute Hyperwork at the Academy of Art and Science, based in Basel, Switzerland, the Chemnitz City Archive, and Raumlabor Berlin. In the upcoming months, we work to enlarge our partner network locally and European-wide, and we'll start a pilot project. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you to Heidrun, and thank you also, Max, for this nice overview of what you're planning. I have just a question, if you can give us a bit more details, practically, how will these nomadic hubs at the end meet and coexist in Chemnitz? What kind of communication between them you're planning?
You have to think about internet TV in a way.
Mm-hmm.
That means we are at the same time on different places. We have 4 places at the same time on the 3 routes and Chemnitz, and we will discuss things and we will produce things what happens at these places or what had happened in kind of reports. And this thing goes to a kind, we call it floating library, to a kind of a active library which works in a for example as video walks or audio walks within Chemnitz, and there is also that it's not only local in Chemnitz, it's also with the partners to set up a kind of academy in apostrophe, capacity building on these capacities, the journalistic capacities, the technical capacities, the communication capacities, to give the communities voices.
Mm-hmm. I think it's amazing because I haven't heard before of this kind of European cultural capital program to really incorporate other cities so actively in the program and in producing the content. So it is really going to combine the physical and digital in multiple layers and create a network of communities working together.
And what I want to say also, because I found it also very interesting, is this connection actually talking about a kind of like, let's say, post-industrial understanding of today's creative economies, but using the industrial past of that cities and the industrial past of Europe and trans-European as well, or not? Am I mistaken, Max?
No, you're not mistaken, but for example, if we talk about commons, the Middle Ages kind of productions, the guilds, is also a kind of commons.
Right.
A kind of very modern or futuristic way of doing things together. So we never learn out of history in a way, but a little bit we are able to learn. But the important thing is, it's not only about the industrial time. It's about that's the reason why I had this strange thing of the Silk Road and it's not a strange thing, but it's perhaps in this context strange thing like the old Silk Road, not the new, but perhaps also the new, and the Via Ignatia, to show, okay, trade is connection, and it's connection of concepts, of people, of ideas, of goods. And that was always so, but the forms how we do things has changed, and it has to change massively in the upcoming years and decades.
Great. So thank you very much, Max. Thank you for this really nice introduction. And you created a kind of anticipation now, I think, at least in 4 cities, that maybe people are watching us from there. We think it is time to move on to our next topic for the day. But thank you for being with us. And good luck with everything. And we look forward to the next steps. So it is now a really great pleasure for me to welcome some of the partners and participants from our project Tale of Ex-Cities that we will discuss for the next 40-45 minutes as an example of socially engaged art practice and developing communities using the online and offline. One. So hello everyone, welcome. It is so nice to see you. We will start with a short introduction by Sotiris and myself, and then we will give all the floor to you and start our discussion.
Welcome also from my side. Clearly we want to start an introduction talking about like art, socially engaged art, and the question is like, what is socially engaged art? So many artists today are indeed committed to creating work that addresses issues, social issues, and propose changes in the way we perceive the world in general. While some artists use traditional forms of how to make art, works that comment on, respond, or advocate for the need for change, that these artists who work with symbols and narratives, other artists are exploring new forms of social practice that engage communities and people outside the so-called art world. In these works, a single passerby, or even someone browsing on the internet, an online community of interest, or an entire local community can become indeed an active participant in creating art. This type of art, based on social interaction, which has been gaining momentum since the 1960s, but actually started widespread in the 1990s, has been identified as socially engaged practice, but it has also other names: relational aesthetics, community art, collaborative art, participatory art, dialogic or public art, among many other titles. So what unites these approaches is a new take on who holds the power, shifting agency away from institutions and sometimes even away from artists, and giving ordinary people, everyday people, the ability to create meaningful change in ways never done or known before. The type of works which are produced might look like very different from the works that we have in mind. For example, an artwork might take the form of a store, a garden, a meal, a website, a performance on the street, an exchange of stories, an urban planning project, a garden, and so on. In an increasingly uncertain world, artists working in social practice give us the tools to better understand our place in the world, examine it, and change it. In art books, we have started developing such socially engaged art practices with a greater focus since the 2010. That was the early stages of the financial crisis in Greece and beyond. Through a series of strategic collaborations with partners, institutions, and artists across the globe, we develop projects that build on our previous experiences. And Common Lab is the most recent example of art for social change, realized again in partnership with Goethe Institute Thessaloniki, where we are located right now.
So the two main sub-projects of Common Lab are State of the Arts and Tale of X Cities. Tale of X Cities is the project that we are talking about right now, and as Ms. Keller described briefly earlier today, Common Lab's aim is to create a manual for social innovation through art in order to help communities in crisis through art and creativity. Of course, when we launched Common Lab in early 2020, we had no idea yet that we would have this to deal with this major, possibly paradigm-shifting crisis. So during the first months of the program, we had to adjust not the final aim, but the content in order to react and respond to the situation. So we developed State of the Arts that explores the challenges of the production, presentation, and reception of contemporary art in the post-pandemic hybrid world, and is addressed mostly to the arts community, as well as Tale of X Cities that focuses more on the ways in which we can create communities on the verge between the digital and the physical worlds, using digital tools of information and communication technology. Tale of X Cities was actually launched in early 2021 with an open call first to institutions and then to participants from the cities of northern Greece. More than 20 institutions and more than 150 participants from 12 cities actually responded to this call. And the main goal behind of the project was to provide actually a framework, a platform for all those involved to be able to co-develop the content and final outputs with us, to become a network and a community. So to achieve that, we started working on multiple levels at the same time. On the one hand, we started getting to know the partner institutions through regular meetings, which I'm sure in the beginning they must have gotten very tired of, but they did stick with us. On the other end, we started a series of seminars for the participants to provide them with basic tools to be able to tell their own stories from their cities, for the past and the present. And on a third level, we also started approaching regional administrative bodies in order to inform them about this unique initiative and also make them part of the discussion on how to further develop the next steps based on the reactions and the contributions of everybody involved. After the first series of the seminars, the participants were then invited to submit their own ideas and projects. For practical reasons, they were divided into groups, so we started working with them in order to develop these ideas into implementable projects. I don't think we can actually calculate exactly how many hours of workshops and discussions we've had, since very often we exceeded the scheduled time and lingered all online to further discuss, chat, and get get to know each other. It is actually the first time since this whole hybrid discussion started that we managed to develop this close relationship with people that we have not met yet physically, most of them. So the time that we took to develop the project was really a crucial element in order to build these relationships of trust between us. We provided guidance together with the artist Eli Chrysidou, who undertook the artistic responsibility of these workshops, and we invited along the way more experts to give short lectures in response to the needs that we identified that the participants had. At the same time, the partner institutions also provided support to the participants to realize their projects, and they started developing their own activities. This has brought us to the first Tale of X Cities Festival that will take place actually tomorrow, both online and in physical spaces in all the 12 cities that were involved in the project. The festival includes both the artworks produced by the participants and the activities presented by the partners, exhibitions, concerts, performances, workshops, participatory actions, and a panel on the discussion on cultural policy and the creation of networks and communities with guest speakers. So I think I've said enough. I described everything. Let's now give the floor to the people who are here with us, representing the partner institutions and the participants. And I will start a little bit from Valentina Sokratos, even though we had a different plan, but Valentina is actually hosting a workshop in, I think, half an hour, 20 minutes, that is part of the Freiraum Festival. And I will ask her to briefly introduce what she has done, and then we'll have a short discussion and continue with the others. I'm very sorry for this, but I feel it is important to listen to Valentina and not stress her because she has to go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm here in multiple roles and hats. I represent the Ethnological Museum of Thrace, which is located in Alexandroupoli. Our museum has been always actively involved with the communities, and it's actually one of our main purposes. We're trying to create platforms for people to communicate and not just having our space to be for visitation. So when the call came to participate to this project, we were very pleased and very happy to see such a project being developed. So our answer was immediately yes. So as a museum, we try to host all the events that are going to be shown and try to support the participants from the community that we created through X Cities. And then at the same time, because I am very interested in this type of projects, I participated as well in all the seminars and the developing of our own projects. And me and Mariana Hadzopoulou from Alexandroupolis, we have created a participatory performance that is going to be open for the public tomorrow here at the museum. And in about 15-20 minutes, there's a workshop happening right here in the museum that is named I, the Land. And it's actually an explorative workshop trying to find a connection between our own personal stories and the land we create, and we want it to be called our home. So it's going to be an emotional creation of a collaborative art piece at the end. So I'm very excited to show you the results in a few days. And at the same time, I organized and did a workshop with all the participants from the project to try and to create a new kind of bond and to get to know even better each other. And at the same time, to have private feedback and evaluation of the entire project without the managing participants being part of it, so we can have the honest answer. And in a very few words, I would like to say that the feedback from the participant was actually truly very honest, that this whole project was an opportunity for them to create something new, to find a new voice, to be creative, and to use art as a way of communicating their needs, their thoughts, their stories their voice to the local communities, but at the same time to the entire network of cities and organizations that we created. And that was really inspiring. And I think one of the greatest success of X-Cities is that it created a sense of ownership, and it gave a voice to the people to be creative and to be socially active through new ways of communication. And at the same time, during a pandemic, we used digital means to create bonds and communication and networks. And all that gave us hope that even at the most difficult and strangest times, we can find new ways to be connected, and especially through the arts. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this in many different roles. And I will leave you to continue because I really need to get going to the work.
Well, you already summarized everything so nicely. So the question that I was going to pose, you answered in multiple levels. So it is, thank you for being with us, even for this short time. Good luck with your workshop. And we will see you tomorrow again.
See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So let's continue now with, I will give the floor to Dimitra Geliki-Vasiliou, an educator from Ioannina, who will also share briefly with us her experience.
Thank you, and hello from Ioannina. As simple citizens, before our participation in the workshops of Tale of X-Cities, our quests about our areas were secluded in our minds. We wanted to express our thoughts and feelings, but we didn't know how. We felt isolated, and we didn't have a public voice. Everyday life canceled our creativity. All these restrictions were lifted when we became members of this creative democratic family. With the guidance of charismatic people and the encouragement of all members of the team, we opened up and we expressed ourselves, and we felt that our ideas really mattered. The crossroads of different people of all ages and backgrounds became a common ground in which personal feeling found the way to become collective, and the local became wider. We realized in practice that these types of dynamic collectivities do not lead to dead ends. Can a simple citizen create culture? We do not feel artists, but thanks to this project, we know now that we can express ourselves through art, creating our own cultural products. From recipients of culture, we became creators. And the places where we went to as audiences of cultural events became the places that host our own work. The organizations are not impersonal anymore. They have become our partners and our assistants. I think that Tale of X-Cities is not just a good practice. On a personal level, it has been a life-changing experience. At a collective level, such a practice changes the way people perceive their location, cooperation, and themselves. It's no coincidence that our own work became of secondary importance, that the vision of an organization became everybody's festival, and that none of the participants sees the festival as the end of a process. We all see it as a beginning. And we really thank you for that.
Thank you, Dimitra.
That was really touching, really, I have to say.
Wait for the... what is coming is... Thank you, Dimitra, thank you. Now we move on to Theano Paschali, who is a cultural manager and representative of the Regional Municipal Theatre of Komotini.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon from Komotini, a small city with thousands of stories, looking for an opportunity to be told and heard. A municipal theatre, regional theatre of Komotini, has been operating in the city from 1984, and through the Tale of X-Cities, our theatre, just a moment, okay. Our theatre was given the chance to approach the city's public in a different way beyond the art of theatre, cinema, or music. Citizens were given the opportunity to tell their own story regarding their town. We, as a state body, are by their side, for any help they may need, and we can provide. We had the chance to open up to a larger audience than ever before, and through the participatory actions we carry out, but also through our support to the participants. Tale of X Cities has broken the boundaries or any means faction that could exist in the relationship between state bodies and the public. It was the occasion for an expansion of the activities and skills of the participating institution and as well as its citizens. Our actions have acquired and will continue to acquire greater variety in relation to our city, in relation to the local people. We are now a cultural institution that connects the public with the history of its city through collective and participatory actions, through projects where the public is mainly responsible for their design and implementation. So a close relationship between our theatre and city's public has been launched, based on something quite familiar, such as personal memories regarding the city we all grew up in. This relationship will hopefully consist a creative community in the city, which will be the potential audience of our institution. Tale of X Cities arrived in our small city about 10 months ago in order to not only bring us closer to the public, but also give every citizen the chance to remember, to create, to share. Regional Municipal Theatre of Komotini, as a cultural institution, is here so as to enhance the quality and duration of the production of culture through the public's participation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to Theano.
Thank you so much.
We're moving now on to Vasilis Myrianthopoulos, who is the Artistic Director of the Municipal Regional Theatre of Kozani. We can you turn on your mic, I think?
Yeah, we're okay now.
Perfect.
Right. I think. Greetings from Kozani. The title of our work is Invisible Paths, and it's a teamwork project. The idea was fully conceived and produced by all the participants who took part in the Common Lab courses. The project consists of 5 podcasts about 5 mansions in Kozani that only exist nowadays through literature from the memories of their inhabitants. Kozani is a city in northern Greece, first established at the end of the 14th century. For over 60 years now, it's the main energy provider for the entirety of Greece, aiming to be one of the 100 climate-neutral and smart cities in Europe by 2030. The arts and education in Kozani have always been in the center of the interest of the people. Its municipal library was first established in 1668, whilst its Philharmonic Orchestra was founded in 1902 and still remains active. Our foundation, though, Regional and Municipal Theatre of Kozani, is the most recent art organization, founded in 1997, with a primary goal of endorsing new forms of performing arts in potential collaborations with different partners, as well as introducing a plethora of experimental projects of artistic nature, such as the Tale of X Cities. Our placement in that project has been an enlightening experience, both for the participants of the festival as well for our establishment itself. The experience gained has offered the foundation a great potential to build upon future projects of similar nature. Our project is called Invisible Paths, primarily because it connects the long history of the city leading up to its modernized phase, such as the newly founded building of the Municipal Library of Kozani. So we want to thank you for the inspiration you have given to us.
Thank you also for providing material for this inspiration. You are a part of that also. Now we are going to listen a few words from Anatoli Vrocharidou, who is an educator based in Thessaloniki, and she was also one of the participants in the project.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm very glad to be with you here, and I'm going to tell you a few things about the program. Last year, this year, 2021, I had the pleasure to participate in the cultural program, The Tale of Eight Cities, with other participants from cities in northern Greece. Our meetings began in a very strange time, in the time of the pandemic and the lockdown. So it seemed like a gift for me, for us, an oasis in a general sense of insecurity and fear. At first, we attended lectures by experts on various topics, and then we had to propose our own ideas and opinions about creating a cultural project related to local history. Over time, the team began to bond. As we shared our thoughts and ideas, we got to know each other. But apart from this, apart from the exemplary organization of the program and the organizers, apart from the absence of natural contact in physical space, the contribution of Mr. Christos Savidis, Mrs. Eli Chrysidou, and Lydia Hadjiakovou was exemplary, and will support us during the creative process. And that's why the program succeeded. It's an excellent paradigm of social change art. Personally, I had no idea what to do, how to do it. I had the sense, I had the notion about the area, about the dystopic neighborhood I live, and about creating a film for this dystopic neighborhood. But I didn't know how to, I have no experience in filmmaking. So I shared my idea with my friend, Eleni Chrysomali, who's a very young and promising director, and she loved the idea and became my partner, and we started creating the film together, and we managed to do that, and the film was finally created under the title West Side Stories. To sum up, I don't know if art has the potential to change the world, but it managed to affect us deeply and to broaden our points of view. And as someone once said, art is the only way to run away without leaving home. And that was exactly the experience we had from the program. We never left home, but we had the chance to travel along the cities of northern Greece through the eyes, the soul and the mind of the creators and their excellent stories. I don't want this to end now. I want this to be continued, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you to Anatoli.
Amazing. Thank you very much. I just have to say that the world changes at the moment that we change ourselves, isn't it? Perhaps.
I agree with you.
One last short statement from Christos Papadopoulos, who is a curator, a filmmaker, and head of the Cultural Center of the Municipality of Ioannina.
Good afternoon to all from me. I represent the Cultural Center of the city of Ioannina. It's an institution which is comprised of the local conservatory, 2 dance schools, an arts workshop, 7 centers of creative activities for children, and the Intercultural Center of Social Integration, which is our latest addition. Moreover, the Cultural Center manages 2 venues where all arts are represented. We host and organize music concerts, theater and dance shows, film screenings, painting and photography exhibitions, etc. The model of the hybrid festival, Tale of Eight Cities, which I'm very proud to call it our festival. When I mean our, I mean everyone involved in this, is of great importance to me personally and to the organization I work for. for a number of reasons. First of all, it allowed a cultural exchange between institutions and people from different cities, and this interaction helped in producing content during the very difficult times of lockdown. In a way, it showed us a way forward where we can remain active and productive even in times where all other activities remained closed or suspended. From an educational point of view, but also from a deeply human point of view, the festival enhanced the experience of collaboration, where the boundaries were not limited by a physical space, but extended beyond the participants' house, city, circle of friends, etc., or even collaborators. And last but not least, it provided a digital platform, a digital stage where the works produced can be shown in a different manner, in a more, let's say, they give, let's say, more air for them to breathe, and coming away from a traditional screen where you have to be in a city in a very certain stage where you can see it. Now it's open to anyone, actually, all over Greece and beyond. This idea of a decentralized workshop, which turns into a creative network of people, which then turns into a festival like the one we're doing tomorrow, is a way forward for promoting equality, participation, collaboration, and encourages creative thinking in the local communities. It's my opinion, but what we've achieved is inclusive democracy in action.
Great. Thank you very much also, Christo, for your words. Would you like to make a comment, Sotiris?
No, I'll wait for tomorrow, I think. I think the comment is done from the works that we have seen.
I'm going to ruin all these nice comments with my questions, but I will try not to. But I mean, you are the one saying the nicest thing, so I trust you in this. So I will start from Theano. You also had multiple roles in this project, like Valentina, you participated as a representative of a partner organization, but you also made your own project as a creator. You followed, I think, all of the workshops, or maybe one or two you missed. And you were really active and inspiring in your work. But what I'm curious to learn, in the beginning, you, in our first discussions, you said that your motivation for participating is because you want to develop the audience locally. And also you said that this kind of opportunity is something that doesn't come very often in the smaller cities around northern Greece. And for us, okay, this happened as a response to the crisis. It was an opportunity to see what we can do that is not physical. And at the end, it functioned, the pandemic, I would not say that it was a good thing, but it functioned as a trigger for this kind of thinking outside of the locality, but also very tied to locality, because everything happens at the end in one place. So my question is how the process of the workshops and the overall management and setup of the project facilitated this kind of communication with your local public?
Yes, Lydia, I attended all the workshops, most of them, and through them I was able to see all the topics and get in touch with the people of my city who participates in the Tale of Big Cities. So as an institution, we came in contact with the public, our audience, and the citizens with whom I had lost contact due to the pandemic. We also felt more confident and more ready to solve them, the problems they may have encountered throughout the implementation of their projects. Through the ideas of the participants came the inspiration for the participatory project that we organized as an institution, and which was a great success. The project was called Human River, and involved videotaped testimonies of people who lived in the city when it was crossed by a torrent about 60 years ago, as well as a walk along the street, which used to be the route of the torrent. As a participant, with my own project, I managed to formulate my idea into a modern project under the guidance of experts of your team, such as Mrs. Alice Chrysidou. Participants from my city, also from other cities, were valuable helpers with their opinion about my work, and each gave their own advice to me. And the workshops gave us the chance for even more efficient networking among the participants, and so the project production process was even easier and more creative.
Great, thank you, Theano. Anatoly, your work is also excellent. You managed to do something amazing with your limited experience. You had a collaboration with a filmmaker, but you guided her also in this project. I think that you co-created the work fully, and it was your idea and your vision that made it a reality. Even though you were one of the first ones to complete your project, actually from the summer, and thank you for this, you continued showing up for the workshops, and you were there and participating in the discussions and really giving also your input to other people's work. Could you describe a little bit further to what extent this process motivated you, the workshops, and what kind of problems maybe you encountered, how you found the communication with the experts and with other participants, what kind of experience at the end you will take away from this process, because you are an educator yourself.
Okay, thank you for your kind words, Lydia. It's really touching that you feel, I feel your empathy and my team members' empathy about this project. Well, apart from the exemplary organization, as I said before, of the cultural project, what it was really essential for the creation of the community is that you gave us the key to unlock our creativity. You created a space where every opinion, every idea could be expressed. And that was really, really important for us to freely express our minds, our ideas, to tell our stories. As far as the problems I faced, well, as I said before, I didn't know how to make a short movie. I didn't have the experience. I wanted to tell a story about my neighborhood, my dystopic neighborhood, where there is poverty, immigration, and prostitution, and a very heavy historical background, because from this area, from this neighborhood ghetto, all the Jewish inhabitants from Thessaloniki, and were around 50,000 people, were transferred via the nearby railway station to Auschwitz-Birkenau, and they never came back. I think that the remains of their houses and the cobblestone streets are calling for the restoration of their memory. And I felt the urge to say something and to do something, but I couldn't do it alone. So my friend Eleni Chrysomali, an excellent director, helped me through and became a partner, and we started shooting in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. But when we had the idea to take night shots, we faced the violence of the night. We saw the face of the night, and it was cruel. And I don't know if the police had not come, where we would be right now. It was a full moon, a strawberry full moon night, that night. And anyway, we didn't abandon the idea, we continued. And we managed to complete the movie, the short movie. We worked very well together. We cooperate very well, and we worked very, very fast. So we managed to complete it very quickly. What else? What was the other? About the community and about the relationship with the other members. What was really touching was that we shared our feelings, our ideas, and get the chance to listen to other people's stories. And I think that the key word of this project was sharing, sharing all these ideas, stories, and that is really important. And I think that is the biggest achievement of the program is the creation of a community of people, of a network of people with awareness, with love for their city, with need for art expression, with sensibility, and it's really dynamic. And I want this to be continued. I think that all of us want this to be continued. As an educator, and the main accomplishment also, it was that in the time of cholera, managed to create this kind of community. In the time of COVID, without physical presence, only online. As a teacher, what I keep is, and what I support as a teacher and as a student that I was in the program, is that in an environment where there is safety, there is support, there is warmth, there is intimacy, anyone can grow, and anyone can show his or her creativity. So creativity needs a fertile ground to flourish, and we flourished through this program. And you can see our blossoms, our flowers, and you can see the network of our roots. And you have to keep us watering, because amazing things can happen.
So, Anatoly, what I think that we got from your short talk is that you want this to continue. So we are going to expect a really active role from your side also in the next round, because what we imagine is that we expand the community with more participants, and the more experienced ones of you will also help guiding the process. So you are becoming kind of ambassadors of this whole process, and that is going to be very valuable for us and for the newcomers as well. So thank you for this. Thank you. And thank you for wearing a nice purple Freiraum color today. Now moving to Dimitra and building a little bit on what Anatoly was saying now. So how has this experience changed the way, Dimitra, that you perceive your participation and your role in the community overall? Because you described at the beginning that you started perceiving also your role in community differently through this process.
Yes, first of all, to add up on what Anatoly said, as an educator myself, I have attended a lot of seminars that talk about innovation. And we take all these seminars just as theories. And now we have found an example of innovation in practice, which is the Tale of X-City seminars. And I had a lot of restrictions as a person in my place. First of all, not only the restrictions as a creator, an amateur creator with no experience, but I had to face the opinions of other people. And in my area, people think that they have very deeply rooted ideas about the worthiness of a person, which have to do with family and status or position. This experience has taught me that I have to get out of my sense of self-exclusion and sometimes anger. You just have to go out there and find out people that look at the world in the same way as you do. And there are a lot of these people around you that I could never imagine how many people there are around me that feel the same way I do and see the world as I see it. And I think that these themes are not an illusion anymore. So they are a very good practice, a very good way of sharing our ideas with the public and finding other people that will be inspired by these actions. And this will lead definitely to social change through art. Art is the best medium And because I'm dealing with a natural problem in my area, I have noticed that we didn't see trees. I couldn't see trees before this project. And now I have become in a closer relationship with nature. And I noticed that now that I project this idea to other people, I see that they respond very positively, not only in my project, but in the seminars in total. So I think Tale of X Cities is a life-changing experience, as I said, and a social change experience.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dimitra. Thank you very much. So going to Vasilis now, and I would like to kindly ask Vasilis and Christos to be a bit brief in their answers because we are running a little bit out of time. So Vasili, what I'd like to know from you is your expectations from now on. Towards the sustainability of this network that we have built, both in terms of your connections as an institution to other institutions, and also your connection to developing further your local audience.
So I'm looking forward to the next project, let's say at first, because the whole period was really inspiring for the participants and for us. And through the pandemic, we were trying to keep people close. We couldn't physically. So keeping those cities close, it's really important. So we're just looking forward to meet each other next time, because I really want to know everything about the way of working together. It was really interesting for me. For the participants, it was the first time that were in the studio, they were writing, they were editing, they were doing everything with the guidance from professionals. So, yeah, next step, I think it's really important and be bigger and more physical. Let's hope. Let's wait.
Let's hope, indeed. Thank you, Vasili. And last but not least, Christos, you mentioned in the beginning that the hybridity of the project was an important factor. And apart from your role in the municipality, as we said, you're also a filmmaker and a curator. So as a creator yourself and as a producer of cultural content, how does this new hybridity affect your practice? What kind of practices do you wish to explore and to develop in this context?
First of all, I think that it gave me an avenue when I thought that everything was closed. In a way, of course, me personally, I could go out with my camera or I could make a film in my own room. I started thinking while I was studying also in Tale of X Cities, because I was participating with multiple roles in it. I was starting to think about how we can develop a network of people working from all over Greece, but could be all over the world. I started thinking about how can you make a festival or how can you create a network which will create then a festival in my own town as well. I think that the idea is to make little sort of networks that work together, first locally, and this is something we haven't done before in the cultural center. I've done it as a personally, but I've never done it in that respect. So I'm starting thinking of make something completely participatory, completely democratic, and link it to other equally with other links in all over Greece. From that moment on, I'm starting to think that this is much bigger than what I thought at first. And it gives me also the great pleasure of working in my local community and adding to this community I'm working. Before I was thinking more in a completely atomic level. From tales and beyond, right now, I'm thinking that I'm part of something much greater than me personally. And I think that this is will affect my own personal work as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christon. Thank you so much. And I think we have now a lot of raw material inspiration on how to go on from tomorrow and then. I sincerely believe that this is not a matter of speech. This program would not have been the same without you. It would have been different, maybe but equally good, but the content really was co-developed thanks to you and the other participants. And may I also inform everybody watching that you are here representing everybody after a kind of collective decision, collectively nominated, that you're going to represent this group today, which is also part of the way that we try to operate in a kind of democratic way to take decisions. So thank you once again. See you tomorrow in the first Tale of X Cities Festival, online and also in the 12 participating cities. Thank you very much.
We're all very excited about that. We're waiting for this event. So also for the people that are watching, tomorrow days, the whole day is then dedicated to these amazing people actually that they worked on the Tale of X Cities. Thank you very much.
Closing, we are going to watch a really nice collective soundtrack that we prepared with the contributions by all of the participants. It was our little summer project, and then put together by music producer Menelos Lomis, who will also have the chance to talk a little bit with in a few minutes. So let's send a shout out now to Smolian in Bulgaria, where our partner there, the Rhodope International Documentary Film Festival, is hosting later today a film screening and discussion with the directors of their film Pianosian, Under the Western Sky.
Hi everyone, welcome on board of this Pianosian project, Under the Western Sky, a worldwide sailing tour with a piano on board.
We are Pierre and Annelise Lepelec with the director of this movie, and I hope you enjoy it. We're really happy to be able to take part on the Freiraum Festival. So,
on this documentary, we are bringing you to Ireland, and despite the crisis, we have never gave up. So, never give up your dreams.
Enjoy.
Tu ne peux hisser une voile sans quitter un ami, mais ne peux jeter l'ancre sans en rencontrer un. Ô toi qui traverses les mers sous le ciel de l'Ouest, prends garde à cette terre, cet îlot dangereux, ce qu'est bien abrité que l'on nomme amitié, car c'est un port d'escale dont on ne revient jamais.
Since passing to light, oh, the legend is near. Oh, the scent of the pine, oh, on the water clear. Oh, since passing to light, oh, the legend is near. Oh,
Our next contribution is from another Freiraum member. Athens Scene is a curators and artists initiative for presentation of contemporary Greek art internationally. Co-founder Katja Erhardt contributes to the discussion on arts in the digital public sphere, actually through an invitation to artist Kyriaki Oni.
Hello to all the Freiraum Festival audience, and thank you to all the organizers for this wonderful opportunity to participate. My name is Katja Erhardt. I am the co-founder of the Artists and Curators Initiative Athens Scene, which I would like to briefly introduce to you. Athens Scene is a non-profit Berlin-based initiative that was founded in 2016 by Sotiris Baghdadzis and myself. Our aim is to establish an infrastructure and a network for international cultural cooperation with Greece, and we are concentrating on Greek-German relations and cultural exchange, especially on the Athens-Berlin axis, acting symbolically as two European hubs and hotspots known for new forms of art and experimental forms of making art. Our goal and mission is to take a critical look at Europe in the context of contemporary art and to employ art as education to tackle stereotypes and build a platform for dialogue. In this function, we have started a festival for contemporary Greek art in Berlin in 2019. Athens Scene 1 Homemade Exotica took place from November 2019 to February 2020 under the patronage of the Greek Ministry of Culture and the Greek Embassy Berlin at the art space Freiraum, Freiraum in a box, just as the Freiraum Festival, but it is not the same, where we presented 16 contemporary Greek artists. The second edition of the festival will happen soon in January 22 in collaboration with a new art space in Berlin and Artworks, an Athens-based nonprofit organization that supports Greek artists through funding and public engagements opportunities. So since its inception, Athens Scene has brought artists and institutions from all over the world together with Greek artists and institutions in art projects. For example, at Documenta 14 in Kassel and Athens, at the Trans-Europa Festival Madrid, at the Kiev Biennale, and the Museum of World Cultures Gothenburg, to name just a few. We like to function as an umbrella organization, bringing partners together and providing fertile soil for synergies and mutual collaborations and culture policies with our projects. So to bring the attention to the subject we are about to discuss, art in the digital sphere is an important topic, especially these times where an increasing part of our lives is transferred towards the digital, with the rise of advanced technologies and the restrictions we currently need to follow. There are questions that arise for us concerning the digital and how it connects or disconnects us as human beings. It opens us up vast territories that present both grand opportunities and openings, as well as dangers and yawning chasms that have to be carefully weighed and discussed, in my opinion. Digital art has expanded the creative sphere, the consumption of and relationship with art, and the concepts of interfaces by enabling new forms of human software-hardware interaction. It also raises the question of what is personal and what is public, and where is the agency on augmented reality. It is a fine tool that can be used to advance us as humanity or to set us back towards the non-human, to the lifeless and soulless. Art can be a powerful tool to present these questions also by embodying them, and that is why we have extended an invitation to artist Kyriaki Oni, whose work tackles these topics, and we are very excited to be able to welcome her. And with this, I would like to greet all of you and thank you very much.
So I'm very happy to welcome now with us Menelos Lomis. Menelos is a young music producer that is based in Liverpool and the creator of this last work that we saw. So welcome, Menela, and thank you for your participation with this work. I would like to briefly talk about the concept behind the work, also especially in relation to the timing. I know that it is a kind of like 15 seconds for every episode that we see, and I wonder why this happened.
Hello, everyone. So this started as a major thing of me trying to count things, because there is a thing in electronic dance music where 128 BPMs is the golden standard, because after 128 beats exactly, it's 1 minute. So starting the project, I thought I'm going to split it evenly into 4, 5, or 6 different parts. And it just came down into the 5 parts of being 15 seconds each. And this made it about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And what about the concept, the content of the work, this story about democracy that it narrates?
It was more like trying to capture the way I portray the concept of democracy and how it is currently right now, and how it could be better for more people, for minorities, if there is a way we could be more transparent and see how governments, and not only governments, regulate and also spend the money that taxpayers do. Because right now, the democracy system we got in many issues, it just doesn't look right to my eyes.
Do you think that this is possible maybe through online systems?
Could you repeat that, please?
Do you think that this is kind of possible through online systems, online networks, online kind of exchange of information and networking and building communities?
There is a possibility, but we have to completely change the way we look at things and how we have handled the power and which people have the actual power. Because right now it just doesn't work. So a way we could do it would be with a more transparent system where everything is being recorded in a way, in a immutable system. Instead of just a piece of papers that can be hidden into places that no man can go.
So a kind of a blockchain, maybe management system of exchange of information and creating a kind of transparency.
I would put it this way, yeah. I would definitely put blockchain as one of the main technologies that we could use to proceed forward with what we got right now. But there are definitely more solutions, and definitely we're just at the infancy of a new age, that it would be better if it was more decentralized than centralized, because at the end of the day, the more data someone holds about people, the more power they have, and this concentration of power cannot lead to anything good.
Great.
Yeah, great statement, I believe.
Thank you, Menela, and thank you again for your work. And I hope to see you soon and have another collaboration in the future. Thank you.
I would really like to. Thank you very much for that. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was an amazing teaser, a very interesting introduction also to our next thematic, which is actually one of the important thematics and themes of the Common Lab. basically the part of Common Lab that addresses professional thinkers, artists, and practitioners, the state of the arts, in which basically the notion of the digital public sphere in relation to art becomes important. Also, after the COVID pandemic, the reception of art has changed, since artists and institutions have been somehow forced to move into the digital sphere. So what positive and negative possibilities follow the arts transition to the digital? Also, what is the new role of institutions, of art institutions, museums in the current context? Is the transition to the digital a triumph of resilience and art innovation, or is it a defeat and a retreat? New semantic relationships positioning the artwork alongside terms such as hypertext, interactive, simulated, virtual, network, blockchain, we've heard, and they are restructuring our view of the artistic sphere. On the other hand, the live arts, theater, performance, even installation art, and all forms that require participation, interaction, and dialogue are searching for ways to deal with the absence of physical presence. What are the alternatives beyond the documentation and online presentation of exhibitions and other events? In addition to digital tools, the relationship between the artist, the work of art, and the audience or user is being transformed by new parameters of production and diffusion. The implications of a perpetual and continuous mediation and actual remediation of content upon the formation of personal identities and even collective communities remain to be seen. How do participatory art forms social practices, and how both influence the formation of the so-called public? Do exhibition practices are defined as rituals or community building capacities change the modernist framework of what we know as making an exhibition, what sociologist Tony Bennett called the exhibitionary complex? How do evolving media, theories on media, influence the practices of artists and the expectation of viewers as co-creators of the works of art? As well-known German media philosopher Friedrich Kittler notes, the media, old or new, analog or digital, in the cloud or somewhere on earth, determine our situation. We will discuss these issues with practitioners and theorists in two separate panels. In the first panel, we will discuss with Karen Vandenberg, professor and chair of art theory and curating at the Zeppelin University in South Germany, Kay Watson, head of arts technologies in Serpentine in London, and George Drivas, visual artist and film director based in Athens. First, we will see their statements, and we will come together here in the studio for a discussion.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for the invitation to this very ambitious festival format. I was invited to make a 10-minute statement on how the public sphere has changed. The invitation even talks about the new public sphere. And I was asked to shed light on the new public sphere from the perspective of socially engaged art practice. With this, the festival already sends out a very decisive diagnosis, namely that the public sphere has changed significantly in recent years. First of all, I can agree with this, mainly because I'm convinced that the public sphere has taken on a planetary horizon. Both the pandemic and the climate emergency have revealed the dependence of people and other species on each other and made the vulnerability of social arrangements highly visible. In many respects, the pandemic, for instance, shed a new light on the role of the state. More clearly than for a long time, the state appeared as an actor, as an infrastructure on which its citizens depend. The pandemic therefore revealed two aspects. Firstly, that the state, and here I'm talking about my experience in Germany, often showed itself to be on the verge of being overstretched. And secondly, how much the state depends on the willingness of individuals to cooperate. The state and democratic states in particular became almost recognizable in their dependency on precisely this willingness to cooperate. A second aspect that has made super clear by the pandemic, the climate crisis and the digitization of everything, as Shoshana Zuboff calls it, is that the greatest threat to democracy is the progressive surrender of its own ability to act. Neither pandemics, nor the climate crisis, nor the global production of data flows in the 21st century can be regulated at a level of the nation state. Nevertheless, hardly any suitable supranational democratic infrastructures have been developed. Instead, more and more common goods are being put into the hands of big tech corporations. That means the crisis of democracy is really a crisis of the nation state. The success of an anti-democratic wealth authoritarian nationalism, therefore, paradoxically, owes to the fact that the model of the nation state is no longer fit for planetary crisis management. Because radical nationalism suggests that there is an exodus option, as if there were a kind of offshore life in a state beyond climate collapse, displacement, and pandemics. And of course, we all know that such an offshore state cannot exist. But what role do socially engaged art practice and artistic activism play in this context? First of all, it can be said that these art practices have entered different horizons of action, because the perception of the public space has indeed changed greatly due to pandemics, digitization, and climate emergency. And that has become, the climate emergency has become graspable and obvious. And behind this background, the entire care sector has experienced a new appreciation. The extent to which this is the case is shown by the fact that the next documenta has invited almost exclusively socially engaged art collectives. Art, care work, and what is called commons not only enter into new alliances, but emerge as a new field of action. The buzzwords of art are therefore no longer resistance, protests, and alternative counter-publics, but rather commons, care, and collectivity. In Germany, hardly any care initiative, such as Homeless with Future, for example, work without artists in their projects. In projects like this, it is by no means only the task of artists to act as figureheads or to use art as a marketing tool for these initiatives. Rather, artists are often themselves participants and providers of ideas for a new practice of solidarity, a new way of thinking, and a new attitude towards life. The new documenta directors, Ruan Grupa, declared, "Make friends, not art," as their working premise. Another indication that the public sphere, and therein also the role of art, is changing is the forming of new infrastructures in cultural politics. In Germany, artists, scientists, and politicians from the Green Party are currently campaigning for a project called Fonds Ästhetik und Nachhaltigkeit, Fund for Aesthetics and Sustainability. The fund advocates ecologically sustainable cultural production. The newly understood cultural production is to work on a new world relationship in which the relationship between art, politics, and science is redefined. A similar project started in Hamburg last year, the New Institute. The aim of this institute is to The aim of the institute is to develop and implement sustainable concepts for the future. To this end, people from science, art, media, activism, business, and politics receive fellowships to work on such concepts. Climate emergency, pandemic, and digitization have therefore not only changed the public sphere in a way that makes it natural to meet Bruno Latour, Donna Haraway, and Eva Illouz online in their private rooms, nor has it only become more common to organize cultural events outside on the streets or to have festivals and conferences outside in public places. Rather, a whole new function of artistic and cultural work is currently emerging. Berlin-based refugee project Neue Nachbarschaft Moabit, New Neighborhood Moabit, launched by Marina Naprushkina from Belarus, is now one of the largest citizen initiatives in Berlin. The initiative took over a beach bath that had been shut down by the city, and they refounded the Strandbad Tegelsee GmbH. The initiative repaired the facilities and reopened the beach bath in May 2021 as a center for recreation and culture, run by a group of activists and refugees. Such formations are new, and they situate artistic practice anew in the public sphere. In contrast to the avant-garde thinking of modernism, it is no longer considered as a proof of artistic quality to be misunderstood by the mainstream or to design projects that cannot be realized. Rather, artists are increasingly important actors in all kinds of initiatives directly involving in solving social problems. And what distinguishes them from conventional social work is the fact that they refer to a wider horizon. The art project Utopia Toolbox, for example, set up a container with a contemporary future ministry for dreams and utopias in Stuttgart next to a self-organized soup kitchen and a soup kitchen by and for homeless people and addicts. In contrast, the protest culture that was once so important for the arts has, in Germany at least, been taken over by anti-democratic, so-called unconventional thinkers, Querdenker, who murmur about corona dictatorship and use fake news to pursue a strategy of delegitimizing parliamentary democracy, and then sell this as criticism. Here a colorful grouping of right-wing extremist supporters of alternative medicine and vaccination opponents from the left alternative milieu have come together. It's a kind of wild mixture, appearing ever more aggressive and using semantics that can only be described as warmongering. Journalists have recently been attacked by these demonstrators. Independent reporting has thus become more and more dangerous. The bodies to the street logic of worldwide protest movements, which had emancipatory connotations with Occupy Wall Street, the Arab Spring, Black Lives Matter, the Umbrella Revolution in Hong Kong, and Fridays for Future, for instance, has acquired, and this is really irritating, a stale taste. The reason for this is an instrumental affirmation of unrest and sedition by radical right-wing movements and conspiracy theorists. Behind this backdrop, the call for freedom, empowerment, and self-determination, for which art has long felt responsible, can no longer be a short-term call for freedom, for the freedom of the individual in the here and now, but must become a call for the freedom and integrity of the many. From here, it is important to rethink the public sphere. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Hello, my name is Kay Watson and I'm Head of Arts Technologies at Serpentine. And I'm going to be talking very briefly about what our team at the Serpentine does and go into a little bit more detail about our recent project, Future Ecosystems, Art and the Metaverse. So to briefly introduce the Serpentine, for those of you who aren't familiar, we are a public art gallery that has championed new ideas in contemporary art since 1970. We've presenting exhibitions for the last 50 years from a wide range of emerging practitioners to internationally recognised artists. This all takes place across 2 sites in London's Kensington Gardens, where Serpentine presents a year-round free programme of exhibitions, education, live events and technological innovation in the park and beyond. So 2020 marked our 50th anniversary, so we're looking to the future with a programme responding to the key issues of today that includes ecology and the climate emergency, equality in education, architecture and the impact of advanced technologies. So I do often like to begin presentations with this image. This is a photograph from the launch of the Deep Listener, which was a site-specific AR and spatial audio project by Jakob Kurt-Steensen that was launched in 2019 and remains accessible in Kensington Gardens. I like to begin a talk about digital technologies with this image of congregation outside in the park by evoking the words of Ursula Le Guin, who reminds us that technology is the active human interface with the material world, and that technology in this digital space is part of our everyday lived experience and all of the political implications that come with that. So that's a key motivator for how we approach this at the Serpentine. So the Arts Technologies programme began in 2013. At its core, we propose critical and interdisciplinary perspectives on advanced technologies through artistic interventions. So we have 2 main capabilities. The first is commissioning, which is our production-focused work where we build teams and support artists to develop ambitious projects. And the second, which is the foundation of the first, is our R&D platform that aims to support the development of new infrastructures for ongoing artistic exploration and interrogation of advanced and emerging technologies. So this is a space for long-term research, experimentation and risk-taking and interdisciplinary partnerships. That includes a number of labs in areas of strategic importance, which includes synthetic ecologies, which is led by the designer Yaseman Sherry, legal collaborations in art, tech and science, which is led by Alana Kushnir of Guesswork Agency, blockchain and specifically DAOs, led by Ruth Catlow at Furtherfield, and creative AI, led by my colleague Ava Yeager and Mercedes Bunz at King's College, as well as future ecosystems, which I will go on to talk a little bit about further. And this is all part of our public remit to sector convene art and technology, which is part of our public funding from Arts Council England, and therefore means we aim to share all of our work with the rest of the sector. So these images show the breadth of the work that's coming from our team in explorations of both the front end and back end of art making and supporting through a series of these R&D labs, commissioning, public events, discussions and research. So that was a very brief introduction. So I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail about future art ecosystems, which is a really vital part of this work. And in particular, some of the ideas behind Future Art Ecosystems 2, Art and the Metaverse, which was released as a report in July 2021. And I will continue to refer to it as FAE2. So Future Art Ecosystems is our annual strategic briefing conceived in collaboration with Rival Strategy, who are a London-based studio that helps organisations evolve their strategic imagination and operations. And our aim was to be able to do this in relation to the art field. So strategy for the arts written by the arts, having seen a number of strategic reports coming from other sources. So with the release of each briefing, our aim is to provide concepts, references, language and arguments towards the construction of 21st century cultural infrastructure, as we call it, the systems that can support the production, distribution, management and financialization of art that engages with advanced technologies, while being responsive to wider social issues that these technologies raise. The process of which is supported by research interviews, roundtables, as well as landscape mapping and other forms of research. And the briefing each time is supported by a large number of contributors and advisors from across art, tech, policy, gaming, architecture and design, and very importantly, a very large number of artists. So why did we choose to focus on the metaverse and why now? We always like to begin with a caveat about the term metaverse, particularly after recent events. But we've chosen to lead with this rather than one of the other terms in use at the moment. So spatial web, spatial computing, immersive internet, Web3, D-Web. At the time of the pre-Meta announcement. Because to quote one of our contributors, Kia Kreutler, it's useful language to be able to talk about this planetary infrastructure project and the future of the internet. And its slipperiness does make it quite a good narrative device. So we were developing this project throughout the first and second waves of the pandemic in 2020 and early 2021, as many arts organisations were forced to move entirely online, highlighting the insufficiency of historical digital strategy in many areas of the field, while seeing the wide reach of the games industry, not only in games itself, but huge growth during the pandemic, but the way that the infrastructure is used across many other fields, including all of our commissions over the last 8 years, in addition to a huge surge of investment into the technologies that will underwrite the construction of whatever this metaverse or metaverses are, driven largely by the vision of the games industry. And you can refer to the mission of Tim Sweeney at Epic or Herman Narila at Probable as examples of that. So to be more specific about what we mean by the metaverse, I think what I'm talking about here, we're talking about, is global infrastructure, not simply VR or AR, which is how it's often defined in opinion pieces. This is effectively what we've created here is an aggregate, an average of various definitions that are out there, and particularly strategist Matthew Ball. So it describes a vision of a digital layer of reality that is spatial and 3D, real time, shared with multiple concurrent users, persistent, exists, which means it continues to exist and evolve even when users aren't interacting with it. It's hybrid and layered, integrated between virtual and physical layers, but perceived as a single reality. It's interoperable in that it's possible to exchange assets and carry over avatars and value. and move seamlessly between worlds, potentially, and generates functioning economies that merge with and influence the global economy. So, of course, in the last months, we've seen the latest array of metaverse announcements, not only from big tech, but from entertainment, governments, and so forth. In particular, the renaming of Facebook to Meta. Enough said on that, really. We can talk about that more if you'd like. While we fully appreciate this is a highly ambitious endeavour, we think this is a good moment for the public and cultural sector to step into this conversation, given that these commercial drivers are building this public narrative and making a lot of claims about how these systems are open, transparent, and accountable. And there are numerous questions, not only on this, but around the governance of these new platforms in terms of regulation, user rights, on whether this is just a continuation of the same issues of Web 2, or whether Web 3 will be different. So from the perspective of cultural institutions, what we are saying is that the construction of the metaverse is also shifting our understanding of what digital is in relation to what we do as institutions, and that today it's no longer possible, and I'm sure many of you will agree that it's never been possible to speak of physical and digital realms as separate. So, as I've already said, in the context of the global pandemic, cultural institutions that have previously associated themselves with physical sites and experiences were forced to go online to deliver on their missions. This leads us to further questions about the efficacy of digital strategy grounded in digitally amplifying and building on physical spaces in cultural institutions. Using digital to draw people to physical spaces, or the understanding of digital as a set of tools. So in the report, we refer to this as the white cube model. Therefore, we know that there needs to be a profound shift in what we mean by digital strategy and investment to support artists in emerging technological spaces and to represent the interests of our many and varied audiences. The building blocks of the metaverse that we're most familiar to everyone is what in the report we call an advanced virtual environment that is built with the infrastructure of the games industry, and that the core of this is the game engine. Now, I'm sure you know, but just to be sure, for those of you unfamiliar, this is the software with which you build video games and game worlds. So this software acts as a hub for creating visuals, audio, mechanics of these advanced virtual environments. In addition, the most well-known of these, which are Unity and Unreal, are available to use through flexible licensing arrangements, and therefore mostly for free. I apologise if you can hear my cat meowing. In recent years, this technology is absolutely everywhere, as I've already said, from CGI to film and TV productions, simulations for scientific research, town planning, industrial design. The infrastructure of the games industry is part of the digital functionality of many different sectors in society. And we draw particular attention to this piece of technology because it already allows for a lot of the features that we've described in terms of creating real-time 3D interactive spatial environments with multiple users and increasingly complex economies, such as those that exist in massive multiplayer online worlds. Combined with the other emerging and enabling technologies such as cloud computing, 5G, advanced GPUs, and so on, some of these properties of these visions of a metaverse are already here, and some are 5, 10, 15 years away. And regardless, they're increasingly being integrated into mainstream societal infrastructure, and the game engine potentially functioning as an interface layer to this metaverse stack. So I just want to divert us for a moment just to talk about supporting artistic experimentation with advanced technologies, which is the reason I'm here. Here are a selection of artists who were contributors to FAE2. So to go through, this is Danielle Braithwaite-Shirley, David Blandy and Larry Champong, Kaiken and Sam Rolfs. What we know is that there is a need for more integration with artistic and production processes and access to diverse dissemination and business models, which is really difficult for organisations to provide in terms of systematic and systemic support for these kinds of practices. And so also we've been looking to art adjacent fields, including blockchain, gaming, film and architecture. And it's interesting to see how these sectors are engaging with this shift in the digital, or have been engaging with this shift in the digital condition, and how they've been supporting emerging hybrid and experimental practices. So I only have time to focus on one because I'm probably already over time, and I'll speak very briefly about indie games, which is ultimately the genesis of the games industry as we know it today. An incredibly interesting area of culture production where risk-taking and experimentation are taking place. It's not to say this is a utopia, because it certainly isn't. But there are a number of business models available to cultural producers that are supported by direct-to-consumer publishing platforms, access to a multiplicity of tools that are supported, such as game engines, financial mechanisms such as Kickstarter, Patreon and Ko-Fi, as well as policies such as video games tax relief, combined with the ability to create social and economic relationships with communities via early access, testing, streaming, and so on, that enable large-scale user engagement. All the elements combined to create this large-scale ecosystem. Now, these adjacent fields offer commercial, developmental, and civic engagement opportunities for artists experimenting with these advanced technologies. Yet, something we are keen to point to is how this is still fragmented and, of course, largely commercially driven, whereas we feel for an accountable, transparent evolution of this space, that artistic and experimental visions need additional venues of support, or additional avenues of support. So in terms of what comes next, I will not pretend to have an answer. And much of what I have and will discuss has been, proposed and discussed before in different contexts. Yet in the context of this pandemic and this emerging metaverse space, cultural organisations need to develop ways to engage with it and drive its development or risk, not only becoming irrelevant, but for many other reasons. And we know that there are huge amounts of barriers to this. We put forward a thought experiment of the user experience of art, the UX of art, shown on the diagram here in relation to the white cube model, in which the sector puts users and missions at the centre of institutional decision making and assesses its capabilities in relation to the functions of the organisation should be serving. One reason for this is it allows institutions to recognise artists and non-gallery audience communities as stakeholders, to these organisations to become capabilities-led in a slightly more cooperative environment. So in terms of this shift in strategy, we propose that there needs to be investment into 5 particular areas, which we refer to as the 5 vectors of 21st century cultural infrastructure. This is where I will end. So we know that cultural organisations cannot do this alone, competing for funds, audiences and relevance. So a new policy for an interoperable, for which, for lack of a better phrase, an interdependent cultural sector is necessary. Interoperability between organisations in the cultural sector and adjacent fields, whether gaming, blockchain, film or architecture, or certain niches of the tech sector, is a prerequisite for distributing risks at a sufficiently large scale. So on the most basic level, this means more long-term collaborative projects between organisations and an investment into operational processes that are geared towards these partnerships. So in terms of advanced production capabilities, could cultural institutions have greater equity in infrastructure in the infrastructure that they develop? So this is certainly lacking in most production, as most production is outsourced and fundraising happens around specific projects rather than longer term commitments to developing new skills sets or infrastructures. However, individual organisations do not have the scale of operation to do this, all of this production in-house, and to be investing in technical infrastructure, which obviously bears a lot of risks. So for that, we think that policy interventions are necessary. Also, recognising and supporting new economic and distribution models. The art market and public art funds cannot remain the only 2 available business models for doing art. We've been looking at economic models in virtual worlds, which is the kind of closed world systems like you see with MMOs, like EVE Online, or more decentralised visions of value distribution and user agency fueled by the blockchain industry. I will move on to the next point, which is, in terms of devising new systems of measurement, this is especially key as Metrics are the way that we attribute value and impact. Footfall and number of clicks are not particularly sophisticated or nuanced ways of measuring the value that cultural institutions are bringing and could be bringing to a much broader ecosystem. So new systems of measurement could allow organisations to be more inventive about the value they generate and to be able to show how that value serves its stakeholders and missions. And finally, developing deeper engagement with users as stakeholders. This is a shifting away from the 19th century trope of general audience and developing a more nuanced take on the types of users that each organisation has and what kinds of value exchanges happens between these users and organisations. This would involve investment into skills and knowledge that underwrite the ability to facilitate artistic experimentation with advanced technologies, not only relating to production, but for curating, archiving, collecting, presentation, hosting, in addition to more operational and community management positions and so forth. So I should say that Future Ecosystems is an ongoing process, and we're always interested to speak to people who are interested in this work or have questions. These 5 vectors will form the basis of the next Future Ecosystems, which will be Phase 3 in 2022, which will be focusing on these systems of measurement that support creativity, experimentation and accountability in art and technology, with a view to prototyping some of these metrics in the ecosystem. In the meantime, thank you very much for listening.
Some years ago, I faced the challenge of documenting and hopefully transmitting to another medium the viewing experience of my installation, made for and premiered in the Greek Pavilion at the Venice Art Biennale 2017. The original work was expanding in 250 square meters in 2 levels. With a total of 12 different sources of audio and visual information spread in the space, visitors were invited to lose themselves in a maze of narrational fragments. By deciding to do a VR version of it, I succeeded to recreate 2 main aspects of the original work. Firstly, the fragmentation of the narration, where the spectator had to explore and collect different sources of information in order to understand the narrative plot, and secondly, the possible feeling of orientation loss, since in the original installation the visitor had to get lost in a labyrinth of directions. Nevertheless, an important question that I had to answer again was about the navigation or help I should offer to my visitors, a question that I had to answer already by the physical construction of the work. How much do I help them navigate in a way that they manage to explore my version of the work? And to what extent I leave them to get completely lost without any direction or help? What was more important to me? The assurance of a particular perception of my work, or the facilitation of an autonomous experience of it, no matter the outcome? Could I see my work as an open platform, a non-linear game to play with various ends or no end at all? Shouldn't the new digital world open endless possibilities where nothing is determined anymore? And shouldn't its work itself function as an invitation to the visitor and user to get lost in an undefined ride among possible meanings, but also forms of the artwork? If yes, then maybe we shouldn't talk about artworks at all anymore, We should talk about completely decentralized, art-driven experiences, creative artistic challenges as new kinds of artworks. So the role of the digital creator might be to address virtual spaces and digital technologies as processes, as sites of an endless cultural production, transformation, and meaning from many different users, rather than spaces for just exhibiting a specific artwork. The digital virtual art space could be a world of constant manipulation, a space in endless flux. In the VR version of my Venice Biennale work, I hesitated to completely open the navigation possibilities for the user, but I'm happy that I did it in my most recent one. In my latest website-specific work that I've just finished and present here as beta version called Kaizo, humans dressed like avatars are crawling like animatronics in empty digital spaces. Who are they and what do they do in these spaces? They try to make their own choices, they try to move forward, but they are constantly failing, finding themselves again and again at the start of their journey. In a way, they are lost in their exploration. The new digital space opens up possibilities and questions, new perspectives, but also new barriers for them. It moves on and stays the same. It changes and never changes at the same time. The narrative of Kaizo is split into chapters, which viewers are invited not only to organize into a unified whole, but also to choose whether to see or not at all. They choose what to see, how, and in what order. They create their own versions, combining, adding, or subtracting different chapters of the story with or without sound, music, moving or still image, and voiceover. All the elements of the story, both technical and structural, are a question of choice. The chapters are selected on the basis of titles, which the viewers scroll through and choose, creating the list of contents of the artwork they're about to see. The final outcome could be a few minutes, could be hours, or could be endless if the algorithm of the work is left to do choices by itself without any user interaction. The multi-channel editing of Kaizo tells us that this is not just one work but many, not one story but many, or perhaps many versions of a single story, whatever that may be. My own possible version of my work exists as one of its many versions. The active or activated viewer becomes the trained user of a new method, and the multi-channel editing proposes for that viewer an open route of creation or recreation. The same user could be also watching passively the endless automatic recreations of their work by its algorithm. If my work proposes a new completely open and manipulative audiovisual artwork and a new style of creator-spectator relation, then I insist to some questions. Who has access to technology and software or hardware in order to produce and reproduce or just enjoy new enhanced digital art experiences? Further than that, who creates the tools which lead the way of the creative construction? Who has the digital power and who decides who has that power? Who gets to create and deliver those digital pieces of art and in which space or digital land? If we, all digital creators, contribute to the construction of a new VR world, who gets to be part of this metaverse? And who gets to decide about it? What should be private in them and what should be public? And last but not least, the fragmentation and complete relativization of the production, form, and meaning of a digital artwork means also no specific conclusions at all. When everything is a matter of choices, co-creations, and constant re-editing, what exactly do we say when we don't say anything specific anymore. In an era of fragments, we are increasingly called upon to seek, select, and unify the scattered meanings of diffuse information. Everything exists around us equally, for a brief while, or perhaps a little longer, constantly changing and constantly demanding our choice. We filter, evaluate, and create meaning through a constant editing of uninterrupted sources of information, even though we are unavoidably part of precisely that informational noise. The first we can do is to realize this. Multi-channel digital interactive art and user-activated co-creation is the tool that arises almost inevitably, not to make us forget or go beyond formal, conceptual, and meaningful specifications, but to not stop clarifying them again and again. By playing with meanings and forms, and by sometimes randomly choosing, we evaluate and constantly reproduce and readjust our position to the world around us. A world we co-create with every single choice we make. A world which is constantly beginning and ending, which is never completed and never comes to a conclusion, which is unfortunately perpetually dying and fortunately perpetually being reborn, which is unstoppably being recomposed and challenged. And I hope it will never stop challenging us to raise every time the right questions, and possibly, even for a while, finding the right answers to them.
Έχει τελειώσει.
Ακούγεται να ρωτά. Ποιος ξέρει.
Απαντά.
Μπορεί και όχι. Ίσως δεν θα τελειώσει ποτέ.
Ίσως στην πραγματικότητα μόλις ξεκίνησε. Ή ακόμα χειρότερα.
Ίσως δεν έχει ξεκινήσει καν ακόμη.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Karen. Hello, Kay. Hello, George. That was more than insightful. That was really a kind of like avalanche of information, I believe, that we're asked here to discuss. Thank you very much, first of all, for your contributions, and thank you for being with us today here. I will start with perhaps one first question that I have in mind, also being inspired by the last questions that George put forward, and I'm trying somehow to bridge also what Karen and Kay said earlier on. So let me try to make an analogy, and we can say that the crisis of democracy is a crisis of the nation state, clearly at Karen's contribution, and the crisis of the nation state also relates to the crisis of the public sphere in general, at least the old-fashioned public sphere. This is somehow counteracted by the development of the metaverse. I will just put that as a kind of like thesis. What it means, of course, to be counteracted, that would be a question perhaps to discuss more. The metaverse, is this in a way a reflection of the crisis of democracy? I understand that this is a kind of edgy question. To put it more clear, is the metaverse going to be owned by the corporate environment, or is it going to be part of the communities? Is it already part of the communities? How it would look in the future? Perhaps Karen and Kay would like first to kick off the discussion.
Ooh. I was thinking how the term metaverse actually is related to the public sphere, and I'm not quite sure. What I find interesting is that there are certain terms that are new within the discussion about the public sphere. And one is the ecosystem. It's really interesting that the term ecosystem is very often used in this context, not only by people who are into technology and digitization, but also by people who are in this Bodies to the Streets movement. And the term metaverse here relates not only to ecology, ecosystems, but rather also to the planetary dimension, I would say, that digitization suddenly has a kind of planetary dimension. And that also shows that all the organization, the way how we organize the public sphere, maybe in times where, as George said, we are in a very fragmented public. This seems to be a very strong contradiction to me. On the one hand, we talk about bubbles and echo cameras and so on and so forth. And on the other hand, we talk about the metaverse. And I ask myself, what is in between these two very, very different dimensions? I don't have an answer to that. But I find it really interesting that we are dealing with new terms, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's also like the question also here to provoke questions on finding answers, perhaps together or not. Kay, what would you say on that? Maybe to expand a little bit more also. I know it's a kickoff, so we have to warm up.
I mean, what a question. I mean, I don't know if I can answer that. I mean, there are numerous parts to your question. I think it's interesting what you say, Karen, about the term ecosystem. I think it's used a lot in the art field, a lot to talk about sort of interconnectedness, if you like, in addition to that sort of greater, or, I mean, I think there's always been awareness of this, but this sort of impending awareness of what's happening at a planetary scale with regards the climate, but also with politics. And also, I think one thing about the metaverse is we're using it in a singular here, and I think that that is one of the issues, which is that it's not a single. I mean, there is definitely planetary scale infrastructure, but it's not. It's a plurality of things that are happening. So I think that's very important. But the narrative that's coming out of what I would consider to be all of the commercial drivers of this, harking back to, metaverse is an old term that is sort of being that was dystopian in the first place in Neil Stephenson's book, but is sort of being brought back in this kind of exciting new era of possibility. And there's a lot being said about openness, about accountability, and that is where, I mean, at least I have my concerns, because it comes very much from the private sector. And what is the role of the public sector in that? I think there's also an interesting thing, I think you've already alluded to this, about what we mean by public. And this is definitely a sort of some work that we're doing now, and I also do not have an answer to, which is, whether we're talking about how organizations are constructed, looking at the setup of organizations, and this differs in different jurisdictions, of course, like legal setup of organizations, public and private, or whether we're talking about public interest, or are we talking about civic, all of which have different connotations. And I think that's also an interesting thing to think about, is what are we actually talking about here when we talk about the public sphere? There is a non-answer for you.
Wonderful. I love non-answers as a starting point, actually. But clearly, you have pointed out also the issue, in a way. I mean, we talk, to make it also more concrete, Serpentine has a public face, a public profile. It is accountable publicly. So, of course, there is already there, I would say, from my point of view, there is a kind of like distinction, right? I mean, I understood also your statement as actually an appeal somehow to fill in, let's say, those voids of what is public today, or like what is, let's say, the notion of communities today, to fill them in with, let's say, contemporary, high-end, updated material. And this material is the material that makes up the universes in plural. I will then perhaps go like that. George, what would you like to comment on that? I mean, you put forward some very kind of like edgy questions in the end of your statement.
Well, I guess I expressed my fears already in my video, and taking from you the crisis of democracy, or any crisis of our society is definitely reflected on the metaverse. That was also kind of what I said in the video, and it reminds me a little bit of the discussions we had 20 years ago when the internet started, by the late 90s, and we all thought that's the new free world, which is not, obviously. So again, the same thing, metaverse, and it's promised to us basically till now from big corporations or from big game companies as the new, the new free world, and it has a tricky characteristic of metaverse, and also the new non-linear games that they leave you choices, and that is very tricky because they give you the pseudo feeling that you're free, that you can be different from others by doing exactly the same, by the way. So I'm very careful on that. Obviously, since it's something that it's coming, for better or worse, we cannot close our eyes. We cannot just negatively being on a distance to it. We should be part of it, criticize it, and kind of monitor it, if you like. And I just wanted to add another thought based on what Karen said, which I found very interesting, this in-betweenness. Can we be in between? Can we be on and off, in and out? And I'm not sure which is better or worse, because right now I feel that there are people that would be able to be part of it very quickly, and people that would be left out for very long. But on the other side, another kind of dystopian scenario would be that everybody is in and nobody can go out anymore.
I think it's...
you referred to gaming just now, George, and your work also, Kaizo, even the title is lent by the world of gaming, and it kind of, I think, translates storytelling strategies from the world of gaming to the world of film. So how was this process of translating the world of gaming into film, and what are also the different versions of the work when someone is viewing it online and when someone is viewing it possibly in a gallery space or physical space? Is there a kind of two versions of the work, or it's going to be the same thing?
Yeah, first of all, clearly my inspiration comes from games, and I'm interested a lot of what I just said a little bit, what's happening there. I mean, metaverse is not really new. It became new just because Facebook announced it. We knew about that kind of, and we knew a lot about gaming environments. Maybe Fortnite is the best example that turned themselves to pretty much experience worlds where you can see concerts or different other stuff. So doing the step, if you like, from a more concrete thing to do to a broader experience. And that is, for me, metaverse. It's an extended game environment where gaming more. kind of, or actually everything is a game. I don't know which is better or worse, and then both. In a way, we should be very careful of these things. They sound new and maybe interesting, but it's kind of the old bullshit again. Somehow, a very good example. Yesterday, Sotheby's auctioned Banksy, and I'm not interested about if Banksy is good or bad, but not my point. I auctioned a street artist on Decentraland, and of course you can pay with Ethereum or Bitcoin. So this is our new world, this is the new hype, which is all bullshit again, pretty much. And so these things are very much interested me, and I wanted to bring in an art experience, if you like. You can choose what you can choose exactly: how to die, how to lose. That's why Kaizo. Let me explain a little bit for people who doesn't know. Kaizo is game modifications made by gamers themselves. In a way, it's a kind of hacking where they manipulate the games in order to make them more difficult. You can have, let's say, Kaizo Super Mario, which is a very difficult version of Super Mario, which is made by gamers themselves in order to do it even more difficult, so to enjoy more and more endless playing without winning. It's kind of sadomasochistic losing process, endless losing process. But this is kind of interesting because it's like I have a lot of choices how to lose. This is the metaverse for me.
Right.
This is the new world. They give me a lot of choices how to lose if I manage to go in, which is also another question. As I said before, nobody is immediately in that. But even if you are, it doesn't really change everything. So this is so I don't want you to monopolize the conversation. This is pretty much my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it was very clear what you said. In a way, I mean, like mentioning the hacking process, okay, which I think is also important. I mean, we can perhaps also think about like metaverses as allowing for the opportunity for hacking, for allowing for hacking, and then maybe go on in a discussion about those alternative publics and alternative public spheres that we discussed earlier on, perhaps. I would like also perhaps now to maybe in a second stage, like it will be nice if you have questions to each other. Shall we play this game now? Karen, just
Karen
please.
is ready.
Yeah, I was just, I tried to respond on what George just said, because what I find really interesting is, or also a little bit scary, about the term metaverse and the whole tech guru futuristic ideas behind it. What I find really scary that to me it refers to a kind of offshore public, as if we can leave the planetary to something else that has this promise that we can maybe leave all the problems behind that we have on our planet. And therefore, to me, it has nothing to do with the public sphere, where we have to struggle and where we have to deal with antagonistic situations and fights, and there's always already someone else who already inhabits the place where we want to go. And the term metaverse, to me, seems to be as if there is something that is endless, and that there is a sphere where we can leave the political struggles that we have to maybe be in or to fight for. Yeah. So that's what I find interesting about it.
Yeah, I think
also scary.
Yeah. I think it's very important, very interesting what you're talking about. The offshore public can be also like related to a kind of like grand fantasy, perhaps, about like transhumanism, right? Like, you know, leave your mind and your experiential self inside the box, right? So of course, these have been always kind of like, let's say, stories that relate to that, and they're old stories, by the way, as also George said. But perhaps, I don't know, it will be interesting to like develop it a little bit more and see how, I don't know if Kay would like to add in something on that, to see or to perhaps discuss about this kind of like, let's say, alternative ideas of what it means, or is there possibilities for making politics, talking about an antagonistic political beings within a absolutely growing, let's say, or something which is still in the becoming and can be called metaverses. So if we don't take metaverse as a granted situation, but as an option, as a possibility. So can we think along that line? I don't know. Kay, I don't know. Do you have something to add in, or?
I mean, I can maybe make a few comments. I don't know if I can. I don't want to make any claims. In any specific way. I think, you know, I come at this. Obviously, I work in a contemporary art institution that works in a specific way, but I also come at this as someone who plays games and loves games.
Great.
And has an appreciation of this. I understand where things are highly problematic. But I'm coming at it as someone who also, you know, interacts with people in this space. And I think it's an important space. I think there's definitely, I am hyper aware of this kind of separation or escapism that can occur when we talk about these sort of virtual worlds. But I do think that when you speak to lots of people who are active in these spaces, they will talk about it in a very different way. I mean, I think there are some really valuable, important communities that build around particular like political and social ideas within particularly MMOs. You know, and I'll even refer to the work of Danielle Braithwaite-Shirley, who she's using this technology in order to archive Black trans experience. And I think that this is very much about connecting to, you know, real world experience. That said, you know, the sort of disappearance of the body is a concerning one, for sure. And I think it's also, you know, in my slightly more expanded sort of thought of what this sort of, when we're talking about this infrastructure project, and its connection to physical space, I guess I'm talking very specifically, maybe I'm not talking politically, I'm just talking about the interaction between like the material world and our digital experience. You know, things like surveillance, like a lot of this stuff there's already a huge amount in the infrastructure of the world that connects these two things together. And so therefore I would potentially argue does have an impact on our sort of real political life. But that is not to say I don't believe in sort of moving ourselves into these, you know, the Ready Player One scenario is not a good one. So they are just my two thoughts there. I don't know if that answers the question. I'm trying to, I guess I'm like, thinking about it myself as someone who, you know, I'm a producer and I work in a very specific context, and I find it quite difficult to, you know, I have an understanding of like of national, international politics, but I find it difficult to make any great claims on that kind of quite abstract level. So that's why I'm very much thinking about it in terms of sort of my particular context.
Well, that was also clear. I mean, it's also like, for me, my question was, I mean, talking about political, it was more like in a broader understanding of the political, of course, not specific, like linked to politics. And what I'm saying by that, I mean, you know, I could imagine, and of course they do exist, like simple video games, for example, that they for example, then relate to a kind of like indigenous communities, or talk about ecological aspects. I mean, of course, I mean, I don't think that we are technophobic here. That's not the point. And hopefully it was clear. It was more about, like, let's say, how content or the architecture of producing and distributing can be linked to, well, what we believe, at least, like being like meaningful content. I think that was more or less like the discussion. And if that discussion can be linked then to a more or less like political understanding of that metaverse, which is in its becoming. I don't know if George would like to comment on that.
Sure. Just wanted to continue everybody's thought by saying that clearly what I'm saying, and it sounds negative, obviously, doesn't mean that either myself or anybody else should exclude any presence or any actions in the metaverse or in any similar thing. Or on the contrary, we should address these contradictions. We should be part of them and see what we can do about it. Even see how we can use these contradictions in order to change them. I cannot provide a lot of information about it, but I know that I think in Fortnite, some gamers created a small library in it, where so people from countries where certain books are abandoned could go in there and find them. I read about it. I found it extremely interesting. I'm sorry I cannot provide more information on that, but just an example. So metaverse is not our life. It has contradictions, but we live and we fight for them.
I think it was a very clear example, actually, of the intercrossings as well, like between like the multiple verses, to put it this way, right?
No, I think also that there are communities that are more maybe familiarized with this kind of strategies because they are part of this gaming, let's say, well, which I'm not part of at all. So I remember I forget her name right now, but the former director of the Institute for the Future somewhere in San Francisco was saying that the gamer can also be the kind of hope for their future because through these gaming communities that they form with people that you have no idea who they are, where they are, their background, etc. There is a sense of grouping together in order to achieve the end of the game, the mission. So there is a sense of solidarity, there is a sense of open-mindedness, you forget about stereotypes, etc. And you develop the ability to create like an epic meaning because you're going to win this epic mission. So she was saying that it was if you're a gamer, you can change the world if you try to really bring in these strategies also into the daily life, into your daily practice. But what I wanted to ask also, building on this kind of sense of insecurity on part of Kay to really make a big claim or to come up with a specific answer, shifting a little bit the discussion. Lately, I feel that there is a great pressure on the part of institutions, residency programs for artists to come up with like big solutions for the future. There is a lot of programs asking for, and I think Karen also mentioned this in her talk, like art, science, and technology, and now we will create the big narrative for the future, the new social imaginary, something that will solve all the environmental crises, etc., etc. I feel that this is a great pressure on artists, and even though there are maybe a lot of very creative and advanced and innovative solutions, they don't really translate into everyday life. They are not really impactful on society because they don't reach society in this grand narrative. There are maybe other smaller, more art for social change directed projects that can make smaller changes on the local level. And there is a kind of contradiction there, like from one end to the other. It's not so much of a question, but would you like to, maybe for our last minutes, comment on that?
Karen, I think you want to start, yeah?
I think that if one thing has really changed during the last, let's say, 5 or 10 years, it's the relation between the local and what we now don't call the global, but the planetary dimension. I think there is a new connection between that. The local formerly was, as Bruno Latour underlines and puts it, formerly was the sphere of conservative and traditional people. And now the local has become totally different, because it's the place where, or the sphere where we can build communities and where we can maybe create what we call commons. And these are then related to a planetary dimension and to what we think of ecological questions and so on and so forth. So it's not a contradiction between these two, but it's rather a new connection that has come up. And in this, the function of the artist has changed. The function of the artist is not anymore. I wouldn't say that there's this pressure that they have to become problem providers for all the planetary problems or so. I would rather say that artists are rather seen as people who do knowledge production with other people, with other scientists and people from the community. And there is a particular knowledge that comes from these communities, which doesn't come from science or the academic sphere anymore, but is produced in these communities. I don't know whether this is a proper answer to your question.
Kay?
Yeah, I really agree on that point about knowledge production in collaboration with other communities. I think to talk about this from a slightly like institutional, pragmatic sort of perspective, I think one issue, I think there is definitely pressure on artists, not necessarily to deliver an answer, but to be able to work in these situations. And I think, you know, we're also existing in a time where we still don't necessarily pay artists properly or support them to be able to work in that way. And I think much of that has to do with the sort of infrastructure of perhaps more legacy institutions than the newer institutions that are built around specific missions, where infrastructure is built around the sort of an older model, maybe, of I don't work in a collections-based institution, but around the exhibition as the primary sort of mode of function. And so if the infrastructure is not working for this kind of new, or not, it's not new at all, but for these kinds of practices, it definitely creates like a real problem within how artists are supported or able to be supported by institutions. So I think that there is an issue within infrastructure, and that we can say that in the public sector or in the private sector. And I think there's also a historical, I mean, I'm coming from the UK context, where obviously Brexit adds a whole other layer of a whole other political dimension to this conversation as well. But, you know, where there has been historically from at a government level, certain expectations placed on institutions, you know, via metrics to deliver programs in a certain way. So, we can look to the 90s in the UK where it was about the sort of the social value. Or now, in particularly in the UK, like the replacement of secondary education with the work that comes out of the education departments from public galleries. So I think that there is, I always come back to the question that the sort of infrastructural insufficiencies within our institutions. And that's not to say that we're not trying, because we certainly are.
Indeed.
That was very clear.
Would you like also, George, to make a last comment on this?
It needs a lot of time, I think, to integrate artists in this conversation, not because the artists have a problem, but in a way, the mentality and also the collaborative infrastructures are not really there in a proper way. I remember in the peak of the financial crisis, being invited suddenly as an artist to talk about how we can make our society better. And I was thinking, suddenly, look at that. They remember of the artists as people who might have an idea about it. Until then, we were just some crazy people doing weird stuff. And now, as Lydia very correctly said, we're invited to more applied stuff, how we can make our city greener. Simple stuff, let's not save the world. It's very difficult. Let's not find solutions for everything. Let's make our city greener. Invite some artists. Maybe they have an idea, because we politicians who have no idea at all. And most of the time it's not working. So my point is, sure, I'm the first one who believes in collaborations. I integrate collaborations with other professional worlds in my work. I always enjoyed with science, with sociology, with whatever. Definitely, it's a very good idea. It needs to be worked on a lot more. It needs to be built upon certain structures and mentalities which are going to hopefully last and not be for just a few years more until we feel pseudo-safe again, and then we go the same way as always.
Well, I think it's a lot to be discussed. Thank you very much. I have to say, I have the feeling we just picked up on the tip of the iceberg, right? So clearly this is a beginning, a moment of inaugurating this kind of discussions. Thank you very much for your statements and for your virtual, analog, slight in-between presence. And hope to see you also again in the State of the Arts program, which is a continuous program. This is the first basic presentation of that with the public face. Thank you very much.
Thank you also. And may I add, how amazing would it be if someone actually hacked Kaizo?
That's a good idea.
I think it would be, I don't know, if there is a gamer out there, it's a challenge. I think it would be a really nice cycle.
I'll take that. Thank you.
Kay, did you want to say something? I think Kay wanted to make a comment.
No.
No, just to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
For inviting us.
Curtains up. The protagonist is standing still. Stage right. Wrong. The protagonist is standing still. Screen right. Your screen right. And the audience is sitting still. Auditorium. Correction, the audience is sitting still somewhere, or maybe standing not very still, or lying, or doing a headstand. This feels weird. But the protagonist continues, as the protagonist is aware that the protagonist is being watched. Watched by the audience. The audience is also aware that they are being watched. Watched by the protagonist. No, the audience is not being watched. The relationship between the two has altered, or rather disrupted, because by the end of this performance, the protagonist and the audience should have been in some way be transformed together. But how can they be transformed if they are apart? The audience remains invisible and wonders if they will be transformed. They won't. The protagonist is ready to save whatever can be saved, and so the protagonist smiles. The audience smiles with him. The protagonist soon realizes that behind the screen nothing can be saved, and so the protagonist cries. The audience cries with him. Nothing was saved. The protagonist is alone. The audience is not part of this performance. The audience is somewhere else. Here, the audience is a distant object to perceive and interpret. The audience is not part of what should have been a transformation. The protagonist on this stage, screen, has no purpose. Because the protagonist cannot exist without the audience. Because the audience cannot exist without the protagonist. Because the two of them cannot exist without each other, cannot exist as protagonist and as audience. Their existence depends on each other's role, on each other's position, the stage, the auditorium, on each other's transformation. The protagonist poses. The protagonist decides to be transformed by herself. The protagonist decides to die. And so the protagonist pierces their heart. While the protagonist is dying on stage, the audience becomes a witness to this death, observes this death from a safe distance. Power is shifted. The protagonist exits, dead, screen left. The audience stays alive, somewhere, curtains down.
Halo.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Ja povodom ovog oglasa.
Dobar dan. Pozdravljam. Hvala.
Kako ste?
Dobro, nije vaše.
Ne. Nema na čemu. Je li ovo ozbiljna stvar ili je ovo neka skrivena kamera?
Nije skrivena kamera, umjetnost je vrlo ozbiljna stvar.
Znam da je umjetnost ozbiljna stvar, nego ovaj način na kojim tražite sagovornike za istu temu, pa me zanima istog razloga pitam.
Pa u biti, to je jedna intervencija u javnom prostoru koja poziva na komunikaciju, inače javni prostor koji smo se nekako navikli da pripada investitorima, da se nas ne pita. Zapravo ovo je, ajmo reći, građanski ili ljudski otklon od toga i zapravo pokušaj da se javni prostor iskoristi kao kidač susreta i razgovora, pa evo i umjetno.
Aha, pretpostavljam drugu stranu, možda koliko za taj razgovor. Mislim, hajmo reći, moju ovakva poziva.
Dobro, pa recimo, ja bih rekao da je ovaj naš razgovor upravo jedan vrsta umjetničkog rada.
Dobro, okej. Ne, mislim, ja se da kažem, javio sam se da sam to malo radoznao. Pa rekao, hajde malo sa suprugom šetam po gradu, rekao da vidim tamo koji je fazon, koji je što. Ali dobro, ovo je s vaše strane ozbiljan poziv za razgovor. Pa iskreno da budem, osim posjeta muzeju, što me pretjerano ne kvalifikuje za ovaj razgovor, ali sam bio više radoznao.
Pa ja mislim da čim ste radoznali, ja mislim da vas tu itekako kvalifikuje za razgovor.
Hvala puno na jednoj subjektivnoj ocjeni. Ja vam stvarno želim sreće da nađete možda nekog adekvatnijeg sagovornika u svakom slučaju.
Hvala vama puno na javljanju.
Nema na čemu, prijatno.
Doviđenja.
Halo, jeste vi što traži djevojku što bi razgovarao s njom umjetno?
Pa piše osob.
Aha, pa evo mi smo osobe. Mi smo malo razgovarali.
Pa super, odlično.
I?
Šta mislite o intervencijama u javnom prostoru?
Pa sve najbolje. Hoćete na kafu?
Pa možemo ovako telefonski.
A ne mogu, nemam kredita.
Aha, pa mogu ja nazvat.
Molim, hoćete kupiti Ford Fiesta 13. godište?
Po koliko ide?
Ide 280.
280, koliko je prešla?
Prešla 3000.
3000?
Da.
Koja cijena?
Koliko ćemo? 4 milje.
4 milje?
Da.
Pa dobra ti je cijena za 3000.
Aj nazov me ti pa da pričam.
Aj, može, čujemo se.
On into the second panel on our basic thematic, art and the digital public sphere. In this session, we will discuss with J.C. Cameron Alec, a dramaturg and associate artistic director of the Vineyard Theatre in New York, Anna Jovanovic, theorist of performing arts and cultural worker based in Berlin and Belgrade, and Kyriaki Iwoni, artist based in Athens. We will first see the statements of our guests, and then we will gather together here in the studio to discuss.
Hello and good morning. My name is Jesse Cameron Alec, and I'm talking to you from beautiful Brooklyn, New York on a very rainy Friday morning. If you had asked me 2 years ago if I was interested in digital media, I would have said no. I'm a dramaturg for the theater, and so I do live performance. But in the last 2 years, everything has changed, and artists have grown and changed, and in the end, I follow artists. Most of our lives are lived online. You can fight against that if you try, but it's like punching the rain. Instead of punching the rain, you should try and use it. Adapt and change. Theme 3, Digital Theater and Hybrid Futures. Almost no one I interviewed believed that theater and live performance did not need to return or would not return. It was widely acknowledged how necessary and enriching it was for the human spirit to physically experience art AFK, away from keyboard. Having said that, new media technology is here to stay. The innovation that marked this past year is undeniable. Even the artists I interviewed who are not interested in integrating new digital technologies into their work all acknowledge the ways it has reshaped art and art making this year. Artists are engaged in a dynamic investigation of new forms with multi-platform, multimodal expressions of live performance. During the pandemic, theater artists and live performance artists found themselves working on projects all over the country and all over the world in staggering numbers. From concerts on Twitch, to Zoom plays, to music video storytelling projects, to TikTok-inspired Shakespearean interpretations, artists use motion capture suits to enter digital environments, as well as augmented reality to create sets, props, and costumes out of thin air. In a fascinating way, this moment has also led to a rejuvenation of old forms such as radio plays. Over the past year, new programs have been started everywhere from Lebanon to Uganda to Southern California. Artists have also used this time to teach themselves new skills that are no longer considered quirky niche talents, but are actually vital to their survival and artistic growth. These new explorations of the live digital body have brought about an investigation into what live performance even means. For Maya Hawk, video artist, live editor, and narrator. Zoom is live. This is as live as it gets. I don't think you have to go somewhere anymore for things to be live. We're doing it. It's all a mixture of live and recorded experience. To me, live is this interplay between not knowing what's pre-recorded. It's all magic, like a magic trick. When you're doing magic, is it really happening? Live performance's relationship with new media technology is something that will be present in all our minds going forward. And many believe that the art of the future will need to prove that it is worth attending in person. Because our spaces were closed, artists engaged in creating spaces for themselves digitally, and for many, the results were revelatory. Artists have massive megaphones on social media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, and they are much more nimble than big institutions with physical spaces. The paradigm shift that we are experiencing is that artists no longer need to wait around and be recognized. This moment brings existential questions to the field, even if many have not accepted that yet. Technology has been transformative for theater companies such as Mayi, who have expanded their audiences to countries all over Asia. Technology has created the opportunity to explore what radical access looks like. For artists and audiences with disabilities, the events of this past year led to being able to create, experience, and interact with art on levels they'd never experienced before, especially as institutions learned and invested in the tools necessary to expand access, or these artists used those tools themselves. This year made clear as well that technology isn't a panacea. There were also many barriers it created, as some interviewees noted. Those who don't have access to technology, video, projection, AR, VR, lighting, and soundstage technology, access to a dependable internet connection, or the technological skill sets needed are being left behind in communities here in the United States and around the world. These obstacles are especially pervasive for communities of color. From Valencia James, dancer and digital movement creator, I really think artists are needed. As more things go virtual, as we see so much of our lives influenced by the digital, I think we really need artists understanding, experimenting, and creating in these worlds. So many people, even before the pandemic, live most of their lives in these virtual environments. And when these virtual environments are just created by engineers, we see that things can get problematic because there's only one way of thinking. There's a place for all of us in the future. Accepting the enduring and continually evolving nature of technology offers ways of thinking that can help transition us forward. For a long time, interdisciplinary artists, or hyphenate artists, have worked in bold ways as they utilized all their skills when they entered a room. Often institutions have asked artists to pick one discipline and stick with it for the institution's own clarity, but artists have always resisted. In this time, listening to the artists' ways of working, supporting them, and following their lead will be crucial. Starting to make space in commissioning, curation, and producing for art that exists on different platforms simultaneously in a multimodal way is essential. A transmedia piece of art that can be experienced in person, live streamed into people's homes, exist as music videos, and become an Instagram augmented reality filter has the potential to meet people where they are and actually encourage them to explore a piece of work more deeply. Theaters should also enthusiastically encourage the breaking down of barriers between what is considered theater, concert, dance, film, or TV. This will take new skill building from everyone involved, from the artist to the usher. From Lyd Nottage, writer and thought leader. It's sort of a shrinking of our imaginations, and I find that immensely frustrating. I call it the tyranny of the proscenium. Rather than theaters thinking about how we can create theater anywhere that demands that stage, they think, how can you create theater that meets the needs of our individual space? Lynn expressed the feelings of many when she spoke about how theaters have been captured by the urge to grow, but have failed to build spaces with the future and the needs of artists of the future in mind. She wants spaces that reflect the ways in which artists are more and more in dialogue with different disciplines. Spaces that are agile, can pivot, and can accommodate the expansiveness of an artist's vision. We must anticipate how theater is going to be made in 10 years and then build for that. From Hannah S. Sharif, Artistic Director of the Repertory Theater of St. Louis. If anything, the pandemic has just jumped us 5 years into the future, right? We just got there faster than our people are ready for. But the ideas and the energy and the work is so intriguing to me. When I think about the future of the DNA of my institution, we've been doing virtual work, we've been doing site-specific work, we've been doing creative placemaking, and I'm committed to that continuing. I'm committed to this work being as core to our DNA as our main stage productions, and our studio productions, and our traveling children theater productions. I think future audiences want and demand that. Instead of believing everyone is supposed to meet us at the top of their mountain, what's actually true is that the art has to be everywhere.
Speaking about performance in digital public space and public sphere today is not like speaking about the same topic some 20 years ago when the appearance of cyberperformance shook several major assumptions about performing arts and publicness. Web 2.0 with its social networks deeply changed human communication, symbolic interaction and the public sphere. It did it more than the internet itself had done, as Web 2.0 brought about a new sense of belonging and participating in a common world, as well as new tools to enact it. Therefore, the question is no longer whether there is a digital public sphere or not. In fact, digital public spheres are many, and the question we must attend to is how to structure them. One of the main complaints about digital public spheres is the problem of inclusivity. Namely, not everyone takes part in them, and many people do not have access to digital media because of their age, poverty, geographic location, religion, or state censorship. However, this is not a new problem specific for the digital paradigm. And the public spheres, from ancient Greece onwards, have been on trial based on their inclusivity or exclusivity, since the very idea of public sphere is expressive of democratic society. And since there hasn't been a public sphere that fully resolved that problem, there are several proposals to structure digital public sphere, participatory, liberal, representative, and agonistic being among the most prominent. This general outline doesn't imply that performance today exists unencumbered in digital public space as its new environment. Far from that, the coronavirus pandemic makes it almost a necessity, but it is followed with questions, doubts, and resistance. And since this video statement is meant to be only 10 minutes long, I would proceed directly with identifying two crucial problems here. One is skepticism about the measures that restrict our behavior in physical space and push us toward digital space. And the other one is a clash between the paradigm of the digital and the paradigm of the liveliness of performing arts. Now I will try to unfold them and discuss them a little bit. So as I recently wrote in eFlux magazine, the anti-COVID-19 measures which governments introduced last year were received with a surprise and shock comparable with the ones that the virus itself caused. especially concerning the neoliberal capitalist part of the world, because both the nature and the severity of the measures collide with its basic premises, such as freedom, individual choice, and autonomy. And during the first months of the pandemic, some critical theorists, such as Paul B. Preciado and Giorgio Agamben, expressed distrust in the measures of locking down, quarantining, and curfewing, drawing our attention to their political and social consequences. Namely, as desocialized in our homes and in front of the screen at best, we are left without the political agency that gathering has historically brought to people in a democratic tradition. An additional question that we have now is actually how to suddenly trust the state and their institutions when they have been manipulative for a long time. And as Ivan Illich claimed, we live in an institutionalized society, where institutions do not only serve people, but above all, further institutionalization. As such, they manipulate our needs, practices, and daily lives. And how can we then believe that the government, pharmaceutical industry, institutions of healthcare, customs, and education now don't work for the sake of protecting the flow of capital and feeding their own bureaucracy, and start working for us for the sake of our people's lives? Moreover, are we sure that what we have been adopting now is not a prelude to a grand-scale biometric fascism, whose subjects are isolated individuals who don't meet, touch, and smell each other? And the other problem with introducing a digital space as a public sphere of performance comes from the ontology of performance. Namely, it is defined and self-defined as a live event, meaning an event that is limited in time and takes place in physical space around which people meet, communicate, go together through an experience, agonize, and thereby reconstitute a nucleus of democratic public sphere. And as many performance theorists, such as Peggy Phelan and Rebecca Schneider, wrote, after performance, no thing remains. Its importance, fragility, and beauty, if you want, is in that vagueness, in that elusiveness, that coming into being by people and among people, and then disappearing into nothingness of our memories, discussions, ideas, bodies, relationships, echoing in our ethics and political deeds. Clearly, anti-COVID measures destroy that fragile event. First of all, social distancing radically reduces the number of audience, while waves of lockdown result in producing a number of performances only as video documentation, so-called choreographic video objects, dance films, and digital performances meant to be streamed. For instance, 2 generations of my students in Amsterdam, where I work at the S&DO school at the Academy of Theatre and Dance, graduated without having an opportunity to stand in front of people, to confront with their heavy physical presence, their ambivalent silences, their applause, the dense air of being judged, the chats in the foyer. They graduated disappointed and angry, with high-quality video files to send around. And the other job I have been busy with in the last 2 years is selecting performances for Tanzplatform Deutschland 2022. And similarly, instead of going to the theater like crazy and traveling all over the country to see the latest premieres, the selection process turned into hours and hours of watching video documentations and streaming, alone in my living room, or if I was lucky, with a fellow juror on the phone, to chat a bit while watching. And it confronted us with questions. How does one achieve an accurate approximation when a live performance is replaced with a video? How can we, for instance, judge whether the performance would keep the audience's attention despite its slow pace if it were live? And moreover, what do we observe here, the video or the imagined performance? How can we, for instance, predict what we will present in March 22 at all, here in Berlin? Live performances or videos? And then, how do we perceive editing and close-ups? They're so much not typical for the theater experience. And on the other hand, how can we discipline ourselves to endure a durational performance whose video documentation tries to stay true to the theater experience and offers only a flat total view? I say flat because it is flattened by the screen. And how can we not immediately fall in love with the performances we see live in breaks between lockdowns, which all look like a celebration of life, humanity, dignity, and theater? Similarly to my SNDO students, we experienced the selection process with disappointment and bitterness, as well as exhaustion due to screen hours. But at the end, I would like to add another angle to this whole story, because without it, the story will remain incomplete. The fact is that the story I presented here is a Western story, a story of the first world, which has no universal history or reach. So before moving to Berlin, I lived in Belgrade in 2000s, and twice I was a juror for the Balkan Dance platform. And without any pandemic and lockdown, we regularly selected a festival based on video documentations, simply because the platform had never had money for the jurors to travel around the Balkans and watch performances. Therefore, for us, live performances were a privilege to which we didn't have access, and we worked in that default condition, while trying to train our eyes and our brains to make the most just selection possible and ourselves the most relevant jurors possible. So with that professional training and life experience of normalized precarity and poverty, I was at first a little bit surprised with the shock of my Amsterdam-based students and German colleagues who lamented over the impossibility of live performance. And it is not about Balkan Dance platform only. Long ago, Goran Sergej Pristaš wrote about what he calls a paper reality, or what we call in our region paper reality, referring to the generations of theater makers and thinkers from Yugoslavia whose formative years were the war years of the 90s, and who, in the lack of opportunity to travel abroad, educated themselves from books and magazines. And I took it further and elaborated in few texts the notion of second-hand knowledge, which is characteristic for most of us coming from that region, as well as from any other unprivileged context. So I discussed that notion in different registers, but I took as a departing point a common sense that the bulk of knowledge that reaches the periphery is second-hand knowledge. And then I discussed its epistemic constitution versus direct insight, which is seen as an opposition to second-hand knowledge, and also in relation to cognitive authority, which we need in case of second-hand knowledge. And then I also discussed the status of second-hand knowledge in different contexts, like religion, law and jurisprudence, and art. And after that, I inferred that the main reason to understand second-hand knowledge as an inferior type of insight is in fact its historical association with the regions of periphery, underprivileged, poverty, and war. And now, without advocating it as a superior type of knowledge and a wish to contest the importance and beauty of a live event, I want to add this statement with the remark that today, in digital public spheres, second-hand knowledge intriguingly got prominence everywhere. And does it indicate that we all now need to watch second-hand performances, exist in second-hand reality, and live our second-hand lives? Moreover, what remains of reality, performance, and life when we take off the layer of the lost privilege?
Hi everyone, thank you for the invitation to be part of Freiraum Festival. I am Kyriaki Goni. I'm an artist, educator and researcher based in Athens, Greece. I was asked to contribute to the topic Art in the Digital Public Sphere. I'm going to do that by offering some insights in my work. Before I proceed, allow me to shortly introduce myself. with studies in fine and digital arts, as well as in social and cultural anthropology, my artistic practice is connected with science and technology. During the last years, I have been focusing on topics such as alternative infrastructures and networks, surveillance capitalism and extractivism, as well as human and other than human encounters. Most of the times, I bring together the fictional and the scientific, the local and the hyperlocal, creating long narratives and multimedia installations that tend to connect the digital and the physical as well. In my artistic research, very often I do collaborate with scholars and scientists whose input enrich the work. I would like to focus in this short talk on one work specifically. The title of the work is Networks of Trust. Networks of Trust is an ongoing work in the form of a multimedia installation. The work was initiated as a commission by the new Network Normal in partnership with Creative Europe in late 2018. In 2021, the ongoing research was also supported by the new fellowship by Allianz Kulturstiftung und Bertelsmann Stiftung. Latest presentations of the installation include the 13th Shanghai Biennale, where an adaptation of the work was commissioned, the 5th Istanbul Design Biennale, Transmediale, and the group exhibition 13,700,000 cubic kilometers that took place on the island of Samos. Networks of Trust consist of a custom-made offline network with 3 nodes, a drawing of the diagram of this network, as well as a legend of the diagram, and a dedicated flag. On this picture, you can see the flag on the island of Tilos, where the first node was hosted in the late 2018. The work includes also a website and a narrative poem in audio form, which sometimes I perform in space, as shown here in Transmediale 2019. The work investigates the deep time history of networks in the area of the Aegean archipelago and the Mediterranean Sea. It does so through a multi-level narrative constructed from both fictional and scientific elements and drawing from paleontology, geology, archaeology to archipelagic infrastructure. The island and insular existence combines isolation and connectivity in ways through which we can rethink the past, present, and future of networks. Networks that can be translated, for example, in material networks, religious networks, people's networks, etc. Referencing the aforementioned networks that connect the islands in the Aegean archipelago from antiquity until today, I have devised a localized offline digital network of 3 nodes, one of which is presented always with the installation when it's exhibited. This offline network is combined with technologies such as peer-to-peer and the interplanetary file system for a distributed data storage resilient to potential censorship and control. IPFS replaces central points of authority, which with protocol mechanisms relies on blockchain-related techniques for control and governance, and moves storage and computation from data centers to the devices of the users. What does actually this networks of trust do, and how it gets activated? This network is activated through the participation of the audience in the form of collective writing and reading on possible futures. Visitors can use the devices in order to connect to this node, to share imaginary stories related to the possible future of technology, climate, and population movements in their respective area. They are invited to take part to a collective storytelling, which follows the ancient tradition of connecting through storytelling. The activation is achieved through 3 different ways. First one, participation while visiting the installation. Second one, an ongoing open call. And third one, a series of workshops/gatherings. The latter is combined with sessions that include reading and listening. After coming together and investigating the aforementioned topics in relation to their area, participants, I'm now talking about the workshop format, participants are offered a toolkit in order to write their own imaginary stories for possible futures. The stories get uploaded to the node and are permanently hosted as part of the installation. Using fiction as a method for community building, these stories on networks of trust are accessible by proximity only and can be found exclusively as cryptographic hashes on the website of the installation, where the prefix of each hash reveals the place where the story was initially uploaded. The stories, in some cases, are presented in these reading/listening sessions in community spaces. For example, in municipality libraries, like this one, like in this case we are seeing in this picture. The reading-listening afternoon took place on the island of Paros, one of the most well-known islands in the Aegean archipelago. I have been activating the node by working on topics of local concern with local teenagers, who, by the way, produced extraordinary stories. During the reading/listening afternoon, the community and the different generations came to discuss the possible futures of their small town on the island, expressing hopes, desires, and fears alike. The stories are now part of the digital offline networks of trust. The digital sphere is thus densely interconnected with the physical and spatial spheres. The network gets activated locally through the collective story writing, telling, and listening, and gets expanded in the digital realm through the nomadic node that transports the stories elsewhere, creating this way dense and expanded networks, both in physical and digital sphere. Some of the places that are part of the network are Athens, Berlin, Istanbul, Manchester, Shanghai, as well as the islands of Paros, Samos, and Tilos in the Aegean archipelago. Some of the new places to be added in 2022 include Warsaw and Copenhagen. Thank you, and feel free to send me your stories to be uploaded on the networks of trust.
Thank you very much for sharing those statements. Hello to everybody. Hello to Jesse, hello to Anne, hello to Kyriaki. We gathered here together, so in our physical and digital format, as you see here on a mega screen, to discuss upon some issues. Different perspectives have been explored up to that point, and you see also that we have also like 3 guests here that see the, let's say, the issue at stake from different points of view. I will try, if you allow me, to make like perhaps like a kind of like a bridging of your statements, if this is possible, I don't know. And I'm taking as a point of reference this very short video that we have seen that was actually part of Anne's presentation. I believe that was the weather in the room, the slow dance piece that you have seen. I believe this is from Hannah Lee Erdmann and Louise Dahl. And what I found there interesting is that although we talk about an actual like physical performance in space, what you see is actually all elements, let's say, coming from the editing process of a video, very clearly then combined into this physical presence. So perhaps, and now I'm challenging perhaps a little bit Anne in her statement that we do live in a second-hand life with second-hand realities. And the point is like, is it really so clear that this kind of like distinction exists? Or are we talking about blended boundaries and the impossibility actually to take those 2 realities apart? So the kind of like a kick-off question, perhaps like I can throw it there here in the room. I don't know, maybe let's do it the other way around. Would you like maybe Jason to comment on that?
I would actually love to hear Anna speak about it. I'm really intrigued by this concept of secondhand lives, and I'm not quite sure that I fully understand the concept. Although I will say that I love it. Without it.
Anna, would you like, or Kyriaki, perhaps first, and then we have Anna in the end?
I think I will agree with Jason.
Okay.
I would say let's hear a little bit about
Anna, the ball is thrown to you. Okay.
I was going to say that actually maybe for us from the Balkans it's maybe a bit more familiar than from someone in New York. To provoke a little bit more the conversation, and now I will give it to Anna to respond.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Lydia, for this introduction, because basically that's how I would also approach it. Yes, I think the boundaries are very fluid if you speak from the perspective of the privilege and from the position of the privilege, because then you can define the boundaries. If you come from underprivileged context, the context that don't have their voice in the global public sphere and digital public sphere and so on, then usually certain identities or positions are given to you. And then speaking from the perspective of, I was born in Belgrade, and my high school and youth and so on, I spent them in Belgrade in the 90s, where it was really not possible to travel because of the wars and the international sanctions and so on. And then we developed this concept of second-hand knowledge as constitutive for us, because we didn't have access to live performances, festivals all over the world, and so on. So what we got back then were the copies of the books and magazines that were circulating and so on. At the same time, I would say that if I can zoom out a little bit and be less provocative, I would say that the borders are more fluid, because it's also not true that we only have second-hand knowledge, because we have a lot of knowledge originally produced within our communities and our region and our contexts. But then the problem is how to distribute, or how to make that knowledge circulate the global knowledge production and sharing. Mm-hmm. These are the problems that I actually wanted to address with the concept of second-hand knowledge and second-hand reality and second-hand performances. And to be theoretically, in a way, more strict, I would say that I refer directly to the concept of like second-hand knowledge, for instance, in science, in research, or in art, where it meets a non-direct insight. While direct insight is what guarantees an objective knowledge, while second-hand knowledge is always mediated. That's why I introduced the concept of cognitive authority, because it's usually reported to you. Or, for instance, what you noticed, actually the video of the Weather in the Room performance is not edited that much, but still we feel a little bit of editing, and then now in these excerpts and so on. We understand that it's not the first-hand insight into the performance, which would happen if we would be in the room and share the space with them and have the total view, and then the opportunity and responsibility for how we watch it and so on. In this case, it's a little bit, how to say, prepared in advance for us, and what we see is what someone else wants us to see. And then we speak about second-hand knowledge. Just a little bit of a technical thing. I think that at the beginning of my statement, there was a mistake with the name. No, someone else was.
Yes, that's
by accident, it was Kyriaki's name, but then in the lower third, the right name appeared. Sorry about this.
We need to apologize. We are not the BBC, right?
No, it's not a problem. It's just that if someone was confused, then just to clarify.
No, it will be clarified, and in the editing process, because you know, of course, that all the material can be also viewed later, actually, on our platform, that will be then re-edited. So no problems on that, right? But I would like.
So yeah, that's my answer. I can elaborate a lot on that.
It's clear.
No, there is also the matter of inclusivity anyway, because even in New York, I'm sure that there are people who don't actually have access to a lot of this material, and it doesn't, I think, have to do so much of being in the center or in periphery, but in being excluded from the experience in the first place. And before that, and also through the pandemic, we got a glimpse of how it is to actually experience some of this material online. I think the difference is on the type of documentation that we are looking at, because there is a lot of times, as you said, Anna, there is a camera somewhere in the far back end of the room, and we just see this performance from afar because it wasn't meant to be shown like this. But there are a lot of times, and I remember actually many years ago, I think it was 2014 or 16, a project by Tate Modern, where they actually work with artists to produce a series of performances that were only meant to be live streamed. And there the artist was choosing what kind of performance you would experience, what is the camera as is done in film in any way. So I'm not sure if I'm going to a specific point now or a question. But yes, it's a matter of access, inclusivity, and creating this kind of experience that is anyway most of the times mediated.
I would like to pick up on that and also maybe expand, because this notion of inclusiveness, right, I think it's very important. And I believe perhaps Kyriaki would like to further expand on that, because I feel as an artist, she's an artist that works a lot with within the digital realm, and I see there that she's using this tool, this technology in a kind of like reverse, so as to be able actually to include more people, and actually working within the concept of network. Network, it's also a term that comes from technology, and translating these onto this verge between the physical and the digital. Building communities of trust and solidarity is what Kyriaki discussed. And maybe Kyriaki would like to expand a little bit on that, of how that works, and how technology now and the digital part is actually here to mediate and create those kind of networks. You know, if you would like to expand a little bit on that.
Sure. I mean, through the work that I shared with you briefly before in this video statement, I actually tried to, to look into this kind of possibilities of working on existing technologies, let's say, and try to approach them in an alternative way, offering maybe alternative infrastructures. So by using this kind of peer-to-peer technologies, I introduce a new kind of network, let's say, that can be quite inclusive in a way, and also inviting to people that can share anonymously actually their imaginary stories about possible futures in their respective area. And in order a little bit to connect with what Anna said before, and what also was being discussed in the previous session, I do believe that a big discussion, not only in performative arts, but in general in the technologies that we are discussing right now, metaverse, the internet, as well. A big matter, a big topic is exactly the topic of just and inclusive futures that we have to, try to make them happen in a way. And I have to say that, especially in these last years, I had the pleasure to be part of different groups that they are actually very actively looking into this kind of discussion.
Maybe just something to clarify, because you talked about like cryptographic hashes. Why is this important? Right? Is it about like let's say creating this kind of like safe space within the digital realm? Maybe we'd like to say a little bit more about that, talking also about this kind of like communities. I'm also like, different ways actually to discuss about alternative uses of the, let's say, metaverse. You've named it.
The cryptographic hashes that actually are the traces of the uploaded stories on this offline network exist only online. But the thing is, as you mentioned, that there is
a desire, if you will, there by myself to try to, first of all, bring the local aspect into the foreground in a way, and at the same time trying to create these safe spaces. When I use the term cryptographic hashes, I do not mean that anything is cryptographed, but I just mean that instead of having the information online, the online visitor only gets this like long ID, let's say, made by numbers and letters. So, but you are right that this is also a way to protect the information, to keep the information in this local, let's say, level, and at the same time trying to encourage the locality and the community to, to emerge in a way.
Yeah, it's a kind of like reversed engineering somehow. I have the feeling, isn't it? It's like we feel always like the internet is this so extremely transparent by all like corporate kind of like surveillance tools, but you do the opposite, saying like no, it's actually the information is like kept here in the locality. It's like the valuable information. Let's put it this way. Right, it's very interesting.
And the cryptographic hash functions as a kind of a log. Let's say there is a data list, but what is behind it is a little bit hidden.
Yes, exactly.
Jesse, I would like to ask you also, because it was very clear, I mean, what you said is like we are learning, also like coming from the live arts, performance and so on, and you said like artists had to evolve, had to adapt, had to actually, let's say, move between those two worlds, like the physical and the virtual world. So I would like perhaps your personal opinion on that, or personal view, an example of that learning process. I think the video was very telling as well, but perhaps you'd like to say something a little bit more on that.
Yeah, absolutely. The joke that I always say when talking about the subject is that if theater artists had their way, we'd still light the stage with candles. It's true that, like, theater artists have really resisted evolution. And in some ways, that's the strength of theater, is that it has a long tradition, and we do it kind of the same way that we've been doing it for 3,000 years. And that's why this pandemic was so instructive, and it really pushed us into the future, or I would actually say dragged us into the future, kicking and screaming. But like at the time, the sort of the film clip that you saw was part of a research project the Sundance commissioned me to do to discuss the sort of future of theater and live performance. And one of the women that I spoke with, Valencia James, who does sort of online, performance, she said the really important statement that we need artists experimenting in these sort of online spaces and experimenting with technology, because if they don't do that, the technology in the online spaces will just create themselves. And they won't poking at them and interrogating and tearing them apart. That's why this project, Networks of Trust, by the way, I think it's just absolutely brilliant. The way in which you're using, sort of technology to connect local communities, which the narrative that you often hear about technology is that it rips local communities apart. It separates us away from each other. And this idea of that, like, you're actually using technology to bring us even closer together. This is the sort of artistic interrogation with technology that technology needs, and that, online life needs, and our virtual sort of life needs. But it has been it has been a real learning curve, I think, for theater artists especially. But I will say that there were people who were already prepared for this moment. There were artists, technologists, and live performance artists who jumped at this moment, and they've been waiting for the world to open up like that. And I'm hoping that theater can meet these artists and learn from them and continue to grow.
I think it's very important what you said. Clearly, perhaps like saying, it's like everything is out there. Well, of course, it's a growing architecture. I'm talking about the metaverse, still co-opted by corporate identities. Clearly, I'm thinking about the new launching of the Meta as Facebook, or Facebook as Meta. So I don't know, perhaps Anna, would you like to discuss a little bit more about the, let's say, the political aspects of this, right? An architecture that it's growing, the internet as we know it evolves and develops, but there are, let's say, certain tendencies there, and there are certain also options, so for better and for worse. I don't know if you would like to say something on that and discuss a little bit further also based on your statement, on your initial statement.
Maybe, but I'm also now, I will try not to go too far away from the problem of performance and the digital public sphere, because for me it's interesting, because it's full of tangents. Maybe I would just somehow reflect a little bit on what Kyriaki presented, because for me that approach is very interesting, because I think that maybe one of the problems with accepting digital space as a digital public sphere is its false global reach, while it doesn't have the global reach. So for me, it's very interesting to think, when we work in a digital space, how we can create multiple small and even think about local digital communities through that. And that's what I see as a value, because maybe if we have that, then we wouldn't, then it in a way, I don't know if it resolves, I would need to know more about your artistic project and other initiatives, but I see it as a way to resolve the problem of inclusivity and exclusivity, because if the scope is clear, then I think some of the problems are resolved by themselves, while very often the scope is not that clear. And maybe just because of that, we have also this kind of idea of the privilege, or who has the right to access things at the right moment, and so on and so on. While I think it's for me interesting to think about local communities and digital public sphere, and then digital public spheres as digital local communities as well. That would be interesting. Also in the realm of performing arts, because I must say that when the books, for instance, by Peggy Fell and Unmarked, and then later Rebecca Schneider, when they appeared speaking about this materiality of performance and liveliness and so on, for many of us coming from my region in Eastern Europe, it was a little bit exotic. Because we didn't think that it was that important, just because as a normal part of our life and education and work was to watch performances online as a video, and then live when you are lucky, and so on. So for us, it was all different ways of watching performances. And then when we read these books, we realized, wow, like the dominant global 20th century paradigm of performing arts is liveliness. And then from that perspective, now I observe this shift with the pandemic and pushing everything to the digital public sphere. And I think that many of my students react from that, and they try to politicize their position and to politicize the liveliness, which is great. It has a great potential, of course, when we think about democracy and so on. So I'm somehow trying to limit the space in which I discuss the topic, while, as I announced at the beginning, the topic would be discussed from many different discursive frameworks and so on.
I think it was clear enough. I think you gave an answer to the question, also in the initial question I put. How are we doing with the time? I don't know.
We are still okay with the time. We have 5 more minutes.
So.
Maybe Kyriaki also would like to comment on this inclusivity point a bit further, because both Jesse and Anna referred to it through your work, and maybe if you want to give an example of other works of yours that work towards that direction.
Sure, I try to do that as briefly as possible. I mean, my work in general looks into the ways that it discusses monopolies, peripheries, extractivism, and alternative networks and infrastructures in that perspective. So a previous work of mine, which is called the Aegean Data Haven, has been looking into possible repositories that they are based on specific islands and maintained by local communities as well, or latest work which is called Data Garden, and is actually about a local community in Athens that selects to store their digital memory in the DNA of an endemic plant in order to avoid corporate control and surveillance capitalism. So I don't want to monopolize the time, but most of my work try to figure out and to mainly open up a dialogue on possibilities of these kind of tools and networks, not to reject them, but rather to try to try to see other possible functions and sides in a way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was clear. If there are no other comments, perhaps we can stop here with a kind of like statement that, of course, clearly, I mean, we didn't answer this big question, but I believe we gave some kind of like insights through your valuable contributions, a possible, let's say, answers to the question, what it means today to make art in the digital public sphere, how public sphere, the, let's say, classic physical public sphere interconnects with the digital realm. So I would like to thank you from our part. Thank you very much for your statements and for you being with us here today in this kind of like long marathon type of like festival. Thank you very much again. And as we said, the material will be also like available on our online library, on our online archive, together with the artistic interventions that you see basically like in between the discussions. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Moving now to our partner in Copenhagen, the Copenhagen Architecture Festival. We're going to watch a series of short films created as the result of the festival summer school on film and architecture. The director of the festival, Josephine Michaud, will give us a short introduction.
Hello, I'm Josephine Michaud. I'm the founder and director of Copenhagen Architecture Festival. And what you're going to see is a smaller selection of the films that were produced during the summer school we ran this year on film and architecture, where we asked the participants to create maximum 3-minute films relating to the Leave No One Behind agenda, which is the central transformative promise of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. So what we asked them were to create a film showcasing sustainable, inclusive, and non-discriminatory design solutions in an urban, residential, or rural environment. And this was part of the Future Architecture platform, but it's also a part of a bigger global film mosaic competition that we are just about to start. Enjoy.
glömde det min land eftersom på grund av kriget. Jag flyttade, jag och min barn till Turkiet först. Jag kommer inte ingen någon, bara barn, ja, och kläder. Jag har barn, måste jobba.
Jag tänkte att Lund är jättefint, har en känd universitet som jag tyckte att studera där. Jag hade mattorna från Iran. Jag köpte dem nästan 7 år sedan. De var kvar i Iran och de har skickat. Min syster är där. Jag har köpt andra saker från här. Jag har köpt från Facebook. Letade efter några saker som passar tillsammans med mina mattor. Jag tänkte att det är bättre att vilja bara 2-3 färger, blå, vit och guld tillsammans.
I Arvinge okänd Danmark inleds sökandet efter den förlorade sonen. Detta efter en kvarts körlektioner.
Jag har studerat i mitt hemland som lärare 4 år på universitet i norra om Afghanistan i Mazar Sharif. Och jag kom till Sverige eftersom jag hade problem i Afghanistan. Afghanistan är inte mitt land, därför är jättediskriminering mot folkgrupp, mest för Hazara-grupper. Och kunde inte leva där, och sen jag flyttade till Sverige. Jag har hämtat med mig bara mitt språk och jag pratar där och persiska. Jag tycker om mest i Afghanistan, Sverige. För att jag fick frihet. I Sverige finns yttrandefrihet, i Sverige finns religionfrihet, men inte finns i detta i Afghanistan.
間合いというか、そういうのはだいぶできるようになったかな。自分がやってる畑に関しては。でもなんか人間がもう雑草を退治するぞっていう気持ちで草刈りしてもいいんじゃないですか。いいんじゃないですかっていうのは、雑草はそんなのものともせずまた生えてくるんで、むしろなんか場所によってはちょっとやっぱり刈ることによって間引きになるんで、雑草自体にとってもありがとうさんって思ってるところもあるんじゃないかなっていう。おごりすぎると自滅しますからね。だから人間がたびたびそうやって刈ったり抜いたり、そういうふうに整理することによって彼らももっと繁栄できる時があったりもするだろうから、 お互い様なんじゃないですか。
So many times I've told myself that this place is driving me crazy, that in the end it seems that my madness has taken shape. I don't know what's mine or yours anymore. It must be that nobody owns what we have after all, and that's why the simple fact of living makes me doubt life itself. Hey.
¿Eres tú acaso mía? ¿O de quién eres entonces si no? Si así fuera, no me harías dudar tanto, ni traerías al mundo a otros para que duden conmigo y sin mí de lo que les deparas en su atormentado futuro. Las entidades de las que cuidas no me cuidan a mí, y tampoco creo que sepan de mi existencia. Pero yo sé que existo. Y eso me basta para levantarme y adherir mis suelas, ya gastadas, a este suelo polvoriento que levanta humo y no me deja ver con claridad. Joder, levántate ya y anda, que aún te queda senda para llegar a tu camino.
The fog has settled.
Vive gracias a lo que representas cuando duermes, pero nunca será el mismo. Te invitará con los brazos abiertos cada vez que mute. Quieres cegarte con los rayos del sol y ver más de lo que antes tus ojos mostraban ante ti. ¿Eso es lo que quieres? No hay nada más tuyo que la ausencia de aquello que creas. Piedras mojadas, campos infinitos que acaban quemándose. El mar, tus pasos sobre la grava de un camino que nadie quiere descubrir. Nos obcecamos con sentirnos partes de algo, pero lo más importante es tener algo de lo que poder ser parte en primera instancia. Algo que podamos moldear a nuestro antojo, nuestro altar de calma y lujuria, de gula y de abstinencia. Desde hoy, tuyo y de nadie más, formamos parte de una dualidad única y arraigaremos allí donde sea que enterremos nuestros dedos, incluso en la tierra más estéril. Reside aquí.
Here, taking root.
Bak kocaman bir büyük bak bu kadar bak bu kadar büyük pizza yanında da tavuk kadar bu kadar.
Arpacık.
Não, ótimo. Ah.
Aralıksız yani. Biz yanında olacak kadar korkmadım. O zaman
Ne var ya? Hop.
Ela costumava cortar o cabelo curto. Penso que o fazia antes das guerras. A sua casa aqui era pequena, com forma retangular. Ela tinha limoeiros no quintal e a frente da casa estava pintada a branco, com janelas e portas castanhas avermelhadas. O município está a renovar o pavimento da estrada, visto ser uma das mais antigas estradas da cidade. Mas não tenho a certeza se ela iria gostar. Talvez seria muito extravagante para ela. Se a minha bisavó pudesse, talvez nunca teria voltado. Através das histórias dos meus avós, eu sei o quanto ela gostava da sua vida no hemisfério sul. Talvez eu nunca a teria conhecido se ela tivesse ficado lá. E, apesar do nosso país não a ter aceitado bem de volta, eu aceitei-a. E penso que foi a sorte. Ainda me lembro da sua gargalhada durante as conversas, como ela costumava pentear o seu cabelo branco e como ela incentivava-nos a alcançar o que, no seu tempo, não conseguia. A casa ainda cá está. O exterior está exatamente igual à última vez em que a visitei, há mais de uma década. Alguns familiares afastados compraram a casa e estenderam o seu interior a outra casa geminada. Nunca mais bati à porta. Ela não está lá. Eu não gostaria de encontrar novas pessoas e viver na casa dela. Assim que entrássemos, encontrávamos um corredor pintado a branco, com chão e tetos de madeira. O quarto dela estava à esquerda, outro quarto à direita, e ao final do corredor estavam a cozinha e a sala de estar, voltados para o quintal. Eu pergunto-me como o interior da casa estará agora, e se eles sabem onde o quarto dela seria. Se eles mantiveram os limoeiros, apesar de não significarem nada para eles. A minha mãe recorda-se da minha bisavó contar-lhe como, durante a gripe espanhola, limpavam a casa com bebidas alcoólicas caseiras, devido à grande percentagem de álcool. E como na guerra, o seu pai escondia pessoas em casa da família. A minha bisavó não conhecia as pessoas, mas o seu pai sabia o que fazia. Atrás dos seus retratos, ela costumava escrever o seu nome e, por vezes, uma dedicatória. Num dos países europeus ainda com a maior taxa de analfabetismo, na sua infância escrever era já por si uma grande conquista. Se eu adivinhasse onde se sentiu mais em casa, provavelmente ela diria que toda a gente tem uma casa em si mesmo. E se formos verdadeiros a nós próprios, não importa quantas vezes, o motivo e para onde nos mudamos, porque já estamos em casa.
Hello, Kakos. You want bread? Okay, here it is. Oh! Jumpy, jumpy. Another one. And now from here. Okay. Now you can go. Hello, Chicky.
Last night, I dreamt that I was going back to my home, where joy is silent, love is silent, mourning is silent, cries are silent, and dreams are also silent. My village is located in the back of the world, protecting the traces of my past, identity, and childhood. I'm walking, while my body has taken refuge in my head, my heart has settled in my eyes, my soul dives and brings back doubt. A fragile shadow comes out of the earth and invites me to enter it. I took a long breath and made one step forward, wandering in the dark. Far away, where magic is, I saw a shepherd and some sheep. Oh, he's stretching, but it's too late. Maybe. Who knows? I know you are in pain, yet you gave up your truth. Your hands are still traveling. Go ahead. Go for it. Birds are happy. Your brain too. You can do anything. But you don't want it. So let it go. There is nobody. You are alone. Say it. That you can. That you are a leader. Let nothing weigh you down. Nothing pleases you. You are already screaming, and there is no one. Time is finally motionless. I continue walking in an endless road, still seeking for freedom. I feel people getting closer, dancing, breathing, creating spaces with the dissolution of their bodies into the earth. The sheep are free, and I'm also free. I woke up. It was all shouting, light, desire, escape.
The Growing Solidarity project is a project that we've kind of developed in response to, well, initially hearing that people really wanted to spend more time in the natural world. It's an experiment to see how to develop sustainable supply chains that are empowering for the people that are using them or relying on them. So kind of replacing the food bank model of going somewhere and being given something and having a more kind of participatory relationship with it, which involves learning how to grow the thing in the first place, or being part of the packing of that thing, or deciding what the thing is even that's growing to start with. And then Wednesday is our kind of more out there in the community day, where we deliver things that we've been growing and that we've been packing. And that is to Reading Refugee Support Group's food bank network, and also to Reading Red Kitchens network as well, which is like a kind of food drop-in. There's something magic about being in this space, which is quite dynamic and quite busy, but there's so many spots where you can just really not do anything, or not be busy, or not, not be full. And I think a lot of people that come do feel very full, like very busy in their heads, and there's a kind of a detensing that I notice in them when they come.
Our partner in Strasbourg, Ira Bliatka, introduces us to an amazing organization, Association Balad, that brings together diverse groups blending generational, ethnic and linguistic backgrounds under a common passion, music. On the occasion of the Freiraum Festival, Balad's president Paret Urisson and violinist and Balad volunteer Nelly Melkonian spoke to us about their activities and about setting an example for a more tolerant and inclusive Europe. Learn to play together, learn to live together.
Hello, can you please introduce the association Balad?
So Balad is an association who is trying to make some magic words that's to make out of music live together and inclusion.
How did you meet Balad and what role do you play in this association?
So I'm the president of this association. I met first Jean-Claude, who created this angel, and his music, as my daughters were playing music and they entered it. I got president after a few years because I really thought it was a good project and a good pedagogy.
I learned about Balad with the help of my friend. I was doing some volunteer work in Armenia in her organization, and one day she told me that there is a very cool project in Strasbourg which is related to music, and as music has always been my passion, is that people from different countries, from different regions come together to play music which unites us all. So the idea was really nice to me, so I decided to join it. And what I'm doing here, I'm a volunteer of European Solidarity Corps, and I play the violin, I sing, and I take part in musical workshops.
What attracted you to this association and what values do you share with it?
So at that time I was a pediatrician doctor in this part of the city where there are lots of communities, and what I liked about my job was that everybody came, and it was like traveling every day between nationality, languages. That was not just physical, medical, but it was something that was touching the soul and the roots of the people. And that was very important, and I thought that was the great value of this project. I really share the value of inclusion, no discrimination, and also this this value that is that everybody can come, anybody with his background, with his gifts and with his failures, and that Ballad tries to help everybody as well, the beneficiary of the workshops, as well any musician, but as well also volunteers that come there.
For a very long time I was doing music, but then I stopped it for a while to chase my career as a news reporter. But then, as I learned about Ballad, I understood that this is a great opportunity to be closer to music, because it has always been my passion, and I really wanted to be in an environment where people share some fundamental values, and especially related to music. So I decided to join Ballad and do as much as I can. I really appreciate the fact that Ballad is trying to do its best to make sure that everybody is included. And even though we come from different countries, we are still united by the power of music. So I really appreciate that, and that's the one thing that has really, really attracted me in here.
Could you please explain how music improves social inclusion and interculturality?
I think in nowadays world where everybody is really busy with their work, everybody's carried away with politics and everything, sometimes we forget that there are values which are beyond those stuff. So I'm really happy that we have some people or organizations that are really trying to chase those values and make sure that everybody is aware of them. So what I really appreciate is that we are trying to make sure that people who have different social statuses, who come from different countries, have different backgrounds, they are all united with the music that we share here, and that it helps them to feel that they are not alone, that they are all equal, they have equal rights, they play the same music, even though they're different, they share music, which is just incredible.
Music is a universal language, so everybody can understand it, but also it's speaking to the soul, to some sentimental stuff, and thus it's creating something. We have some very special kind of music. First, we play traditional music, and those are the roots of the families, especially in parts of the town like here, where there are lots of people coming from other countries. When there is this together period, with no first, no last, there is not somebody really in front and the other behind. It's creating some social stuff and some feeling of brotherhood, of community. Suburb, for example, we have Turkish people singing some gypsy songs, and we have Armenian peoples just singing Turkish songs, and they don't look the same way at the other then, and they just want to be curious about the other and say, oh, we played together, we had a great time, who are you?
What does the organization do for you, and what do you offer to it?
Association Ballad has created a very nice environment for me to share my musical skills, to develop myself as a musician, as a person who is really interested in different genres of music. What I find interesting here is that we play music which is traditional and which is something very new for me, because during the years of my musical school I was used to playing classic music, but here it's something different, new and wonderful, and I'm loving it. And also the environment gives me the opportunity to enhance my knowledge of French culture, why not my language skills, and I really, really love it. And I'm trying to give everything back to them.
I do some administrative and representative work for the association as a volunteer, but what I gain is much more. It's eternal life, because in my thinking, eternal life is when you on earth have changed the life of just one person. Ballad is not just a musical project, but it's really mainly social and cultural. For example, on the Friday 19th of November at 5:30, we will bring all the children of our workshop to the Mediathek, and in the same time they will explore the place and know that they can get into books and video and CDs and borrow them, but in the same time they will play there, and by making that, this will begin a family place where they will be able to go very easily. So don't forget, come to the Mediathek on the Friday 19th of November at 5:30.
Halo.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan.
Ja povodom ovog oglasa.
Dobar dan. Pozdravljam. Hvala.
Kako ste?
Dobro, nije vaše.
Ne. Nema na čemu. Je li ovo ozbiljna stvar ili je ovo neka skrivena kamera?
Nije skrivena kamera, umjetnost je vrlo ozbiljna stvar.
Znam da je umjetnost ozbiljna stvar, nego ovaj način na kojim tražite sagovornike za istu temu, pa me zanima istog razloga pitam.
Pa u biti, to je jedna intervencija u javnom prostoru koja poziva na komunikaciju, inače javni prostor koji smo se nekako navikli da pripada investitorima, da se nas ne pita, zapravo ajmo reći građanski ili ljudski otklon od toga i zapravo pokušaj da se javni prostor iskoristi kao kidač susreta i razgovora, pa evo i umjetno.
Aha, pretpostavljam drugu stranu možda koliko do taj razgovor. Mislim ovo hajmo reći moju ovakva poziva.
Dobro, pa recimo, ja bih rekao da je ovaj naš razgovor upravo jedan vrsta umjetničkog rada.
Dobro, okej. Ne, mislim, ja se kažem, javio sam se da sam to malo radoznao, pa rekao, hajde malo sa suprugom šetam po gradu, rekao da vidim tamo koji je fazon, koji je što. Ali dobro, ovo je s vaše strane ozbiljan poziv za razgovor. Pa iskreno da budem, osim posjeta muzeju, što me pretjerano ne kvalifikuje za ovaj razgovor, ali sam bio više radoznao.
Pa ja mislim da čim ste radoznali, ja mislim da vas tu itekako kvalifikuje za razgovor.
Hvala puno na jednoj subjektivnoj ocjeni. Ja vam stvarno želim sreće da nađete možda nekog adekvatnijeg sagovornika u svakom slučaju.
Hvala vama puno na javljanju.
Nema na čemu, prijatno.
Doviđenja. Halo.
Halo, dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Zovem vezano za ovaj oglas. Razgovor o umjetnosti.
Super, drago mi je.
Kako je vaše ime?
Moje ime je Bojan, a vaše?
Mina.
Pa drago mi je. Evo, pa o kakvoj se umjetnosti može razgovarati ovako kasni čas?
Pa eto, kako vi umjetnosti hoćete da razgovarate?
Pa, umjetnost, kako sam pročitao, umjetnost, da li je dobra ili loša, zapravo zavisi od toga koliko ona zapravo progovara o pravima radničke klase. Ne znam li to definicija koja može stajati.
Znači vas zanima neka angažovana umjetnost?
Pa angažovana, mislim da je ovo od nas dvoje trenutno što radimo je angažovana umjetnost. Jer dvoje apsolutnih stranaca se razgovaraju šta bi to mogla biti umjetnost. A umjetnost je vrsta komunikacije, posebno u javnom prostoru koji je zasićen investitorskim, jel tako, načinom promišljanja koji ima kapital da iznajmi javni prostor, da ga kupi, zapravo taj će i oglašavati što može. A ovo bi iskorak u smislu da ajde sad nešto kao građanin, kao ljudsko biće na kraju, da ja probam učestvovati u javnom prostoru.
Izvinite, sad bi samo bio problem da vi mene nazovete, pošto ugasit će se veza, neće imati kredita.
Ok, možem.
Važi, hvala.
Vezano za diskusiju umjetnosti.
Super.
Zanima me o čem se ovdje zapravo radi, mislim stvarno mi je kreativno bilo.
Pa o čemu se radi, zapravo te oglas su na fasadi galerije i zapravo u javnom prostoru služi kao okidač susreta, okidač razgovora i zapravo u javnom prostoru koji je inače prepušten recimo pravilima kapitala ili je prepušten pravilima ideologija koje kakvi, zapravo ovo je jedan oglas koji zapravo poziva na dijalog i onda mi se učinilo da je to dobra stvar sa apsolutnim strancima prodiskutovati šta za njih znači umjetnost, ali šta znači javni prostor, koji su politički aspekti jednog i drugog.
Dobro, moram priznat, meni se lično sviđa koncept. Moje neko kratko viđenje toga jeste da kad sada nekako uspjeli teleportovati osobu od prije 200 godina u ovo današnje vrijeme, mislim da bi se zaprepastilo koliko bi ta osoba primjećivala, samo krenuo od saobraćajnih znakova, kamalovi reklama, evo ja sad kad se okrenem vidim Ultra Turist, Fanta Cola, McDonald's, Burger, Sandwich Bar, Chipsi, Bosch, Ultra, vidim ovdje neku opasnost zabušavanja fasade i tako dalje, znači to je sve u krugu od 10 metara.
To slažem, a to prezasićenje u fizičkom prostoru je još gore u prostoru socijalnih medija, u još jednom nivou naše komunikacije. I zapravo ona tvrdnja da kao u srednjem vijeku ljudi su viđali, zapravo slike su viđali samo u crkvama. A mi sad, od trenutka kad se probudimo pa dok ne krenemo na spavanje, vidimo najmanje 10.000 slika dnevno. I onda naravno da nema načina da sve te slike mogu imati moć, niti ima načina da te sve slike komuniciraju. Šta bi one zapravo htjele komunicirati?
Stvarno slažem, zato mi je prije svega interesantan ovaj oglas ovdje. Ona ima jedna ekipa čuje se vrijeme razgovor, možete pozdraviti Piku. Svima nam je bio interesantan oglas, pa smo odlučili da nazovemo i mislim da se svi slažu sa tim. Definitivno da je do zasićenja ogromnog došla, znači reklame, prema mom mišljenju su počeo da, ajmo reći, proždru svijet u veliko.
Hvala puno na javljanju.
Halo, jeste vi što traži djevojku što bi razgovarao s njom umjetno?
Pa piše osob.
Aha, pa evo mi smo osobe. Mi smo malo razgovarali.
Pa super, odlično.
I?
Šta mislite o intervencijama u javnom prostoru?
Pa sve najbolje. Hoćete na kafu?
Pa možemo ovako telefonski.
A ne mogu, nemam kredita.
Aha, pa mogu ja nazvati.
Molim, hoćete kupiti Ford Fiesta 13. godište?
Koliko ide?
Ide 280.
280, koliko je prešla?
Prešla 3000.
3000?
Da.
Koja cijena?
Koliko ćemo? 4 milje.
4 milje?
Da.
Pa dobra ti je cijena za 3000.
Aj nazov me ti pa da pričam.
Aj, može, čujemo se. Hello.
Hi, is this a young man from Freiraum?
Yes, it is.
I saw your ad on the building near the church.
Yeah, nice.
I'm curious. It piqued my interest, and I'd love to see what that would look like and discuss art with you.
Well, I guess art is, and it always has been a way of communication. Art was not only way of communication. It is much more, but one of the things that it is a way of communication. And for me, it was very important to somehow react or to infiltrate public space, and like to use the public space as a trigger of discussing art with a complete stranger, perhaps, but to make a human connection.
That's true. I mean, it always is the perfect medium to bond with someone, because it's so broad and it could be interpreted in many different ways. So I do think that you're right. It doesn't even matter who the person is.
Nice. Are you working in Sarajevo? Are you just visiting?
I'm just visiting.
So what do you think about periphery of Europe?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess we are. They call us transitional country, but I don't know if that definition is still valid, because the supposed state of transition is now 30 years, 25 years long.
Yeah.
So only other thing I can see Bosnia is like a periphery of Europe. So what are your impressions?
Well, I actually don't have much time to talk about it now, but if you'd love, you can text me on WhatsApp or anything, and we can continue with this conversation, but I wouldn't mind.
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You can text me on anything. I have Viber, I have WhatsApp, whatever suits you best, but I'd love to continue the conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So see you. Of course. Bye.
Bye. Halo.
Dobar dan.
Ćao. Dobar dan.
Znam broj, razgovor umjetnosti, pošto sam vidjela plakat.
Jeste. Izvolite.
A ko je iza ovog broja?
Pa, momak, 31 godina iz Sarajeva.
Aha, okej. Šta je ovo neki koncept zanimljiv, umjetnički ili fakat samo čisto sirovi razgovor?
Pa sirovi razgovor u smislu da je to pokušaj da se prenese razgovor umjetnosti u javni prostor, a sam razgovor umjetnosti jeste razgovor o ljudskim i o radničkim pravima, i da umjetnost nije unutar okvira slike ili unutar zidova galerije, nego da umjetnost zapravo evo nas dvoje stvaramo sad kad pričamo.
Upravo, tako zanimljivo, stvarno zanimljivo. Koliko vas jeste znali tog dana ljudi, koliko često?
Pa ja u biti radim ovaj rad već, 5-6 godina i zapravo ovako razgovaramo s ljudima već 5-6 godina zapravo o najrazličitijim stvarima, a moje mišljenje da je umjetnost zapravo ta koja daje platformu za razgovor, i to je onda umjetnost, a sve ostalo je samo dokumentacija umjetnosti, recimo slika, skulptura, instalacija, fotografija. Rekao bi da je to samo bilješka toga, a prava umjetnost je evo naš razgovor, to je to.
Zanimljivo, stvarno. Nevjerovatno, nemam više kredita. U svakom slučaju, ako budem opet bila raspoložena, nazvat ću vas.
Super, bilo mi drago da se čujemo opet.
Tako. Genijalan koncept, prijatno.
Hvala, čao. Halo.
Zdravo.
Ćao.
Izvini što sam ti malo prije spustila slušalicu.
Nema veze.
Ok, druže, ništa, ja sam ti samo nazvala da ti zaželim uspješan projekat. Malo sam nervozna kada treba razgovarati na telefon, ne volim to da radim, tu komunikaciju baš i ne sprovodim često u djelo i to je to.
Hvala ti puno, pa ovo je, mislim, super iskorak, onda, evo, napravili smo nešto.
Nešto, barem, dobro, izvinula sam ti se što sam ti prekinula. Slušaj, jeste, sad sam već nervozna. Hajde, čao.
Ćao.
Sretno.
Hvala ti, čao. Halo.
Halo.
Da, čao.
Ja sam vidjela onu umjetničku instalaciju na Nacionalnoj galeriji.
Aha.
Da čovjek hoće da priča umjetnost. Pa htjela sam pitat ko si ste i hoćemo se sad naći negdje u gradu ili...
Po biti, ja sam umjetnik tu iz Sarajeva i taj oglas je poziv na razgovor zapravo. Poziv na razgovor o javnom prostoru, u javnom prostoru. Mi se naravno možemo naći, razgovarati, možemo i preko telefona, možemo digitalno.
Pa dobro, ali bolje da se nađemo, mislim, šta fali?
Pa možeš to da ne.
Pa gdje živiš?
Pa ja sam u centru.
Pa dobro, ja sam sad u centru, hoću sad da se nađemo, ozbiljno.
Pa hajde, hoćeš u velikom parku. Kod Parkuši ili tako?
Čekaj, sad vidim koliko je sati, sad je 28, hoćemo onda u 8:30.
U 8:30? Pa hajde u 8, možeš li 8?
Pa ne mogu imati, ovdje sam nešto da završim, ja sam sad na čarši, pa da se nađemo u 8, nemam pojma, u parku, 8:15 sad, 20 minuta ovo završim.
Može, tamo kod fontane recimo.
Čekaj, kod fontane, kod parka.
Spomenika.
Ja, okej, dobro.
Okay.
Dobro, ja ću biti u pink suknji, vidjet ćeš pink suknja i ajde, zvaću ako ništa nastavno.
Okej, super.
Okej, ajde, vidimo. Ćao.
Dobar dan.
Ja bi da malo pričam, ako možeš. Šta mi mislite o ovom Boccaccio?
O Boccaccio?
Ja.
Pa Boccaccio je, koliko se ja sjećam, jako dobar slikar bio.
Dobar slikar, kako ti crtaš?
Ja, dobro.
Treba mi jedan radi slobodnog alama, ako možeš.
Znaš, koja je tema?
Tema priroda.
Priroda?
Pejzaž, da nacrtaš pejzaž.
Za koji razred? Četvrti srednji, jel?
Fakulteta, kakvi je srednji?
Pa fakultet nema razreda, ima godine.
Pa dobro, razred, godina isto ti je to.
Pa nemaš likovnog na fakultetu.
Pa nema likovnog, nema slobodno crtanje.
Slobodno crtanje?
Evo ga je rana, on zna bolje.
Halo.
Zdravo.
Zdravo.
Emir Ramović telefona, ja zovem povodom oglasja sa Akademije Peča.
Čao. Čao, hvala na javljanju.
Eto, samo da vidim, je li per se razgovor umjetnosti ili može i umjetnicima ili može život?
Pa mislim da je to sve jedno te isti razgovor.
A s kim razgovaramo?
Bojan Stojičić je pri telefonu.
Eto, drago mi je. Emir Ramović ovdje iz Beča.
Drago je.
Ja sam umjetnik i arhitekta. Ništa, ću samo rekao da se javim, pošto sam vidio preko Instagrama.
Super, baš mi je drago na pozivu. Recimo, kakva je situacija u Beču?
Pa, ne znam, mislim, po meni je okej. Mislim da neće ni nabolje nagore, nego nekako je sad ovo kao iščekivanje šta će se dalje dešavati.
A je li tamo trenutno lockdown?
Nije.
Nije? Super.
Nije. Vidim, međutim zatvara se prema Balkanu šestoko, tako da mislim da će biti teško putovati.
Da, čuo sam da su većina letova zapravo otkazana. Kao mi visokorizični. Sad smo visokorizična zemlja i to je to onda.
Uglavnom, vrlo interesantan konceptualna instalacija, mislim, s obzirom na toliko godina historije oglasa o sklonosti ka ne samo razgovoru, već ka nježnosti između ljudi, dodiru, pa i seksu, jel, dalje, mislim da ovo itekako ima značaj.
Pa to je bila i osnovna ideja iza toga, jer javni prostor u gradu, posebno oglašivački javni prostor, je zapravo uvijek prepušten pravilima kapitala. Ko ima para da se reklamira, taj diktira zapravo ideju, ideologiju koja će stajati na ulici. I meni je bio ovo neki pokušaj da hajmo na neki način, šta bi to moja bila intervencija kao građana ili prvenstveno kao kao čovjeka. Koja bi to moja intervencija bila u javnom prostoru i nekako pa možda je razgovor to što bih htio.
To je u suštini što sam, ja mislim da, kad ne znam sad da banalizujem kad kažem svaki umjetnik, ali mislim svaka osoba će pogotovo umjetnik svojim radom, nebitno kojem fahu, šta zapravo priželjkuje da ne samo da bi bio shvaćen, nego da će dijalog, razgovor, samo to je način komunikacije, da li je to struktura, konceptualna muzika, film, škarstvo, nebitno. Ja mislim da je jako interesantno da neko, vrlo jasno izražena poruka u smislu. Mislim, odlično. Ne samo što je duhovito, već mislim u svakom duhovitom kako zove elementu ima jako puno filozofije, tako da to je vrhunac svega.
Hvala puno, pa to je za mene veliki kompliment.
Ne znam, drago mi je kako zove za tu instalaciju, nadam se da ćeš ako mogu ja na ti, da ćeš dobiti poziva.
Pa već imam od juče, od kada je to krenulo, od kada je postavljen baner, pa kako je to krenulo na socijalnim mrežama, koji su također jedan javni prostor, to jednostavno telefon non stop zvoni i ovi najrazličitiji ljudi, od ovako ljudi koji sa velikim interesom i zanimanjem do ljudi koji zapravo kojima to na neki način možda i smeta, koji se čude zašto to, ali mislim da je sve to jako, jako pozitivno.
Dio razgovora, a razgovor je bio cilj dijaloga.
Da.
A to je mislim, ja ne samo kao umjetnik, već i kao arhitekta svjestan sam to ajde recimo sarajevskog, da ne kažem bosanskog, jer više znam Sarajevu nego u Bosni, ja tu studirao i radio, da je javno mijenju, taj javni dijalog je zapravo jako zapostavljen, a on je marginaliziran kao nešto što nije, odnosno kako da formuliše, mislim da ljudi su dobili osjećaj da moraju oni lično, privatno biti dio javnog mijenja, a da nije javno mijenje nešto izolovano van privatnog, nešto apstraktno, da nije to neki Tito ili neki sistem, već da je to oni kao privatna osoba su dio javnog mijenja. I mislim da je ova instalacija tu na neki način i preispituje i pokazuje kako zapravo nešto vrlo što potiče iz nekih intimnih sferi, pa čak iz nekog tabua ili nekog obskuriteta, to neki javni oglas za kontakt, zapravo go vrlo dobro pravi tu transponuje nešto privatno ka nečem javno, tako da nisam vrlo uspjeli.
Slažem se. Mišljenja sam da recimo javni prostor je prepušten investitoru, politika je prepuštena traumi i onda zapravo kao da niko nema želju ili možda čak prije možda nema načina da komunicira u ovakvoj sredini kako je Sarajevo, da nema zapravo komunikacije šta to nama zapravo treba. Čak i na lokalnoj bazi od nekih banalnih stvari kad se odlučuje da li neki trotoar ili šta treba od zgrada rušiti, šta graditi, tu je uglavnom sve prepušteno nekoj reakciji koja dolazi iz traume, koja dolazi, koja je ili isključiva, koja može biti ili ovo ili ono, ne može biti ništa između.
Da.
I zato ja mislim jako bitno pokretanje dijaloga.
I edukacija o dijalogu.
Da, naravno.
Šta je generalno dijalog? Dijalog nije crno dijelo.
Da, a to je recimo na čitavom Balkanu, to je veliki problem, kultura dijaloga.
Yes.
Mogućnost da se neko sasluša i mogućnost da se iskaže.
Da, dijalog je, ja ga baš tako poznajem. Iz ličnog iskustva više nešto među našoj kulturi. Nešto što ja čekam da ti završiš da bi ja nešto rekao. Tako, razumijem. Ali dobro mislim, drago mi je čestitke na potezu i nadam se da ćeš imati interesantni razgovor.
Hvala puno.
Before connecting to our partner in Regensburg, we will listen to another excerpt of the first episode of the podcast produced by our partner in Dublin, Trinity Access at Trinity College at the University of Dublin. Daniel McFarlane is discussing with Dov Karpen and Rhys Sheridan on the notion of freedom and youth in the COVID era.
Wasn't going around thinking that I deserved things or that I deserved respect or kindness or politeness, or that I deserved to be in spaces where they were discussing arts and politics and law. I just kind of, thought that my family moved here and I'm just going to make the most of it. I didn't really feel like Ireland was mine, that Dublin was mine. I felt like I was borrowing from it, that I was borrowing it, or that, it wasn't truly mine. But now, I sound like I'm here, and not only because I sound like I love Dublin. Dublin is my home. I say I'm born in Mauritius, but bred and buttered in Dublin. And that is my identity now, and I'm really proud of that.
Hello there, and welcome to our Freiraum Pan-European Hybrid Festival. This is our second festival, brought to you by our Freiraum committee with guest speakers, artists and thinkers from locations all across Europe. For more information, please visit freiraumfestival.eu. Remember, this festival and its programme runs from November 19th to 20th on a hybrid platform, so you can attend an event 10 minutes from your current location, listen to academic thinkers from Athens, and view artists' work from all across the continent. This is a very special podcast episode produced for our festival, and I'm your host, Daniel McFarlane. I'm a Freiraum platform member from Dublin, Ireland. I'm also an education and arts worker from Trinity Access, based in Trinity College, Dublin. We're an organisation within Trinity College who aim to include all members of society in third level education. We strive to include the unincluded and hope to change the face of education for generations to come. For more information on the work that I do, Google Trinity Access or follow us on Instagram at Trinity_Access_programs. This podcast is called Reforming Our Freedom, Expressions of Youth Voice for our COVID era. We'll get a chance to discuss with two of our students, Dov Karpen and Rhys Sheridan, as we explore the last 18 months of the pandemic in Ireland, how it changed them as students, how it reformed them as citizens, and more importantly, how all is not lost as we try to change the world into a more inclusive space. If you like our podcast, why not share it with friends? Check out the rest of our festival programme at freiraumfestival.eu. Thanks for listening and enjoy the show. And I will go alphabetical on this, and I'll start with Dov.
Yeah, so my name is Dov, like the bird. I moved to Ireland when I was 10 years old, so I've been here for about 14 years now. My family and I moved from Mauritius, so we're first generation immigrants. I recently graduated law in Trinity. I got into Trinity College through the Access course. I did the foundation course and then progressed through my undergraduate through that. I'm really passionate about drama and theatre. I still have dreams of becoming a playwright one day. I really love music. I have 3 younger sisters, so big pressure on my shoulders. And yeah, now I think I'm just working and just kind of enjoying my youth and exploring Dublin, because I think when you live somewhere, you really take it for granted. And I recently met someone who came over from Scotland on an engineering graduate degree, and they kind of forced me to do like loads of random things with them, and like, you know, the Guinness Storehouse, like, you know, things like that, and the big red bus, although, you know, they're not great representations of, you know, what a cultural city has to offer. But when you have someone with you on a time restriction, you're gonna do a lot, and that's what I'm doing now for the rest of the year.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think everyone's kind of getting their you can't really say post-pandemic just yet, but we're definitely grabbing life where we can get it and keeping 2 meters apart while we do. Reese, why don't you say hello to everyone?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Rhys O'Sheridan. I'm a 3rd-year student of European Studies at Trinity College Dublin, and just like Dub, I entered Trinity College through the higher education access route. So that's for students who come from working class backgrounds to increase their representation at 3rd level education. But I'm currently on an Erasmus exchange at Sciences Po Paris, where I'm undertaking quite a broad range of modules, ranging from everything between political philosophy and performance art. So it's quite broad, it's quite interesting. But at the end of the day, I really do enjoy it. I really do love it. I'm also massively interested in arts, education, and social justice, and of course the intersection between those things. Those are some real passions of mine, and interestingly, they've offered me quite a few opportunities. Most notably, and indeed most recently, I was invited to undertake a 9-month student residency at the Centre Culturel Irlandais in Paris, which is the cultural flagship for Ireland on the continent. So that's quite exciting and quite interesting. And I'm just delighted to be here today and very excited to get down to business and talk about these brilliant ideas that we have before us.
Yeah, and I think I'm really pleased because more often than not, when we're talking about ideas of freedom and identity, it's either a really old white man, or maybe it's, you know, an institution that's talking on behalf of a subsect or a group identity. So it's great that we're able to kind of turn the platform a little bit to people who are involved in it, maybe who are a little bit more, I suppose, grassroots is what we're trying to get at. So what I'd love to maybe start off the conversation with you guys is that, you know, you're certainly the converted, or at least questions of freedom, questions of political participation, identity, they come easy to you. But I don't think they always came easy. And, you know, they don't really always come easy, particularly when you're smaller. Everybody wants to be an in crowd. But maybe, Reese, you can start off the conversation and maybe start to think a little bit about and discuss with us, you know, did the idea of freedom and identity and kind of harnessing spaces, and particularly you said there, kind of like education and participation, was that always kind of your MO growing up?
Yeah, so I suppose for me, the question of freedom and how it relates to my own identity is something that I've always tried to grasp throughout my life. And there's a few facets of my identity which affect my interpretation of freedom. So, for instance, I had to accept that I'm a white, able-bodied male who has benefited from social mobility because of his education. And that certainly has afforded me a lot of privileges that determine my freedom. However, on the other hand of that, I'm also a queer working class person. And in recent times, it could be best described as an expat. And I use that word carefully because I know that its synonyms have connotations which I believe personally would be quite inappropriate to take upon myself. But that has definitely influenced my ideas of freedom, what I can and can't do. So to take example of being a queer person, most evidently a gay man, my expressions of my sexual identity can be quite restricted in some spaces, but quite unrestricted than others. And throughout the pandemic, I think that was something that I really had to question about whether or not I am being my true authentic self in public and in private as well, because the public and private distinction throughout the pandemic was quite weak in some ways. And what was public was private, and what was private was public, especially in the context of social media. But at the same time, it was a very interesting topic to deal with. Throughout my life, however, the idea of freedom from an early age would have to go to the idea of being a working class, and the fact that a lot of the opportunities my peers had, I couldn't afford in every sense of that word. And because of that, that is something I've been acutely aware of. And it's something which is in some ways, actually in many ways, encouraged me and to be quite active about as an activist and to engage with programs and projects that can, ensure that people from these underrepresented backgrounds in whatever sector have those opportunities and can therefore benefit from the freedom that comes with those opportunities. But of course, as well, I have to say that I do have a theoretical understanding of freedom, one which I always don't agree with, and sometimes it challenges my own understanding. As a student of politics, philosophy, history, arts, you name it, the idea of freedom is something I have to deal with quite often, almost on a daily basis, and that can be exhausting, especially in a world like today where it's quite chaotic and intense, and freedom is really being challenged. So yeah, those are my interpretations of freedom and how they relate to my life. And however they may look in the future, I don't know. But right here, right now, that's how they are, and that's how I like them.
I'm happy, Reese. You couldn't have named it just straight off the bat. It was like, as two white men, we can talk, and two native Irish. Well,
exactly, that's true. That's very true.
We can talk about that, but I think it's also, that those simplicities, or at least really those privileges, don't come as easy to other people. And I suppose, Dove, you probably had that feeling straight away when you came into Ireland.
For sure.
What was it like for you growing up on the ideas of freedom, or even just identity and participation? Did you feel included, or did you feel welcomed when you arrived to Ireland?
Unfortunately, not at all. Not at all. And sometimes I kind of gaslight myself, and I'm like, oh, that was totally my fault because I didn't know how to speak English. I wasn't included. I wasn't kind of putting myself out there. But I think when you're a small 10-year-old and your family are coming here, for better education, just economic reasons, which is fine, which is okay. And it took me so long to grasp that, yes, it's okay for my family, a brown family, to move to a white country for a better life, for a better education, for a better standard of living. And for so long, I felt, that was wrong. That's not okay. But yeah, so I do think that when you're a small child and you're brown and you don't have the language and you're going to primary school here, I think the onus is on the teachers, on the students already in that school to make you feel welcomed. And for so long, I took it upon myself. I was like, oh, Mom, I don't have any friends. I don't know how to speak the language. I feel really excluded. I was bullied, and it was a very, again, gaslighting myself. I was like, oh, everyone goes through it. Kids go through that. But I think now it's obviously improving. Everyone knows the definition of bullying. Everyone, calls it out, and it's just nicer to be nice now. It's not a cool thing to be a bully anymore. Mm-hmm. Whereas 10 years ago, it's slowly changing. 10 years ago, they'd make fun of my food, they'd make fun of my name. And even, my name now, introducing myself as Dove, I had to reflect on that a lot. And my full name is Dovany, obviously very, very, ethnic. And the NY stands for New York at the end. But I Englishized my name, and I had to reflect on that myself. Is that a choice I'm making for me? Do I prefer that? And it is. Now I know that it's me. I want to be called Dove. I want people to refer me as Dove. It's only my mom and my dad who calls me Dovany when I'm in trouble. So it's not totally to Englishize my name or to make it easier for people to call me. But also, if you had a very difficult name to say, the onus is totally on you to introduce yourself how you want to. And so that was a very big part of my identity. So my name, my experiences in primary school off the bat, because they weren't so great and accommodating and welcoming, I kind of went in then into secondary school wary and afraid and a little bit worried. But I think at the same time, I think I differ from Reese in the way that for me, college was always on the horizon, and it had to be on the horizon because it was literally the reason my family moved here. So that pressure was enormous then. Like, I had to be going to college. I didn't know what I was going to do. don't know, but my mum and my dad were like, you're going, you know. And so the opposite of that, you know, not having any college prospects to only having that, and that being the only purpose, you know, in secondary school is also kind of difficult. But because of that, because I kind of knew very well what my goal and my direction were, and my family were really supportive, it didn't make secondary school so difficult. You know, I enjoyed learning. I had friends. I, you know, was really involved. I did debating. I did, you know, arts and music and stuff. So it was a good time, but I think I wasn't as confident as I am now in my identity. Where I think Marianne says, "Oh, I went to college and I got pretty," and I feel like that. And then Connell says, "No, you were always pretty," and I actually relate to that so much because I think college allowed me to be who I am more confidently and more overtly.
We hope you're enjoying the show, and we like when listeners join in on other Freiraum events all across Europe. To see what's going on in your local area and all across the continent, check out freiraumfestival.eu. And for more info on the work we do here in Trinity Access in Ireland, follow Trinity_Access_programs on Instagram, or Google Trinity Access to see our latest website. I promise you my colleague Kevin will be really happy when he sees some new visitors to our website. Anyhow, here's back to the show. Always talking with students, instead of giving them kind of a corporate pitch of like why they need to come to Trinity or why they might need to get involved in education or even just traditionally maybe white or elitist spaces, we kind of say we need this space to be as diverse as contemporary Ireland, you know, whether that's LGBT groups, whether that's ethnic minorities. And you did kind of talk a little bit about it there, of kind of blossoming in college, but maybe Reese, maybe you can start us off again. Did you feel that was happening to you in college? Do you feel like it was a little bit more complicated than as a simple coming of age story of now I can blossom? Was there still a lot of work to do?
I do think it was. I think I was on a journey before I began college. I think for me, secondary school was an interesting experience, especially after transition year. That was a really transformative experience for me. But that journey continued on into college, and of course, it was abruptly ended with the pandemic. But we will discuss that later on. For me, though, the idea of I remember quite vividly how. First of all, I remember quite vividly how I got the news that I would get into Trinity, which was a lifelong ambition of mine. I'm a first generation college student, and to be told, you know, you're going to the best university in Ireland was an absolute, you know, it was a blessing. That's the best way I could describe it. And it was also a massive responsibility as well, because it meant that I had to be a trailblazer. I did in some ways, and that this experience is entirely new, and that I didn't have any yardstick upon which I could measure my experience. So I was very much new in that way. Did I blossom? In many ways, I did. I decided from the outset that I kind of, in some ways, I don't want to use the word reinvent myself, because, you know, the material which I was working with was myself, and I couldn't entirely overhaul myself. But I certainly felt that this was an opportunity that I had. It was a privilege in a lot of ways, and that it should be used. My general vision about things such as these is that if I am in any position of you know, success, it's my responsibility to help those who haven't yet reached that position to come up. And again, that ties back to the idea of being a trailblazer. But for me, I did feel that college was an opportunity to blossom. And in many ways I did. There was challenges, of course. There was personal conflict, similar to what Dove discussed in her piece about, you know, this sort of internal gaslighting, which I had felt at times I wasn't meant to be here. I can remember really well one of my first lectures. As a matter of fact, my first lecture was a French lecture, and everyone who surrounded me could speak quite good French, and I thought I could speak quite good French. In fact, I would say I was one of the best French speakers in my class back where I came from. However, being transported from a suburban deaf school in County Kildare all the way to the finest university in Ireland, surrounded by privately educated students who speak French and Latin and Greek and all these other brilliant languages, it was a real shock, and that certainly prompted me to ask myself some very difficult questions about belonging and various other things about myself as well. But in terms of college as well, I have to admit that there was a lot of things going on in the background. So, for instance, I was responsible for the care of an older person, and that for me affected the way in which I could engage with college and its activities. My experience, as is often presented in a lot of novels and depictions of college life, of party, party, party. Indeed, there was some parties, but there weren't many. There were quite far and few between, and that was determined by, firstly, the responsibilities I had. Secondly, again, to bring it back to the idea of being working class, I frankly couldn't afford it. So that for me certainly hinders the sort of traditional trajectory of like blossoming in college. But it allowed me to blossom in a lot of other ways. It certainly made me a lot more mature and a lot more responsible, for better or worse as well. Sometimes I ask myself if that was a good thing, if it's affected me positively, and in other moments I think it didn't. But at the end of the day, that's life and that's how it is. And I accept that, and I'm quite content with my acceptance of that. So college for me as a blossoming experience, I certainly believe that I did blossom, and I certainly believe that I am blossoming as well and will continue to blossom, because I don't feel that it's a finite experience. I do believe very much so that I'm only 20 years of age. I've got God knows how many years left of me, hopefully more than I might hope so. But, in any case, I do believe that it's something which is an ongoing and perpetual experience, and that gives me a lot of joy in itself. So yeah, that's how I feel about it.
You know, having done a law degree, I was really interested to see how quickly they were churning out these laws that were so easy to restrict people's movements. And we've seen that like travel is not important, you know, in the X case, and they're really easy to, you know, ban travel. But you know, in terms of like walking around, you know, mental health, play, leisure, all these things that are really important to people's life, to sustain life and to maintain healthy living, they were so easy, you know, cut off. You know, going out for food, people's livelihood, I was just baffled. I was like, you know, why? It really kind of made me stop and think, am I really in the right degree? Is this really what law is about? A method of control, a method of, you know, chaos and carnage and, you know, totalitarian almost. It was very, you know, scary. But yeah, I'm really happy I got there in the end. My graduation is soon, so, you know, it's a big day for the Kirpin household. The first graduate in my family. But, you know, the pandemic for me personally, like I said, was really great. But
In the next few days, you will be able to listen to the rest of this episode and also to the second episode of the podcast produced by our partner in Dublin on our website, on the online library that we're preparing for you. As the day comes now to a close, we will connect to our partner in Regensburg, where we are joined by dramaturg Laura Mangels and author Maria Milisavljevic, who will discuss on what it means to be an author, writing for the theater today.
to Thessaloniki and to all the other places of the Freiraum partners and the audience, of course. We are here at Theater Regensburg and are really excited to be part of the Freiraum Festival with our first edition of the new format Zeitstücke. My name is Laura Mangels and I'm a dramaturg here at Theater Regensburg. And next to me is playwright Maria Mlisavljević, who is our playwright in residence in this season at Theater Regensburg. Before I introduce her more thoroughly, I want to express we are happy to be part of Freiraum Festival today, as it is asking many important questions. What is the state of the arts? What is the state of the arts in the digital public sphere? What is the state of the arts after almost 2 years of a pandemic and still being in the middle of a pandemic today? And speaking about the state of the arts, we will not only speak about the works of art that are put out there, but also about the way art is produced. The questions of social movements and solidarity were discussed at Freiraum Festival yesterday, for example, and the state of the arts right now, all of this is going to be part of our conversation that we're now going to have. So we are going to touch different topics of Freiraum Festival and will end in the context of session 4, which is art in the digital public sphere. I would also like to invite you as the audience to participate in our conversation by asking questions via email. The mail address is info@artbox.gr. Info@artbox.gr for the local audience. You can also find the email address on the website of the Freiraum Festival. I would also like to introduce Michael Zehntner, who you can see here right next to us. He is an actor at Theater Regensburg, and we are really thankful that he is our questions guy today. So all of the questions that you are sending in via email are going to send to us via WhatsApp, and Michael is going to bring in your questions into this conversation. So thank you, Maria, for being here. I will introduce you now, and we can kind of play it like a biography game. When I say it wrong, you just add the right biographical information, but I hope I got it right. Maria Mlisavljević is an award-winning playwright, theater creator, dramaturg, and translator. Over the past 20 years, Maria has worked with various theaters and companies across Germany, Canada, the US, Brazil, and the United Kingdom. She lived in Canada and worked as a dramaturg and director at Tarragon Theatre and completed her PhD about playwrights theatre at the Royal Court Theatre in London. Maria's play Brandung, the English title is Abyss, won the prestigious 2013 Kleist Promotional Award for Young Dramatists and opened at Deutsches Theater Berlin, where it played in the repertoire until 2015. Brandung, or Abyss, has since opened at Tarragon Theatre in Toronto, in London, in Vienna, in New York, and in Mexico City. Abyss was also nominated for the Dora Mavor-Moore Award in 2015 in the category Outstanding New Play. Then Maria's play Beben won the German Playwrights Award at the Heidelberger Stückemarkt, the Else Lasker Schüler Award, and was shortlisted for the 2016 Stückemarkt and at the internationally renowned annual theater festival Theatertreffen in Berlin, and the Mülheimer Dramatikerpreis. So speaking about the German theater landscapes, we can kind of say that you were, with your text, you were part of many of all of the important awards ceremonies, I would say. Her recent works include, for example, Auf ewig unser Gestern, which premiered at Residenztheater in Munich, Geteilt, which was shown at Deutsches Theater Göttingen and Schauspiel Stuttgart, or Per Günschi Her, which opened the season here at Theater Regensburg just really recently, directed by Julia Prexel. Maria, you translate your works into English yourself, and you have also translated prominent plays of other authors. And from 2017 to 2018, you were a member of the Playwrights Unit World Stage at the Residenztheater in Munich. And in this season, 21-22, you are our playwright in residence at Theater Regensburg. Did I get this information right?
You did. Thank you.
First of all, before we dive into the topics of Freiraum Festival, because I always enjoy the answer to this question, what brought you into the theatre world?
Okay, so thank you, Laura, for that long introduction, and hello to Thessaloniki. I'm very happy to be a part of this. What brought me into the theatre were my teachers, because I don't come from a family where we go to the theatre, and I don't come from an area where there is a theatre near. So I was lucky to have teachers then when I was sort of about to graduate, who took us to bigger cities, which at the time were in the Ruhr district. So there are great theatres. We went to Bochum, we went to Dortmund, and that's where I saw theatre when I was about 15 years old. And that convinced me that I should go and work in the theatre.
And then, I mean, working in the theatre, of course, there are all different kind of professions. And I would say playwriting, writing text for theatre, is also a really specific thing to do. So when did you start to write for theatre?
Okay, so there's a longer answer to this question, because at the time when I was 15 and I was going into the theatre, I didn't understand that there is a job that is playwriting. Of course, I mean, I wasn't absolutely ignorant to the fact that someone had written that text on stage, but usually it would be a dead man who had written it. So I wasn't aware that there is a scene where people still write plays that go on stage. So when I decided to be working in theatre, all I thought is, okay, there's a director and there are actors. So if you want to work in the theatre, what you got to do is you become an actor or an actress. And so I, of course, during when I was in school, I was looking for theatre companies, but there again, it was texts of people who were not alive anymore, so they were being performed, and we worked on that. And then later on, when I was out of school, I decided, okay, I need to understand what theatre is about, and I started to work in theatre in different fields, actually. So I started in the electrics department, and I started in ticket sales. I'm a great front of house person. I'm the best front of house person. I'm really good at customer service.
Maybe we can find a way to use this at theatre.
West End trained in customer service. But still, I wasn't. I mean, and that was actually in London. And still, I was working in musical theatre, and I didn't understand. Okay, there's the profession of a playwright. And then I started my university studies not far from here in Bavaria, and I also started working in the theatre as an assistant director. Because I felt that's what I wanted to do. I want to work as director. I'd start as an assistant director, and any kind of profession, like where I come from, which is like quite obvious, like quite frankly working class, is if you want to perform in a job, what you do is you start working in that job, and then you see how you do in that job, and you understand how that place works, which is usually like a factory or a workshop, and that's how you get into your profession. And then that's what I started doing, being an assistant director. And then, but early on, and here we get kind of personal, which happens. I think it might happen throughout this talk, but I guess that's what it's about. So what happened was when I was 21, I was having my son, and the theatre decided that by having a baby, I wasn't supposed to come back and work there. Because they said young mothers aren't very reliable. At the time, I felt that's absolutely true, which is not a reality, right? We all know that. But I think if you're being put in that spot as a very young person, you trust that and you think, okay, the powers that be decide that young mothers aren't reliable. But I still felt I wanted to do theatre. So when my son was 6 months old, I founded my own independent theatre company. Which meant it was an independent theatre company in a small rural city in Bavaria, which is the kind of theatre company that is being overlooked by basically anybody but the people in the theatre company. So in all that, when I started working in that way, I wanted to, I mean, at the time I was already studying English, so I was aware of new plays, and I was aware that there's a scene where you write, but I didn't consider myself a writer, because I always felt you need to train in order to be a writer, which is absolutely true. You know, people do go to schools and learn playwriting or being a writer, but the reason I started writing was because of the publishing houses in Germany. I mean, we have this structure of playwrights being represented by publishing houses, and they sort of act as our agents. And they're also the ones like in touch with the theatres. And what they do with new plays by living playwrights is that for a period of time, they won't sell them to amateur theater makers, right? They go to the bigger theaters because, of course, the playwrights are still alive. They need to make a living, and those plays should be performed by theaters that can actually pay for it in a proper way. So I asked those publishing houses for the new plays, and they said, well, you can't have them. You're an amateur theater group somewhere in a very small town in rural Bavaria, so that is not going to happen. But I really wanted to have theater texts that were talking about the times I was living in, so I started writing them. And that's how I became a writer, and then later, but I never considered myself a writer. It was only until it was kind of a joke for me to submit a play to that first award that I won, because I was like, I'm not going to win it anyway, because I never learned to be a playwright, so why would I win a playwriting award? And then I won it, and by that a production at the Deutsches Theater in Berlin followed, and with that someone said to me, well, you are a professional writer now. And it's like, that's great, I've been working as a playwright for quite a few years, but it's great that I'm professional now. Yeah, so that's how that happened.
So actually, thank you for sharing your personal story, and so we actually are touching many topics of the question, what is the state of the arts today, what is solidarity in the arts, and also topics of gender equality and classism. And you basically did not go to a writing school, but just started writing, and then kind of by a specific discriminatory moment kind of fell into the writing practice. You brought up the topics right now, and I mean, gender equality is a much talked about topic most of the times. Classism, however, is often overlooked, I would say, in the arts or in the cultural sphere. I think especially in the context of the pandemic, or also when it comes to being present in the digital sphere, I think classism is also a really important topic. What you just told us is some years away now, but what would you say, what is the classism state of the arts right now? Do you find it very present?
I find classism, as you say, is a topic that isn't talked about much because it's so strongly connected to shame, right? And when you talk about the digital age, when the pandemic happened and people asked you, well, you were an artist, how about you produce a little video? And everybody was going like, yes, let's produce a video. And you stand there and you go like, so you guys all have a camera or like a phone that can actually produce a video? Like how do you actually, where do you get the technology from? And I mean, as much as it hits schoolrooms where we suddenly realized not all the kids have a computer to work on and doing all the homework on their phones. I think it was the same with artists. If you already had a background where you could say, well, I'm producing this and I'm producing that, and I have all the equipment that I need for that, I'm very well set up to move into the digital space, right? And it's also about skills. Do you have the time to acquire those skills? Because if you have other jobs on the side, you don't necessarily have those skills. But coming back to classism, I think it's a huge topic because it isn't talked about because those artists that do not come from an academic background, I feel there's a stigma attached to it, right? Because it's a lot of artists come from an academic background, and you need that in order to be a good artist, right? You need your spaces, you need your like the references that you bring into your art. You need to be learned in order to create an art that reflects the world. And in that, if you don't come from that, and you always speak through your own experience, that's not necessarily an academic background or bourgeois or upper class experience. That for some people, even the people in the theatre who mainly do not come from that background, is a very uncomfortable situation. So a lot of people do not realize that that many artists, and this is my experience, many artists in my generation, also in younger generations and older generations, are well, let's be frank, I mean, in Germany, that it's usually people who come from western parts of Germany, who come from families that do have money, have parents who've supported them, which means they are in a position to probably inherit some money, which usually means that they are white and they have a very German background. And all that added together makes for theatre scene that is in some parts very homogenous, right? It's not that a lot comes in, and then when you put it to people, I mean, I've been at a podium and someone said, well, it's such a shame that a lot of artists, like women, and also, and here we have gender again, so many women and people with like a non-German, non-fully German background. I mean, this is like we have this strange word which is called migrational background, which is really weird and you can't really translate it into another language because people just don't understand what the concept's about. But They say it's so hard that these two groups of people they sort of drop out of theatre at 35, and I simply say, well, that's because they don't have an apartment that their parents bought for them, so now they can't make a living. They have children, they have a family, they can't support it with the arts if they don't have like a family or some sort of financial structure that supports them, because the arts these days they only support very few of us in the way that we can live off it. And then if we don't have a home or like a family, like money, if we do not have money, we can't keep going, right? And that's but that's also something you don't say, right? Watch theatre, you do not go into a negotiation and say, well, actually I don't have money, is it okay for you if you pay me now? Because there's shame attached to it, right? And I would put it out there that a lot of us have been in the situation where we felt we're running out of money, we should just tell the theatre, and the person that we're negotiating with usually has a monthly income. So they're like, yeah, I'll be there in 3 months' time, and you're like, yeah, but you have a monthly income. I can't pay my rent. But I think that is the topic of casteism. In theatre, it's not. You don't want that attached to yourself sometimes. But I think over the last couple of years, we've started talking about it, and it's not easy, and it makes people uncomfortable. But it's something that we have to put ourselves through.
You just said you started talking about it. Are there other aspects in your way of working in theatre that are attached to your personally lived experience, or are there certain work ethics that are important to you because of this life story that you have?
That is a really hard question, because you always feel you write what you know but don't write about yourself. So like you try to write things that better the world in the way that they bring across a message that changes the things that you feel are unjust or in any way just wrong. But at the same time, I think particularly in Germany, because we've had a lot of theatre that reproduces ideas of different German identities and different perspectives, and then it very quickly happens that people consider that just discourse and not art, and it's being way too theoretical rather than artful or playful, and so it's always this kind of notion of walking a very small line of like bringing across the things that are important to you and introducing characters. Like what I do is that I try to introduce characters on stage that aren't necessarily from the middle classes or the upper classes. Of course, never the upper classes, just when you rewrite old material, right? But they're not necessarily from the middle class, but they're also not being put on stage in a way that we watch them and they're sort of these people that we laugh at, because I also want poetic kind of language attached to it. I want to create complex characters, and because I don't feel there are a lot of characters on stage these days that are non-middle class, that are not the like standard biography. And I mean, there are theatres, of course, in Germany, like of course Gorky, or like a lot of ensembles are getting much more diverse than they have been, and by that a lot of different stories seep in. But it's also that there's also always this kind of backwind which is like, that is just it's just too much of it. So it's a difficult thing to play, which I think in different countries. Or like having worked in Canada, I always feel that is not even an issue. Like there's, or like in England, there are a lot of different stories on the stages, so we don't need to talk about that too much. But here in like new plays and new writing, it needs to be the plays that are being talked about need to be artful. They need to be, the language needs to be somehow interesting and poetic and all that. And sometimes that's where that doesn't find a place to tell those stories.
And I mean, the art and the characters, for example, you create in your plays, I think the state of the art always has to do with the way art is produced. I know that, for example, the topic transparency is something really important to you, not in the terms of the plays you write, but in the way you work as an author. What does this term mean to you in your position as author?
I think it's probably these two personalities, right? There's a writer who tries to bring things across in her writings or in her art, and then there's myself as an activist.
Yes.
And that is something that I found when I have, like, working as a playwright in Germany. When I started working here, I realized playwrights don't talk to each other. Everybody's sort of isolated, and there's always this notion about never talking about money. And what it leads to, I mean, quite obviously, is that we don't know what kind of money other people are making. So I decided a couple of years ago to just talk about the money I'm making, which, again, here we are, shame, right? Shame. It's difficult to put it out there, to say, can I just tell you what the money I'm making? You don't need to tell me what you're making. I just want you to know. And then you can sort of, in your head, start that narrative about what you earn, why do I earn this and why do you earn that? And by that, a conversation has been started. And it was really helpful, because I learned that I don't make as much money as male colleagues who have worked just as much as I have, or I have worked just as much as they have, but still I would get the same amount of money. And then, but it's also like newcomers, like young writers, being paid hilariously low amounts of money. Small amounts of money, because they're just being told to be happy to be produced at a theatre. And from that, I mean, there's also this different movements have started over the last 2 years. We have playwrights didn't have anything like a playwrights guild in Canada or some association where we get together and have a structure that organizes us. So 2 organizations have been founded, and I was part of both founding moments, basically. One is working kind of as a writers' union, figuring out what we need in order to gain a standing, or like more like a political standing. But then there's also this other organization which is called the Playwrights Network, which is part of a bigger network, which I'm heading with a couple of colleagues, which is more like an activists network, because the whole network is called the Ensemble Network, and it was founded by actors, but there's a network for all the different fields of work in theatre. And it offers a structure in which the different professions start talking to each other, right? Because playwright has a problem if plays aren't read. So we talk to the dramaturg, and the dramaturg says, I have no time to read it. And then the director says, and I don't know any living playwrights. So that's where you start the conversation. So we started that, and the network has also become a place where writers come to us if they feel there are no negotiations and they don't know if the way they're being treated, be it through power structures or financial structures, is fair. So we give feedback, and we're actually working out on fair models of payment, trying to give suggestions as to theatres also, as to what we consider a fair payment for certain kinds of works, which has not existed. And there also has been the idea to rather avoid that we put like theatres, or like there's like a group where like the artistic directors get together. But the discussion has been on the table whether there should be like sort of what it is that you get for the commission money that you get for a play. But theatres are very reluctant to put a number to it, because it's easy, and if you're all isolated, to just come up with their own numbers, and that's what you do. And
I mean, I would say there is this stereotype of the lonely wolf writer sitting alone in his or her, or maybe talking about the stereotype sitting alone in his room, writing genius pieces of text. Yes. So, how did you maybe with this stereotype of the author, the writer, the playwright? What was the reaction to your playwrights network?
I mean, obviously, we come from a very different standpoint, and I must say there are colleagues who feel that they are like true artists who should be at home, who should be put on a pedestal and be hailed a genius. But like the network, and that's why I said we are activists and we are organized in a structure that allows us to talk to people who work in theaters, is that we understand ourselves as theatre makers, and we work in the theatre because we want to work in the theatre. We don't want to just sit at home. We want to be part of the structures, even to the downsides of it. You know, if you are in a structure, you work more. You have a say in things. That means you have a responsibility. And for many years, and I think that is something that other countries may not know in the same way, because I didn't find it when I worked in Canada or the UK or the US, is that in Germany, playwrights were considered almost like an enemy to the creative process happening in the production hall or in the rehearsal hall or on stage, because creative teams felt, particularly directors felt, that if we come in, we would make claims as to how the plays should be produced or what we want to see on stage, which may collide with their vision, because we have a very strong director's vision, which is the Regietheater, obviously. And in that, there had been these two fronts where playwrights had really bad reputation, and we always wondered why, because we just want to talk, we just want to be present, we really like to enjoy being a part of it, we like to be the cheerleaders, or sometimes say, well, you know what you've just cut, it's a reference to this which you haven't cut, are you aware of that? Rather be helping or just be be a member of the creative team. So we've come up with this, we formulated the idea that we want to see ourselves as members of the ensemble. And we like the idea to be working at theatre, to be a part of that structure, to be involved in the processes, and yes, to be involved in the creative processes that are happening.
Maybe as an important context at this point, the German theatre landscape usually is full of ensembles. We have a structure of city and state theatres, and I think it is a quite special thing in Germany, right, that we have these ensembles of actors, of actresses, of opera singers. Because, for example, in Canada, I think it's more of a company character in the theatre, right? Or did you work with an ensemble there as well?
It's very rare, because also like the companies, they don't work in repertory, right? They work on suite, so and with on suite production scheme, you bring people in for the rehearsal period, then you perform for a couple of weeks, and then they're out of job, right? But here, due to the repertory and the plays coming back every couple of weeks or every couple of months, you need an ensemble to do that, and that's the structure. And also attached to that, of course, let's be quite frank, is a different structure of subsidies. German theatre is subsidized, and many of you may know this, to a point where that's just out of or it's just a dream for theatres in other countries. And I think that, I mean, of course, it's because there are these big theatre buildings, there are like hundreds of people who are constantly working there, like not the artists, just the people who are in administration, the technicians. There's a whole body of technicians. The theatre that I worked at in Canada had 2 stages. Each stage had 1 technician, right? And he was doing this. He was in charge of sound and light and like anything that happened. Even if a light bulb needed to be changed in the theatre, it was his job, right? So it's different theatre systems that are being attached to these different structures, and of course you need a lot of subsidies to be able to finance an ensemble.
And speaking of this ensemble character, when you say you as an author are part of producing the art, what does it mean to be part of the ensemble as an author? Have you made this experience already?
Now I think we need to address the fact that, to me, that if I'd said that a couple of years ago, people would have laughed into my face and said, well, that's just a utopian idea, that's never going to happen in Germany. Because I came back from Canada, and I wrote my PhD, as you said, on the Royal Court, which means that what I'd been doing was basically reading these plays by amazing playwrights who had been part of the processes, and sometimes even couldn't let go of the process. And so I'd read about that. Then I went to Canada and I started working at Tarragon Theatre, which is a playwrights theatre. I became a playwright in residence at Tarragon. I worked as a dramaturg for other playwrights, and I realized there is a system where the playwright is very, very closely attached to the process. They're in the rehearsals. There are workshops happening before rehearsals start. They're included in the casting process. The director would not ever make a choice on that text that is not talked about with the playwright. And then you come back to Germany and you realize I'm being invited for opening night. Which is perfectly fine, and it's. But when I realized it's because they're afraid that I could get involved, I also realized I think we haven't started the conversation where I'm really good at what I'm doing, being a writer, and I'm not even saying that I'm a very good dramaturg on my play. I'm just saying I'm the writer, and that means that if you're in rehearsals and the scene isn't working, it doesn't mean it's a bad play. It means that I can rewrite the scene, so I could be there. So I started conversations and. Directors who had directed my plays, I said, well, look, can I come and be there in rehearsal week 2? Can I just, and I slowly started, and And right now, I mean, as I'm doing it here in Regensburg, I've done it last season here in the Junges Theater with Elena Hackbart, and then I've done it with Per Schiher, Julia Prexel. I'm also doing it in Bonn, the Stadttheater Bonn. I've asked if I can be part of the Regie team. I mean, this is also the thing, like, maybe it needs some explanation, but because you have ensembles working at theaters, these teams of director, stage designer, costume designer, and a composer, they travel from town to town, right? And they do these different productions. So I've asked, do you need a fifth person on that team? And sort of started the conversations with the team, and we started talking about what we wanted the play to be about, started the whole process together. And in that, I wrote a play that they all felt they wanted to work on, and then it all came together, and it is coming together throughout the process. And then I'd be in that process, and when the actors coming, I rewrite it for the actors, just as I did in Canada. And I think that's a very rewarding process. It's not an easy process, because for a writer it also means you're working on a very different schedule. But that's the way that I'm doing it now. And I think there's also the option, and I think that's also part of being a playwright in residence, like if you're attached to a theater, you know the actors that you're writing for, and that can be very rewarding to already know who you're writing for and what, I don't want to say abilities, because actors are pretty much able of like anything, but you know what their sort of their language or their strength is, and where they come from, what their approach to a topic is, or what they need in order to be happy, so that the process becomes a very positive one.
You are working through these processes right now here at Theater Regensburg because you are our playwright in residence in this theater season, and we're really happy about this. And do you think there are some certain special things about being a playwright in residence, opposed to, I think you just said it's a really collective process of working that you're searching for? Is this something that you want to strengthen in also being a playwright in residence?
Actually, we at the theater, at this playwrights network, Theaterautoren network, we are very, we're a bit bold, because we are saying we think every theater in Germany that gets state funding should have a playwright in residence, at least one, because the money's there. And it can help a theater, because you have a person who is there, who can produce original material for a certain place and a certain time. And I mean, what I'm doing now here at Junges Theater this season, which is the next production that comes in, is like we've collected, I haven't collected actually, our questions guy has collected, and amongst other actors in the theater, they've collected a lot of topics from young people. So they went out into the streets and they asked young people, what is it that's bothering you? What is it that you want a theater play to be about? And there are these like 400 responses. And then I went into schools and worked with students, and they created little plays, and we looked at what it is that they would write if they were to write a stage play. And now with them we are creating a play, which is of course here, because it's happening here. It's happening with the young people who come in, and then for the first reading they'll be invited. They can give feedback. They can tell us what they like about it, what they don't like about it. So they walk into the theater and they know the person who's written it. They've been part of that process, and in that way they're being enabled and shown that theater and theater in general is a force that can make change, or that can give you a voice. And you can only create that if you're closely attached to that place, because you need to be present for that. And I think that's the whole trope of the artist being present, right? If you're a writer and you're coming in from the outside, yes, you can. I would say we're very, very good at soaking up all these like different things that happen around us or watching people, but there's a different quality when it comes to working not only with the creative team, a collaboration where they are bringing in all these different topics and I start working on it, and then this process is being put in motion. And that's something what being a playwright in residence is. And it's also that the people that you work with, the dramaturgs that you work with, you've worked with before. It's I wouldn't say efficient. It's a very delightful process if you're working with people who speak the same language that you do.
Because you just brought up our question guy, Michael. I would like to ask you, are there any questions that were sent to you?
There are currently no questions.
Okay, because then I have another question for you, Maria. You just described your own process of working, and for example, right now you're gathering or you're working with this material for Schrei es raus, Scream It Out. I would translate it, and it sounds wonderful and also quite time consuming, which art always is. And looking back at your initial point of when you started writing, which was kind of a collision of care work and artistic work, what would you say is right now the state in the arts of care work and artistic work?
I think, well, see, when that point where that big collision for me happened was 17 years ago, right? Because my son's 17 now. So at the time, it was perfectly normal for mothers to not work and to not talk about the fact that you have a child because it would complicate things. And so you wouldn't let artistic collaborators know that there is a child because they might refrain. And I mean, that's still stories that you hear, right? That I hear particularly from female colleagues that as soon as they say I'm pregnant, they're not being programmed for, say, a workshop series because people feel they can't commit, where you always should say, well, it's actually up to that person who's pregnant to decide if they can commit or not, right? But I don't want to. Over the years, I've had, for a long time, the feedback that children cannot be part of theatre and having a family and working in theatre collides, where you as a playwright, you're actually kind of well off because you can spend your time at home, you don't need to be at theatre all the time. And I think that is part of the reason why I'm a playwright and never went back to theatre. I couldn't have gone back to theatre school because I had a child and no theatre school would have taken me, right, at the time. And but then I was in Canada. And when I went to Canada, I had a very different experience because my theatre director at Tarragon Theatre was outgoing now because he just was retired. But the dear Richard Rose, he was a champion for working with people who were families because he has family and he's a family man. And when I was his assistant director, he made it very clear to me that at one point where it was actually the situation where I was very, very nervous to tell him that my son was sick and I had no one to look after my son because there was no family around and his dad wasn't in town. And I went up to him and I was like, I'm so sorry. And I was afraid to lose my job over this because I knew he was very strict on keeping work times. And I said to him, my son's sick, I can't come in tomorrow. And he said, if you ever consider coming in, I'm not working with people who put work before the families. And I was like, okay, what's happening? And then what I learned over the years is that's what he does. I mean, we've had, when I was assistant directing, we had productions like with actresses who one had a 6-week-old baby. So whenever the baby woke up, our stage management would get a text message saying baby's woken up. So our breaks would be according to breastfeeding times, which was amazing. So like he created a space where the playwright's office was turned into nursery. He hired babysitters 24/7, not just for the time they were in rehearsals, but also that they could learn their lines at night when they were home. So there was always someone available to help them. So, and I saw that. And I mean, we're talking, with Tarragon Theatre, we're talking theatre with a budget, I think, of $2.5 million a year, and they produce 12 plays out of it. So we're talking a theatre with a budget that is maybe a tenth of what, or like a fifth of what the budget of a German Stadttheater is, or a state theatre, right? And they can make that happen. So I felt like, look, it can be possible that you hire babysitters, that you create a structure. So now I know it's not a utopian idea to put it forward because I've seen it, I've experienced it, and I also seen what it does to power structures in the room. If you don't feel ashamed for having a family, but rather feel empowered. And if the people who don't feel empowered by you having a family are asked to leave the room and not be part of the process anymore, if they can't appreciate what being a human being is like. So I think in becoming more vocal about that and in people creating those structures, there can be change. But when they sometimes say change comes one death at a time, it's a hard saying, but it really means there's still people in power who are not interested in that. And sadly, again, here we go, right? It affects a lot of women. It affects women more often than it does men, but it also affects men. We have great artists who just stop working in theatre because they're fathers and they need to provide for their families and they can't. And I think it's not just about creating space or time or work times that correlates with having a family, but also creating payment structures that allow for you to sustain yourself and your loved ones.
You just already talked about your experience in Canada, in the theatre world. And I would say that in theatre, even today in the digital sphere, theatre is often tied to one language room. And I think it is quite special that you're moving a lot in at least 2 different language rooms. Are there any more aspects beside the ones that you already mentioned that you felt are interesting changes or differences between the theatre landscapes in Canada and in Germany?
I mean, that is, of course, is a very complex topic, and I would say about those language rooms, I think it's interesting because I think as artists, as soon as you enter the language room that is English and that a lot of people speak, and I know we should also consider that it's excluding people, but it is a very big language room, right? That doesn't just move into the English world. I have lots of colleagues who we discuss our work in English, and it's a wonderful experience. But Canadian theatre and German theatre, of course, I mean, it's like what I said about those funding structures. There are a lot of things that are different, but what I found most, not just financially or in the way that artists are being treated or them playing on suite and us playing in repertory, I think what inspired me most about Canadian theatre is that I actually had the experience to be in a room of artists that is truly diverse. And truly aware of issues like, or more aware of issues like discrimination against people according to their heritage, their gender, or their upbringing, their class, right? And in that, it was possible to have a room full of people at all ages from all different backgrounds, right? And that is something that doesn't happen in Germany, or it's very, very difficult to have that. What you see on stage is most of the time is white people, particularly in the older generations. And then when we talk gender, of course, I think the whole Me Too movement, we could say that too, had a very different impact in North America than it did in Germany. It was, I would be so bold as to say, I don't think there'd be a white, male, heterosexual artistic director in Toronto in the next 10 or 20 years. Because there has been a huge shift towards realizing how much anybody else but the old white heterosexual men had been marginalized through those power structures. And with Me Too, it wasn't just an awareness for abuse or sexual misconduct. It was also raising an awareness for safe spaces and safe working spaces, and it changed the whole language and how we want to work, and how we need to be acknowledged in our needs and what we consider a safe space, or what each person considers a safe space. And that's not just about the stage being safe. It's also about the way you're being addressed, the way your way of life is being acknowledged, and that frankly hasn't happened too much in Germany, right? It's very much on the surface, and you need to have a lot of proof in order to bring people to believe your stories. And these are stories not just of sexual abuse, but also of racism and of discrimination of any kind. And I think here in Germany, artists are still very much afraid of bringing these concerns forward, whereas in Canada, of course, older generations again call it a witch hunt. But what has happened is a change in what theatre is, and what kind of stories are being told on stage, and what spaces there are for everyone, really.
I think because it just fits right now so perfectly, because we're here on the stage of the Young Theatre, and across the street, or across 2 or 3 streets on stage, there's right now the last show of Pegunt, She, Her.
True.
The text that you wrote about Pegunt, and because you just said it's about writing different stories, do you want to tell something, because it was your last play that you wrote here, about the idea of creating Pegunt, She, Her?
I mean, it's an idea that in the way that we have a female pair is not our original idea. That has been done before. But I think it was in like for myself and the creative team to realize that the feminist discourse is not just a discourse that enables women, but it's a discourse that puts aspects like the care system, like mental health, like the story of the most vulnerable to the forefront. And in that we rediscovered stories in Peer Gynt that are not just having a young woman and an older woman tell their story of being brave, of going out there, of not being the nicest person sometimes, but finding themselves and having a reason for that. And also Peer's mum, who's a single mother. Peer's father, who was in our play, is a man with suicidal tendencies who cannot really handle being a provider for a family because it's too much pressure for him, and he slips into a depression. In the original Ibsen, he doesn't have a voice. He's just the guy who drank himself to death and lost the family farm. But I felt that, or we felt, that's a story that's way too simple. So it's the retelling of a story that I would always say it doesn't focus, because people say it focuses on women, but I say it focuses on humanity, and on the human experience, rather than this kind of topos of Peer Gynt, Faust, Hamlet, these men who find themselves and hurt everyone around them dies because their ego needs to be seen or heard. Rather to say there's a reason why you have a story like that, but it's not just because you can, which it might sometimes is with male protagonists. They do it because they can. But as soon as you choose a female protagonist, or you decide to look at the intentions and objectives that the human being carries, you realize, okay, that they do it to survive, and what's the pressure, like what's on the inside that they have that need to go into that behavior in order to survive. So that's the kind of different approach, and it's an approach that it considers aspects of hardship that aren't just how hard is it to be a man.
And also, I would say the topic of classism is also visible in Peer Gynt, she, her, right?
Yeah, but then again, it's also something that I can't get around, right? Yeah. It's very. I can't write a play that has. I can't be a Chekhov with like rich people being sad because they're bored. Because I don't know boredom. I haven't been bored in my life for a day, and it's something that my parents raised me. That boredom just doesn't exist. That's a weird choice that some people make. So I think that's. So
your rewriting of the Cherry Orchard would be a person entering the stage and saying, "You're rich and you're bored," and going off stage.
Yeah, three sisters. Why go to Moscow? Work. No, but.
Talking about Moscow, no, it's kind of a bad way to bring this in now. But actually, because we already talked about you working across the Atlantic, you're also part of a big European project right now. And in this project, also other Freiraum partners are involved. Hello. The project is called New Stages Southeast, and it's a project funded by Goethe Institute where playwrights from Southeastern Europe participate in different workshops. And you were part of one of these workshops.
I am part of one.
You are part of one of the workshops. So what is your experience in this project, and also leaving the German language room again in another way?
It's been the most wonderful experience, and so because this is Thessaloniki, and Vicky, you're seeing this, happy birthday. But what happened and how this program is structured, New Stages Southeast, is that various Goethe institutes have sort of created these writers groups, about 6 people, who are then working in the city they're sort of from or they're close to, but then writers from the other city also come to visit. So it's always like the group that I'm working with, I'm the one, I'm in Sofia, I'm sort of the, whatever. I used to be the tutor. I was brought in as sort of the, like, I'm not sure if instructor is the great word, but the person to lead the workshop. And it's 6 writers from Bulgaria, and then it's 6 writers from different places. There are 12 of them, and we started working on their texts in a very collaborative manner in May last year, but then we decided, okay, we want to keep working because it's just, again, it's a digital format. We only met on Zoom, but in a way it sort of clicked, and we had the space through this like organization or it's called Gather, and they created a space for us. So we always met in the space, and it looked a bit like Super Mario games or like Nintendo, and we were walking around and having drinks at a virtual bar. But what happened is that we actually started talking, and we really got along really well. I realized that I'm in no position to be an instructor to any of these writers because they're amazingly good. So after the whole first workshop, we decided, or I was lucky for them to accept me into their group. So now I'm one of the members of the writers group in Sofia, and we're working on our text, and we will be for some time, and then we go to Sofia. And I know of other colleagues of mine, like Ulrike Süher has been in Nicosia, and I think another colleague is going to Bucharest to do the workshop. So it's also here in Germany, people are asking me about it, saying, oh, you were involved in that too. And by that, a conversation has started, and we got to know each other. And it's like, and what I find so rewarding is hear the stories from the different countries. And of course, I don't just hear Bulgaria, I hear stories from Serbia, from Croatia, from Greece. What are you working environments? What is it that you're working on? What is it that you need? What is it that you wish for? And in that we meet, and it's very empowering, and it's also extremely inspiring.
Because Michael just gave me a sign that we're almost running out of time, and you just said you basically met all these authors in Sofia through Gather in a virtual bar, and I mean we already talked about the Playwrights Network. I know that one of your plays was actually premiered as a digital theatre format. So although your writing is, of course, a really analog thing, what do you think is really important right now for your work as an author concerning the digital sphere?
I mean, I have to admit that, and this is not just my opinion, but a lot of us playwrights here in Germany, having to move to the digital space for the COVID pandemic, meant that our work became a lot more visible. And a lot of theaters realized, oh, we have these writers and they're really good at producing text, and text is really good on a screen, and it can be produced. So I mean, I had a theater film being produced. I had a film that was being produced for another text of mine. I also wrote a text that was then being performed by myself for a theater in Canada for like a charity performance. And I think my work has never been seen by so many people as it has been over the past 2 years through digital space, like the performance in Stuttgart, which is also directed by Julia, who did the Perna. It was seen by 2,000 people on YouTube, and it would have been performed in a studio space for 100 people like 6 times, so 600 people would have seen it. But that way, more than 2,000 people saw it. It's, of course, you sit at home in your living room watching it, and there's that aspect to it. But sitting in your living room anyway, it also felt like there are these Zoom spaces afterwards, and you meet those people, and you feel like you are a part of something. And yes, it's been difficult for us, and I think now that we're back in the space, or have been, I'm not sure what's happening now, but we knew what we love about theatre and what we missed. But from a playwright's perspective, or from writers' perspective, the digital space has really become something that we're going to pursue in the future.
I now want to ask you, last time, dear Michael, did any questions come in?
There are no questions. So
okay, question guy is out of work today. Too bad. But how many more minutes do we have?
I think we have 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. All right, because I know that the next thing in the program is going to be kind of a wrap-up of this festival day. And yesterday there were many talks about also solidarity and solidarity movements in Europe. And today was mostly about the state of the arts, and especially the state of the arts in the digital sphere. It's a really big question now that is coming in your direction. If you could wish for something as a playwright, concerning either solidarity in Europe, social movements, or changes in the state of the arts. Do you have something, especially because you're an activist as well, that you're working on or that you are wishing for right now?
I mean, there are a lot of things that I'm wishing for when it comes to solidarity. And I would, one thing that is most important to me, I guess, is that we perceive each other as really working together and making art together, and it's not just one person making art. And I think I see a lot of payment structures, particularly in German theatres, where one person makes a 6-digit number who's the artistic director, and a lot of other people are really trying to make a living, and particularly in the like moving to the digital space too, right? There isn't really the payment for some of the art that should be there, right? And only because it's distracted from real spaces shouldn't mean that it should actually be considered that artists need to make a living, and we all need to see that. And if we see that we are part of a structure that is working well for us but not working well for others, we need to change that. And I think that's something that is very difficult, and I know what people are putting themselves into. But if you feel that you are in a position where you already have some sort of artistic standing, speak up, because I feel it does make a difference. And I mean, in Germany, again, these things that I'm saying them from a very, very privileged position, because German theatre is a theatre system that has a lot of money, even if it's not distributed in the way that it could be. But I also know through my colleagues all over the world that their art is not being paid in the way that my art is being paid, and they need to live, and and that is something of like all the people who appreciate art so much and who consider it this kind of particular theatre, these art of the bourgeois and the upper classes, and you go like, yeah, but how do you think, like, it's still cool for artists to be poor people dressed in black clothes, right? And then sorry, Laura. No, but it's like, it's these stereotypes, and through that a lot is being justified, and you need to give certain things up if you want to be an artist. And I say no, because it's a hard job, and it's a hard job for actors and everyone who's out there who's like rehearsing through the nights. And I was in this. I once said, you know, art. We as theatre people, we are craftsmen. We studied our craft, and here we are working away in this factory. And a lot of people laughed at me for that. Yeah, like, you're working. Have you worked a day in your life? And I said, yes. I come from a working family, and I know what work is, and I am working, and I'm constantly working, and I don't have many days off, because that's the reality for us. So that's what I wish for people to see that.
Thank you for sharing all of this with us. And I think it's really interesting that in the global context, we can be so happy about our rich theatre scene in Germany. And at the same time, of course, there are so many fights also going on, because artists at stage theatres even are not paid enough. And I think it's something that also worsens right now with the pandemic going on, of course. But I still think it's really important to also put it in a global context, and also to analyze the structure. Thank you for this. Michael, if you're not giving me a sign that there are not any questions. And also, I think it is the time, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very, very much, Maria, for taking the time. And we're very much looking forward to the next play that will be shown here at Theater Regensburg. And I don't know, maybe it will even be some kind of digital project as well. I don't know, we will see. I think because we're also here in Bavaria in the middle of a pandemic right now, as in many other places as well, of course. The digital public sphere is not only important, sometimes it's the only way. Although right now we here at the theatre are able to play and are able to show our art to our audience. But I'm really excited for the next part of the Freiraum Festival. And we are sending greetings to the studio in Thessaloniki, I would say. Thank you.
Well, we would like to thank very much Maria for that insightful journey into what it means actually to be today an author. And it was a beautiful wrapping up actually of our, let's say, endeavor. We tried something pretty much difficult, I would say, state of the arts today, trying to understand what it means actually to navigate as a producer, as an audience, and even as an institution in this kind of like archipelago, in a way, of let's say, digital production, the digital public sphere. We pointed out some aspects. I think it's an ongoing discussion. Of course, it cannot be exhausted in a day. I would like, from my side, to thank everybody that actually contributed to this discussion, all the guests and all the institutions part of the Freiraum platform. So thank you from my side.
Well, it was indeed a really nice talk, and I think it really wrapped up the 2 days program that we had, because even the art in the digital public sphere, but also political subjectivities that are now emerging, and the future of protest, let's say, and the crisis of democracy, they are all subjects that are interlinked. So once again, on my side, I would also like to thank everyone who made this festival possible: Goethe Institute in Brussels, and Goethe Institute in Thessaloniki, the curatorial committee, the partners, the members of the Freiraum platform, all of the participating moderators, speakers, and artists for their valuable contributions. Sotiris, my lovely co-host, and everyone from the organization team, the live broadcast team that was here from Istros, Evgenia, Olga, Kostas, Christos, Dimitris, Angelos, Tassos, Eleni, and Angeliki, and Athina. Our graphic designer, Yorgos, who very successfully adapted all the visual communication that was last year designed for Freiraum Festival by Hanne Deloder and Atelier Brenda in Brussels. Our social media assistant, Palmira Giannakidi, the sound creator, Menelos Lomis, and the technical crew from Diapason, our photographer, Stefanos, and his crew, and of course, also my other colleague at Artpost, Christos, for making this possible. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone. But of course, in the meantime, you can really go deep into the content that we have created from this year and also from last year in our online library. It was really nice being with you these 2 days.
Thank you very much.